to God, the exalted, when the predication of an infinitive to an essence is not correct, when the word mawjud existent is applied to all realities, and these include the necessary existent as well as contingent existence, is this to be understood in terms of the meaning of a passive participle? Is it to be argued on this basis that since a passive participle requires a subject, that God also requires a subject? Or to the contrary, is it incorrect to apply it to the necessary existent because of that meaning, so that it may not be said that God is in existence? It is obvious that this sort of linguistic discussion has no place in philosophy, and not only is one unable to solve even one of the problems of philosophy by engaging in such discussion, it increases the problems and yields nothing but distortions in thought. In order to avoid misunderstandings and fallacies, one must pay exact attention to the technical meanings of expressions, and in cases where these do not correspond to the ordinary literal meanings or a technical meaning in other sciences, this difference must be given full consideration so that one does not become the victim of confusion and error. It follows that the philosophical concept of wujud existence is equivalent to absolute reality, and on this point is the opposite of nothingness, and in technical terms is its contradictory. It includes all things from the sacred divine essence to abstract and material realities, from substances to accidents, and from essences to states. When these very same identified realities are reflected in the mind in the form of propositions, at least two substantival concepts of them are obtained, one of which is associated with the subject, and is usually a whatish concept, while the other is the concept of mawjud existent, which is a philosophical concept and is associated with the predicate, since its being respectival requires its being a predicate. Lesson 23. Identified reality. The self-evidence badahat of identified reality. The subject of philosophy is considered to be the existent, as was explained in the two previous lessons. Now, we shall present the explanation of the self-evidence of the belief in the identified reality of being. The truth is this, that existence is like ilm knowledge both with regard to its concept and with regard to its objective reality, and just as that concept requires no definition, its identified reality also is self-evident and without need of proof. No intelligent person imagines that the world of being is nothing but nothing, and that no person exists or any other existent. Even the sophists, who considered man to be the measure of all things, at least accepted the existence of man. There is only one sentence from Gorgias, who is considered to be the most extreme of the sophists, which apparently is an absolute denial of all existence, as was mentioned in the discussion of epistemology. However, it does not seem that his intention, assuming that it has been correctly narrated, is that of the apparent meaning of his words, such that it would include his own existence and that of his speech, unless he was severely afflicted with mental illness, or uttered the words out of spite. In Lesson 12 about doubts leading to the denial of knowledge, we said that these doubts themselves presuppose knowledge, to which we may add here that this same doubt requires the acceptance of some existence which correspond to the mentioned knowledge. However, if someone would deny his own existence and the existence of his denial, he would be like the one whom, in the previous problem, denies the existence of his own doubt, and he must be treated practically to make him accept reality. In any case, an intelligent person whose mind has not been polluted with the doubts of the sophists and skeptics not only accepts his own existence, the existence of his perceptive powers, mental images and concepts, and his own psychic activities, but also is certain of the existence of other people and the external world. And for this reason, when he becomes hungry, he eats food of the external world, and when he becomes hot or cold, he decides to make use of things in the external world. When he faces an enemy or feels himself to be in some other danger, he thinks about defense and seeks some solution for it, and if he is able, he will rise up and fight, and if not, he may prefer to escape. When he has feelings of friendship, he decides to become intimate with a friend in the external world, and establishes friendly relations with him, and similarly with other facets of life. And do not imagine that the sophists and idealists behaved any differently, for otherwise they would not have lived very long. They would either die of hunger or thirst, or some calamity or disaster would afflict them. For this reason, it is said that belief in entified existence is self-evident and natural. But this discussion must be expanded and elaborated in more detail, and we will do this to the extent required. But before presenting this subject, it is worth giving an account of the ways in which reality is denied, so that we can take an appropriate position regarding each of them. Ways to deny reality. The denial of entified reality appears in various forms, which can be divided into 5 categories. 1. The absolute denial of being, such that for the concept of existence, which is the subject of philosophy, there remains no instance, as required by the apparent words of Gorgias which were narrated. It is clear that with such an assumption there not only remains no place for philosophical or scientific discussions, but also the door to speech and hearing must be absolutely closed. And for such claims, a logical response is inapplicable, and they must be treated practically. 2. The denial of the being of anything but I, the perceiver, such that only one instance of existence remains. This position is not as silly as the previous one, but on the basis of it, its proponent has no right to speak or debate, for he does not accept the existence of another person with whom to converse or debate. If such a person is in a position to be debated, he must first be charged with having violated his own claim, and this violation requires the rejection of his assumption. 3. The denial of being beyond that of humanity, as has been reported of some sophists. On the basis of this position, instances of existence will be limited to humans. This claim, which is relatively more moderate than those mentioned above, opens the door to discussion and debate. There is room for asking the proponent for reasons in favor of his own existence and that of other people which will oblige him to accept some self-evident propositions. Then, on the basis of the self-evident propositions, some other theoretical points may also be proven. 4. The denial of the being of material existence, as is understood from the words of Berkeley, for he considered being an existent equivalent with being a perceiver or something perceived, and perceivers include God and non-material existence. So it is decided that perceived things are to be limited to perceptible forms essentially known malumat bil hat which are realized within the perceiver himself, not outside him. In this way, there's no the object exists under the open order, the ideas that head of many joint with member of the image and world but of upload theory, whether considered to be subject to the logic of the work of an act. There is room to include, along with the idealists who deny a part of reality, that is, material reality, the materialists who are also deniers of reality, and they truly deny the greater part of reality. Moreover, the idealists are more logical than the materialists, for their position rests on knowledge by presence and internal experience which have absolute value, however much their inferences may be erroneous. However, the position of the materialists rests on that which is given by the senses, which is the source of most perceptual errors. By attending to the various types of denial of reality, we reach the conclusion that only the first hypothesis implies an absolute denial of reality, and each of the other hypotheses implies merely a denial of a part of reality and a limitation of its circle. On the other hand, for each of the 5 kinds of hypothesis, there is another hypothesis which appears in the form of doubt in absolute reality or with respect to specific realities. If these doubts are mingled with a denial of the possibility of knowledge, that is, if in addition to presenting his own doubt he claims that logically no one can have knowledge, this sort of claim is related to epistemology, and the answer to it is given in its own place. However, if the presentation of doubt is not mingled with a denial of the possibility of knowledge, the answer to it may be found in ontology. Basically, the clarification of philosophical questions is to remove doubts and to provide defense against them. The secret of the self-evidence of entified reality, as we indicated at the beginning of this lesson, the absolute denial of reality, the view that the world is nothing, is not something which would be claimed by any conscious intelligent person without some ulterior motive, just as it is regarding the absolute denial of knowledge and apparent doubt about everything, even about the existence of the doubt and doubter. Assuming that someone expresses these sorts of claims, one cannot reason with him logically, rather he must be given a practical response. On the other hand, the existence of every particular reality is not self-evident, and proof for many of them requires reasons and arguments, and, as has been indicated, One of the most important duties of philosophy is proof of the specific kinds of realities. Now the following question will be raised. What is the mystery of the self-evidence of the basis of reality? Perhaps an answer will be given for the affirmation of the existence of identified reality by way of summary, and the affirmation of material reality will be definitive and specific, corresponding to the nature of the intellect. And evidence for this is the existence of such beliefs in all men, as is confirmed by their practical behavior. In this way, 4 of the methods of denying reality, with the exception of the 5th way, are shown to be invalid. But this discussion is not sufficiently logical, for, as was mentioned in lessons 17 and 19, for in this way the correctness of this subject cannot be guaranteed, and there is room to ask whether our intellects would not understand in some other way if they had been created differently. Moreover, to seek confirmation on the basis of the views and behavior of men, in reality, is a defective method of inductive inference, which is of no logical value at all. Perhaps it will be said that these affirmations are primary self-evident truths badihiyat, awaliyah, for which the mere imagining of their subjects and predicates suffices to produce assent. But this claim is also incorrect, for if we assume that a proposition is in the form of a primary predication, it is clear that its purport will not be anything but the conceptual unity of subject and predicate. If we suppose that it is in the form of a common predication, and we consider its subject to refer to external instances, and we consider it to be what in logical terminology is called essential necessity daruriyat, then the truth of such a proposition will be conditional on the existence of the subject in the external world, while this means that its subjective existence would be proved by this proposition. In other words, propositions about reality are like conditional propositions in that their purport is that whenever an instance of the subject obtains in the external world, the predicate for it will be proven. For example, the famous self-evident proposition, every whole is greater than its own part, is not able to prove the existence of whole and part in the external world. Rather, its meaning is that whenever a whole obtains in the external world, it will be greater than its own part. The invalidity of this claim in relation to external reality is clear, for it is not forbidden to imagine the non-existence of the material world. If God had not had the appropriate will, such a world would not have come into existence. Likewise, after its creation, whenever He willed, it would be destroyed. The truth is this: the self-evidence of reality first takes shape regarding things in consciousness and which are understood by infallible knowledge by presence, and then with the abstraction of the concepts of existent and reality from their subjects they take the form of a proposition called kadhiya mumala, one which refers to the principle of reality as such without quantification. And in this way the principle of identified realities summarily amalan takes the form of a self-evident proposition. The source of belief in material reality. The conclusion of our last discussion was that the source of belief in the basis of identified reality is just knowledge by presence of the realities of conscience, and hence knowledge of other realities, including material realities, can't be considered self-evident badihi. For, as was said in lesson 18, that which is really self-evident and can be known independently of any sort of argument are objects of consciousness and primary self-evident propositions, while the existence of material realities belongs to neither of these two groups. Therefore, the following question may be posed. What is the source of the dogmatic belief in material realities? And how is it that every person automatically accepts their existence, and that the behavior of each person is firmly based on this? The answer to this question is that the source of a person's belief in material reality is an spontaneous urtikazi but half-conscious argument, and it is really a proposition which is close to being self-evident, which is sometimes called innate fitri. This may be explained by the fact that in most cases, on the basis of the awareness which it has acquired, the intellect of a person reaches a conclusion very quickly and almost automatically without the process of inference being reflected clearly in the mind, especially in the period of childhood when the self-awareness of a person is not yet developed. This mental process is rather obscure and close to being unconscious. Therefore, it is considered that this knowledge attains its conclusion without a process of thought from its premises. In other words, it is innate and automatic. But as the self-awareness of man develops, and one becomes aware of the activities within one's own mind, the obscurity decreases, and gradually it assumes the form of conscious logical reasoning. The propositions, which logicians have called innate fitriat and which have been defined as propositions which accompany deductions, or whose middle terms are always present in the mind, are really of this very sort of spontaneous urticazi proposition, reasoning about which takes place very quickly and half-consciously. Knowledge of material reality really is obtained by this very spontaneous inference, which, especially during the period of childhood, is far from the level of awareness. When we want to explain it in the form of exact logical reasoning, it takes the following form. Perceptual phenomena, for example, the burning of the hand when it comes into contact with fire is the effect of a cause, and its cause is either it itself equals I, the perceiver, or something other than it. But I myself have not brought it into existence, for I never wanted to burn my hand. Therefore, its cause will be something other than my existence. Of course, in order to strengthen our belief in material things with material properties, and to refute the probability of the direct effect of something non-material, there is a need to supplement this with other arguments based on knowing the characteristics of material and non-material existence. But God the Almighty has put such power in the mind of man so that before acquiring mastery of exact philosophical reasoning, he is able to obtain conclusions which are spontaneous and are half-conscious. In this way, he is able to secure the needs of his life. What? This is a kind of proposition whose quantity is indeterminate, e.g., metals expand when heated, in which it is unclear whether the proposition is intended to apply to all metals or only some. According to traditional logic, this is a proposition whose quantity is unspecified, but it is treated like a particular rather than a universal proposition. TR. Lesson 24. Existence and whatness. The relation between the topics of existence and whatness. According to the previous lessons, as was indicated on numerous occasions, when identified reality is pictured in the mind, the logos of acquired knowledge, it is pictured in the form of a simple question halia basida, which is composed of at least two independent substantive concepts, one of which usually serves as the subject and is a what-ish concept, which can be considered in the conceptual framework of limits to an existent, and one of which is the predicate, the concept of existent, considered to be a secondary philosophical intelligible which denotes the occurrence of the instance of that essence. In this way, two different concepts are obtained for one simple truth, each of which has its own rules and characteristics. With regard to the concept of existence, or existent, philosophers have contented themselves with mentioning that they are self-evident intellectual concepts without saying how the mind obtains this concept. Only recently has the late Allama Tabatabai, may Allah be pleased with him, attempted to explain how it is abstracted. Regarding the appearance of whatish concepts, there are various opinions, which were mentioned in the section on epistemology. The opinion which we accepted was that there is a special mental power called the intellect which acquires these concepts automatically from specific percepts. The characteristic of this intellectual picturing is this very universality and ability to correspond to countless instances. Many philosophers, especially the peripatetics, have explained the acquiring of whatish concepts in a way which has been the source of many disputes and arguments in the course of the history of philosophy. And in most philosophical discussions, it has been especially influential. The result of their explanations is this: when we compare several persons, for example, we see that these people, despite their differences in height, weight, skin color, and other specific characteristics, all have a common truth which is the source of the common effects in them. The specific attributes of each person are really the particular specification of that person which distinguishes him from others. So, the mind, by deleting the individual specifications, acquires the universal perceptual concept of man, which is called the essence of human beings. Therefore, the perception of several individuals of each essence is required for the direct acquisition of that essence, so that the mind, attending to individual accidental specifications and the deletion of them, is able to abstract the common whatish aspect from the specific accident and extract the universal essence. It is thus except when a whatness is known by the analysis and composition of other whatnesses without need of prior knowledge of their own individuals. Therefore, the essence of everything in the external world is often mixed with characteristics which cause their specific qualities. Only the intellect can abstract the essence from the collection of specific accidents and obtain the pure, sheer, abstracted essence from the specifics. Then, that which is found after the abstraction is that very thing which exists in the external world concurrent with the individual specifications and specific accidents, and with a plurality of accidents it becomes numerous in a multiplicity. But when the mind abstracts it, it is no longer capable of being multiple. For this reason, it's said that a sheer essence is unrepeatable, since a whatness, with that very quality of whatish unity, can correspond to a countless number of individuals. It is called a natural universal polytabi, although the characteristic of being universal only applies to what is in the mind. For otherwise, as was already stated, in the external world they are realized always as mixtures with specifying accidents and in the form of individuals and particulars. Following this, other topics are presented such as whether natural universals themselves also exist in the external world, or are what obtains in the external world only the individuals, so that the natural universal occurs only in the mind. There have been many discussions and disputes about this, and researchers have finally come to the opinion that in the external world the natural universals in and of themselves are not existent, but their existence is by the existence of their individuals, and the individuals play the role of intermediaries for the occurrence of natural universals. Here another precise question can be raised, whether the mediation of the individuals in the occurrence of natural universals is fixed or accidental. In other words, does the mediation of the individuals cause the true occurrence of the natural universal with another existence other than that of the individuals? Does this cause the natural universal to have the property of being existent as its own true attribute, or does the mediation of the individuals cause an accidental pseudo-attribution of being existent to be related to natural universals? Another issue is the problem raised in Islamic philosophy of whether a universal may be individuated by means of specific accidents. Every accident in reality also has a whatness to which the mind attributes universality, and therefore it participates with whatnesses of that which has accidents in the need to be individuated. And this question can be repeated with regard to them as to how they are to be individuated. How is the addition of a universal essence to cause the individuation of a universal essence of that which has accidents? Finally, Farabi offered the solution that the individuation is an essential requirement of entified existence. Every essence in reality is found to be individuated by existence. Specific accidents, each of which is individuated by its own existence, are considered mere signs of the individuation of the essence of that which has accidents, and cannot be truly considered the cause of the individuation. It seems that this position of Farabi is the first sprouting of the doctrine of the fundamentality of existence, which gradually grew until in the time of Mullah Sadr it took the form of an independent and fundamental topic in transcendent theosophy Hikmat Mutaliya. With this brief explanation, along with several other indicated topics, it has become clear that the topic of the fundamentality of existence is not a topic with which to begin cold in the program of one's research. One may guess why programs in which it is the first topic of philosophy cause the bewilderment and confusion of students, so that after spending much time on discussions concerning this, they still do not understand it correctly. So what was the motivation for this discussion? What philosophical difficulty can it solve? In order to find an appropriate place for the problem of the fundamentality of existence by which it can be elucidated in a clear manner, we must indicate prior to this some other problems which will prepare the ground for the presentation and clarification of this subject. We will choose correct and specific subjects. Then we will present explanations of the terms and concepts needed for these discussions, and finally we will take up the discussion of the principal question. In this manner, not only will the problem be solved in a clear fashion, but it will also assist in the solution of other important philosophical problems. How the mind becomes acquainted with the concept of existence. As has already been indicated, we have no explanation from the ancient philosophers as to how the concept of existence is abstracted by the mind. And among Islamic philosophers, this subject was presented for the first time by our late Professor Allama Tabatabai. May Allah be pleased with him. He has discussions of this in both Usul Falsafa and Nahya al-Hikmah, which can be summarized as follows. Man primarily finds by presence the existence of a relation in propositions which is really an action of the soul and the mind. From this obtains a nominal concept mafhumi harfi, which in Farsi is expressed by the word is. After that, it is viewed in an independent form, and the substantival concept of existence is abstracted in the possessive case. Afterward, that qualification is deleted, and it is understood in an absolute form. For example, in the sentence, Ali is wise, at first the meaning of is obtained by a judgment of the soul to affix wisdom to Ali, so that the meaning of is copulative, and no idea of it is possible except through the sentence. Then it is considered in an independent form, just as the preposition from is considered independently and interpreted as meaning origin. It is said the word from refers to origin. In this way, the meaning of the attribution of wisdom to Ali, which is a possessive concept, is obtained, which includes a relational meaning. Then the possessive and relational aspect is deleted and the independent and absolute meaning of existence is obtained. But perhaps an easier explanation can be presented for how the mind becomes acquainted with the concept of existence and other philosophical concepts. An example of this will be mentioned here. An allusion will be made to it in some other cases as well. When the soul observes within itself a non-material quality, such as fear, and after it is removed it compares two of its states, the state of fear and the state of a lack of fear. The mind then becomes disposed to abstract from the first state the concept of the existence of fear, and from the second state the concept of the absence of fear. After the possessive and relational qualification is deleted by abstraction, the absolute concepts of existence and nothingness are obtained. This method is also used to abstract other philosophical concepts, and by comparing two existence from a special point of view, two opposite concepts are abstracted. From this, the secret of the pairing of these concepts is revealed, such as the concepts of cause and effect, objective and subjective, khariji, batini, potential and actual, fixed and changing. In Lesson 15 we explain that one of the differences between Wedish concepts and philosophical concepts is that the first group is reflected in the mind automatically, while the second group requires mental activity and comparison and analysis. And here we also saw how the mind finds the disposition to abstract the two opposite concepts of existence and nothingness by comparing two states of the soul. How the mind becomes acquainted with whatness. Aside from the position of the Platonists, according to whom the perception of whatness is by observing abstract truths or by remembering previous observations of them, and some other positions, most philosophers agree that the perception of whatnesses occurs by abstraction from specific objects of perception and from individuating accidents. On this basis, they consider necessary the priority of the perception of several specific and particular things. However, first, this question can be raised, how this abstraction is accomplished for kinds for which there is only one individual. Second, regarding the accidents themselves, which they admit have whatnesses, what is to be said? For it cannot be said that for every accident that it itself has individuating accidents, so that by abstracting and peeling them off Taqi universal whatnesses are obtained. Hence, some of the scholars have said that this philosophical exposition is metaphorical and is only used as an approach to the subject for new students to philosophy. The truth is that a whatish concept is a passive perception which is obtained by the intellect, and individual perception is sufficient for obtaining it, with no other condition. In like manner, an imaginary perception, which is an individual passive perception, is obtained by the faculty of the imagination khayal after a single sensory perception. For example, when our eyes see something of a white color, an imaginary form of it is reflected in the faculty of the imagination, and its universal concept in the intellect is interpreted as the essence whiteness, and likewise for other sensory and specific perceptions. That which causes it to be imagined that the perception of a universal essence is obtained through abstraction and peeling off the accidents is the fact that in this way an answer is sought to the question regarding compound things such as man, whose elements and attributes are known by different senses, and even with the help of scientific instruments, analysis, and mental deduction, from which various intellectual concepts are naturally abstracted as to how a single witness can be related to them so that all their essences yet will be included. In such cases, it is thought that first one must know the accidental aspects of them, aspects whose change, alteration or removal does not cause the destruction of the principle of that existent. For example, if the skin color of a man changes from white to black, his humanity is not removed, and likewise for changes in the height, breadth, and other physical attributes and the psychological states of a man. Hence, all of these aspects and attributes in relation to man are accidental, and in order to know his essence, all of them should be removed. One of the best ways for knowing which attributes are not essential is seeing whether they differ in different individuals. So, we must look at several individuals who have various attributes and accidents, and by means of the differences among them, we find that none of these is essential for man, until we arrive at concepts such that if they are negated, the humanity of the individual will not remain. They are the same essential concepts which are common among all the individuals and which are the components of their whatness. In this way, compound whatnesses are considered to have genera and differentia, each of which indicates a specific essential aspect in the compound whatness, as is mentioned in classical logic. But this subject is based on positive principles which must be discussed in philosophy. From among them is the question of whether each compound existent has a single existence and a single existential limit which is reflected in the mind as a single whatness. What is the standard of their true unity? How is a multiplicity of elements compatible with that unity? What is the relation between the parts with each other, and what is the relation of all of them with the whole? Are all of the parts actively existent with respect to the whole, or is the existence of all or some of them potential with respect to the whole? Is that which is called the parts or elements of a compound existent the preparatory condition for the appearance of other simple existences which constitute the truth of that existent, and which by negligence are all called single existences? Suppose that there is a way to solve these and other problems completely coherent with a logical theory of genus and difference. It will still only be true of compound whatnesses. The perception of simple whatnesses can never be justified in this way. Finally, each compound essence is composed of several simple whatnesses, and the question of knowledge of the simples will remain. Lesson 25. Precepts of whatness. Respects of whatness. In the previous lesson, we narrated from the sages that the essence of every existent in the external world is a mixed with specific accidents, and pure essence obtains only in the mind. With regard to this point, we may consider two respectival conceptions of essence. One is the restricted or mixed essence which occurs in the external world, and the other is the abstract essence which may only be imagined in the mind. The first respectival is called itibar bisharti, the respectival conditional on a thing, and the second is called itibar bisharti la, the negatively conditioned respectival. That which is divided maxim into these two is also considered a respectival of essence, and it is called itibar la by shart, the unconditioned respectival, and it has neither the aspect of being in the external world, being mixed with accidents restricted by existence, nor the aspect of being in the mind with a lack of accidents not being in the external world, and it is called a natural universal kuli tapi. It is believed that since natural universals have no restrictions or conditions, neither the condition of being mixed nor the condition of being abstract, they are assembled from both respectivals. That is, it is both in the external world with restricted essence, and also in the mind with abstract essence. For this reason it is said, the essence, in the respect in which it is nothing but itself, is not an existent and not a non-existent, not a universal and not a particular. That is, when we regard the essence itself, and do not consider any other aspect, we will have only a concept which includes neither the meaning of existence nor the meaning of non-existence, neither the meaning of universality nor the meaning of particularity. For this reason it can be the subject of the attribute of existence, and it can be subject to the attribute of non-existence. It can be the subject of the attribute of being universal, and it can be the subject of the attribute of being particular, but these attributes will be external to its essence. In other words, all of these attributes are predicated in the form of common predications upon the unconditioned essence, the natural universal, and none of these attributes are predicated in the form of primary predication, for they do not have a conceptual unity with it. It is necessary to mention that the expressions la by shart unconditioned and by shart la negatively conditioned are used by philosophers in a different context to distinguish the concept of genus and difference from the concept of matter and form. It is explained that when an existent in the external world is composed of matter and form, A concept is obtained from each of them, and it is possible that the essence of a thing is composed of genus and difference. With this difference in mind, if we consider those concepts as genus and difference, then one may be predicated of the other. For example, in the case of the genus and difference of man, it can be said that man is a rational animal, but if the concepts refer to matter and form, then one cannot be predicated of the other. For instance, one cannot predicate the spirit of the body. In this regard, it is said that what distinguishes the concept of genus and species from that of matter and form is that genus and difference are unconditioned by shart, while matter and form are negatively conditioned by sharti la. This is related to the prison isn't a kid of there and there was in it the mental and the object is and there are individuals this is witnesses. Natural universals. From the review of the different kinds of respectivals of essence, the definition of natural universal may also be obtained, for this is the same as the divisible maximi respectival, the unconditioned essence, in which there is no kind of restriction, not even that of being abstract and lacking accidents, nor that of objective existence. It is called universal because it is common among individuals, and it is called natural to distinguish it from logical universals and intellectual universals. By the former is meant a universal which may have other accidental concepts in the mind, and by the latter, the intellectual universal is meant the universal to which accidents are applied, and which is abstract, negatively conditioned, which is only realized in the realm of the intellect, and which is the mental instance of the concept of a logical universal. We previously pointed out that one of the most frequently discussed topics in the history of philosophy has been that concerning the existence of natural universals, whether it can be said that they also have existence in the external world, or if it must be said that their existence is only in the mind, only for intellectual universals, that is, whatnesses abstract of accidents, so that they should be like the universals for which there are no individuals. The proponents of the existence of natural universals have explained that by existence in the external world they do not mean that the universal obtains in the realm of the external world, but that in the external world there is something existent in common among individuals, which objectively occurs in the mind, as well, where it obtains the attribute of universality. The proponents of the existence of natural universals have reasoned that the natural universal is that which is divided into two other respectivals of essence, the mixed respectival and the abstract respectival, and the condition of being that which is to be divided is that both divisions should pertain to what exists. For example, when the human is divided into two divisions, man and woman, the human, which is that from which they were divided, exists in both man and woman. So, natural universals should exist in both intellectual or abstract whatnesses and mixed or restricted whatnesses. Since the realm of the existence of mixed whatnesses is the external world, natural universals exist in the external world. The soundness of this reasoning should be based on a true interpretation of mixed whatnesses that does not neglect anything relevant. An existent in the external world is truly a mixture of a whatness which has accidents and specific accidents, or is composed of essence and existence. But this cannot be proved, as was mentioned with regard to the way in which the mind becomes acquainted with whatnesses, and further explanation of it will be given in future lessons. What is intended in speaking of the existence of a natural universal in the external world and its mixture with individuating accident or existence is nothing more than that the intellect is able to abstract these various concepts from an objective existent. In other words, that the concept of natural universals and whatnesses are applicable to objective existence, so that the concepts of accidents and of existence are predicated of them. But it is not to be supposed that those who deny the existence of natural universals also deny their existence with this meaning. On the other hand, those who deny the existence of natural universals in the external world have reasoned that in the objective realm there is nothing but the individual instances of whatnesses. Therefore, there is no place for the existence of something else by the name of natural universal. With this reasoning, an answer may be given that every individual of a whatness you may consider is accompanied by accidents other than the whatness itself, such as an individual human is accompanied by height, breadth, color, and other accidents. Undoubtedly, these things are not part of the human whatness, Therefore, variation and change in them does not imply multiplicity and change in whatness. So, in all individuals there is the common aspect which is the natural universal. It is clear that in this answer there is confusion between the individual by essence and the individual by accident. That is, that which is called the individual human is really a collection of individuals of various whatnesses, substantial and accidental, which, due to negligence, are considered as the individual human. The principal individual which is human by essence is that same substantial individual which is the bearer of various accidents. That is, the same thing which is considered the whattish aspect of man and common among all individuals, individual accidents. And aside from this there is nothing else which might be called the natural universal of man. Finally, proponents of the existence of natural universals have claimed that by their existence in the external world it is not meant that aside from the existence of individuals there is an existence independent and separate from them, but it is considered that the existence of natural universals depends upon the existence of their individuals. As was previously indicated, this position is open to two interpretations. One is that the existence of the individual is a means for establishing the existence of natural universals and is the cause of their occurrence, and in this way the existence of natural universals in the external world may be truly proven. But such things are not provable. For in the external world there is nothing but individuals by accident, including individuals by essence, and there is nothing which can be considered their effect. Furthermore, universals cannot be considered the effects of individuals. The other interpretation is that the mediation of the individual for the occurrence of the natural universal is a mediation by accidents, that is, the standard for the predication of the concept of man to persons in the external world individuals by accident is the existence of the human substance individual by essence, dihat in it. This means that this very aspect of one's humanity is a true instance by essence by dihat for the concept of man. So we see that the implication of this interpretation is that it is established that there is nothing other than the individual by essence by dihat along with the individual by accident. The proponents of the existence of natural universals may content themselves with saying, "Our opinion is that the existence of natural universals is nothing but the correctness of the predication of a whatness of an individual, and, as has been indicated, such a meaning would not be disputed by those who deny the existence of natural universals." For this reason, some of the great scholars have said that the dispute between the proponents and opponents of the existence of natural universals is purely verbal. The cause of the individuation of whatness, as has been explained, natural universals are those whatnesses called unconditioned which are considered as having no restrictions on them, but which can be combined with all sorts of restrictions and conditions, and for this reason they are combined in the mind with negatively conditioned abstract whatnesses, and the attribute of universality is applied to them, while in the external world they accompany mixed whatnesses, and the attribute of particularity is applied to them. But of course, as has been mentioned in this very lesson, the meaning of joining a natural universal with an abstract essence or with a mixed essence is not that two independent whatnesses are joined together with each other or are merged with one another, but the view is that two respectivals are joined, that is, when a whatness becomes established in the mind, the intellect is able to view it in two ways. In one, the basis of the concept becomes the object of attention, without consideration of whether it has or does not have specific accidents, and this is the unconditioned respectival, the natural universal. In the second, it is considered bare of accidents, and this is the negatively conditioned respectival. In the same way, the intellect can consider the essence of the existent in the external world in two ways. First, as the basis of the essence common between the mind and the external world, that is the unconditioned respectival, the natural universal, and secondly, with respect to being mixed with accidents, that is, the restricted negatively conditioned respectival. Now, if those who explain whatnesses and respectivals in this way are asked what requires the application of a natural universal to a particular, well, essentially it is not required to have such attribution, or what is the standard for the individuation of essence? Naturally, they will answer that what requires the attribution of essence to particularity and individuation is that very mixture of it with specific accidents, a requirement of the essence for existence in the external world, so that what require the application of the essence to universality is its lack of these accidents required by the essence for existence in the mind. An implication of this answer is that if an objective existent were without accidents, it would be universal, and likewise, if mental essence were attached to accidents, it would become particular. This answer, however, is by no means convincing, because this question may be repeated with respect to the essence of each accident. What causes the particularity and individuation of them, so that the essence of that which has accidents will also depend upon their specification? Furthermore, the implication of this answer, that if the mental essence is attached to accident, it becomes particular, and if the objective essence becomes bare of accidents, it becomes universal, is not acceptable, for the universality of intellectual concepts is their ability to correspond to numerous instances and to reflect countless individuals, and this ability is not negated by coming to be attached to accidents. Also, the external existent is not such that if it is without accidents, it may be supposed that it is able to have countless instances. Abstract entities are not to be considered denoting countless individuals cannot be found in them. Thus, some philosophers have decided to search for the standard of individuation of whatnesses in other things, such as matter, time, and place. But it is clear that having recourse to such things is of no use. For all of them the problem remains of the standard for the individuation of the essence of matter, or of time or place. And to approach an answer to this problem requires the individuation of other whatnesses. In conclusion, adding 1,000 universal whatnesses lacking individuation to another universal and unspecific essence will not individuate it, regardless of whether it is a substantial or accidental essence. As far as we know, the correct way to solve the problem of the criterion for the individuation of whatnesses was first presented by the great Islamic philosopher, Farabi. According to this solution, individuation is the essential necessary result of existence, and whatness is only made determinate in the shadow of existence. That is, no essence can be individuated or made determinate by that aspect of it in which it is a universal concept which can be applied to numerous individuals and instances, regardless of how many dozens of qualifications are added as a means to restrict it to a single individual. For, finally, the intellect will not consider it impossible that this very same qualified concept can be imagined to apply to numerous other individuals, even if in the external world there is not more than one such individual. So, the criterion of individuation cannot be found in the addition and conjunction of other whatnesses. However, it is entified existence that essentially cannot be applied to other existence, not even to one other individual existent. And basically, application and predication and concepts of this sort are characteristic of concepts. In conclusion, it is existence that essentially individuates. Every essence which is attributed to particularity and specification only does so in the shadow of unity with existence. This answer of Farabi is the source of the change in the view of the philosophers, and it truly must be considered as the turning point in the history of philosophy. For until then, all philosophical discussions, no matter how unconsciously, were based on the idea that existence in the external world could only be known by whatnesses, and in truth, whatnesses figured as the pivot of all philosophical discussions. However, since then the attention of philosophers returned to existence, and they considered entified existence as having special precepts which cannot be known by means of whattish precepts. However, unfortunately, the illumination of this point was not able to penetrate all philosophical discussions rapidly and change the face of philosophy very soon. It took centuries until this sprout grew, and finally the great Islamic philosopher, the late Sadr al-Mutalihin Shirazi Mullah Sadr, officially posed the topic of the fundamentality of existence as the most basic principle of transcendent theosophy. However, he also, in most of his discussions, did not abandon the way of his predecessors, especially in the presentation of various philosophical topics. He followed the method of his predecessors. It was only in the final exposition of views and in drawing conclusions that he proposed his own opinion based on the fundamentality of existence. Before concluding this discussion, it is necessary to mention that the subjects discussed in this lesson concerning the respectives of existence, and especially the existence of natural universals in the external world, take on a totally different aspect on the basis of the fundamentality of existence. Basically, the existence of mixed whatnesses may also be considered as intellectual respectivals. Perhaps the aware reader will discover from the subjects of this lesson that the true existence of natural universals. Lesson 26. Introduction to the Fundamentality of Existence. A brief look at the history of the problem. As was previously mentioned, prior to Farabi, almost all philosophical discussions were centered about whatnesses, or at least were unconsciously based on the fundamentality of whatness, and in statements reported from the Greek philosophers, no clear indications are to be found of any tendency toward the fundamentality of existence. But among the Islamic philosophers, such as Farabi, Ibn Sina, Bamaniyar, and Mir Dayanad, not only is this tendency to found, but there are also declarations of position on the topic. On the other hand, Sheikh al-Ishraq Suhrawardi, who paid particular attention to intellectual concepts itibarat aqli, took up a position against the tendency toward the fundamentality of existence, and he sought by proofs for the respectival nature of the concept of existence to invalidate this tendency, although in his own statements points may be found which are more compatible with the fundamentality of existence, and which do not properly justify the doctrine of the fundamentality of whatness. In any case, Sadr al-Muta'allihin was the first to place this topic at the head of discussions of ontology, and he suggested solutions to other problems on this basis. He says, "At first I myself was a proponent of the fundamentality of whatness, and I defended it vigorously until, by the grace of God, I found the truth of the matter." Why? He attributed the doctrine of the fundamentality of existence to the Peripatetics and the doctrine of the fundamentality of whatness to the Illuminationists. However, since the topic of the fundamentality of existence had not previously been presented as an independent topic and the concept of it had not been previously explained, philosophers cannot easily be grouped specifically and definitively in relation to it, so as to characterize the Peripatetics doctrine of the fundamentality of whatness as a feature of the Illuminationists. Supposing, however, that this classification is correct, one must not forget that the fundamentality of existence was not presented by the followers of the Peripatetics in such a way that it could take its proper place among the problems of philosophy to shed light on the solution of other philosophical problems. Rather, the Peripatetics often presented and explained philosophical problems in a way which was more compatible with the doctrine of the fundamentality of whatness. Explanation of terms. In order to clarify this topic and completely specify the area of controversy, it is first necessary to provide explanations of the terms used regarding the problem, and then to precisely determine the purport of the topic and area of conflict. This problem is usually presented by posing the question of whether existence is fundamental and whatness respectival, or whether whatness is fundamental and existence respectival. However, Sadr al-Muta'allihin himself presented the problem in the following form. Existence possesses objective reality. The implicit purport of this is that whatness does not possess objective reality. Thus, the pivotal expressions of this topic are existence, whatness, fundamentality, respectival, and reality. However, we have already explained the expression existence, which is sometimes used as an infinitive masdar to be, and sometimes as a verbal noun is me masdar being, and also sometimes it is used by logicians with a copulative meaning is. It is clear that in this philosophical discussion the copulative meaning is not under consideration, and likewise the infinitive which indicates a relation between subject and object is not meant. The meaning of the verbal noun, in the restricted sense of occurrence, is also not meant unless the above restriction is removed so that it may be predicated of objective realities including the sacred essence of God. The expression whatness mahu, which is a contrived infinitive masdar jali derived from what is it, mahua, is used as a philosophic term in the form of a verbal noun is me masdar, was itness, but with the same condition of dissociation from the sense of occurrence, so that it may be predicated of an essence. This term is used in philosophy in two senses, one of which is more general than the other. The specific sense is defined as that which is said in answer to the question, what is it? And naturally, it is applied in the case of an existent which can be known by the mind. In technical terms, that which possesses specific limits of existence, which are reflected in the mind in the form of primary intelligible whatish concepts. For this reason, it is said that God the Almighty does not have a whatness. There is no whatness of the necessary existent. Proponents of the fundamentality of existence say with regard to the objective reality of existence, existence itself has no whatness, and sometimes that it does not have an intellectual form, but the more general sense is defined as that which the thing itself is. This includes both the objective reality of existence as well as the sacred essence of God. It is in accordance with this meaning that it is said with regard to God Almighty, the whatness of God is the same as his identity in the In this discussion, what is meant by the expression whatness is the former meaning, not the concept represented by the word whatness itself in the sense of primary predication. Rather, the discussion is about the instances of this concept, that is, whatness in the sense of common predication, such as man. For the proponents of the fundamentality of whatness also admit that this concept itself is a respectival concept. In other words, the discussion is about whatish concepts mafham makui, not the concept of whatness. The expression fundamentality is ella, which is used with the literal meaning of being a root and is the opposite of faria, which has the meaning of being an offshoot in this context, is employed with a specific meaning as the opposite of idebari respectival, and their precise meanings are jointly clarified. In Lesson 15, several technical meanings of the expression idebari respectival were mentioned, according to some of which even the concept of existence was called a respectival concept. But in this context, the meaning of itibar, being the opposite of a soul fundamental, is different. The respectival nature of the concept of existence, according to the previous meaning, is compatible with the doctrine of the fundamentality of existence and the respectival nature of whatness according to the meaning appropriate to this context. What is meant by the two opposite concepts of a soul and idibari here pertains to the question as to which of the two, the whatish concept or the concept of existence, refers to identified reality in itself, dat and without mediation, in the precise philosophical sense. That is, after it is accepted that an objective reality is reflected in the mind in the form of a simple existential proposition halia basida, whose subject is a whatish concept and whose predicate is the concept of existence wujud, which by means of a morphologically derived predicate may be put in the form of the concept of existent mawjud, so that each of these terms will be predicable of that identified reality, so that it may be said, for example, this foreigner is human, as it can be said, this person is existent. Neither of these is metaphorical from a common or literary point of view. At the same time, from a precise philosophical point of view, it may be asked in view of the unity and simplicity of the identified reality and the multiplicity of these concepts and ethics, which is characteristic of the mental realm, what the identified reality of which the concept of existence is predicated with the special attention of the intellect and by mediation of the whatish concept, and the concept of existence for this reason is a secondary and subordinate effect, is to be identified with the whatish effect, or whether the objective reality is the very effect denoted by the concept of existence, so that a whatish concept is merely a mental reflection of the limits and framework of the reality and objective existence, and in fact it is the whatish concepts which are secondary and subordinate. With regard to this question, if we take the first alternative and understand identified reality to be the unmediated instance of whatness, we would be upholding the fundamentality of whatness and the respectiveness of existence. And if we take the second alternative and understand identified reality to be the unmediated instance of the concept of existence, and we consider whatish concepts a mental framework setting the limits for finite realities, we will be proponents of the fundamentality of existence and the respectiveness of whatness. The expression hakika employed by Sadr al-Mut al-Hin in discussing this problem is also an expression used in various senses, such as the following. What hakika literal usage is the use of a word in its literal meaning as opposed to majaz, its metaphorical usage, i.e. with another meaning with a sort of relation to the literal meaning. For example, the use of the word lion in the sense of the well-known wild animal is hakika, while its use to mean a powerful man is a metaphor. 2. Hakika, truth, also has the meaning of knowledge that corresponds to reality, as in the previous discussions of epistemology. 3. Hakika may have the meaning of whatness, as when it is said of two individual humans that they are mutafiq al-hakika, i.e. of a common reality. 4. Hakika in the sense of identified reality. 5. Hakika in the terminology of mysticism irfan is used in the sense of absolute independent existence which is confined to God, the Supreme, and it is so used in contrast to the existence of creatures, which is said to be metaphorical majazi. Hakika also has the meaning of core and inner reality batin, as when it is said that hakika of the divine essence cannot be fathomed by the intellect. It is clear that the intended meaning of hakika here is that of the fourth term. Explanation of the point of contention. There is no doubt that every existent which has a whattish concept may be predicated by that concept, as the concept human being may be predicated of persons in the external world. Likewise, there is no doubt that the concept of existence in the form of derivative predication hamil ishtikak, for example majud, existent, derived from wujud, existence may be predicated of every existent in the external world, and even in the case of God, the Supreme, who does not have a whatness, it may be said that he is existent. In other words, from an intellectual perspective, every existent that has contingent existence has two aspects. One is the aspect of whatness, and the other is the aspect of existence. As the philosophers have said, every contingent thing is a composite duality and composed of whatness and existence. This is the same matter which we have repeatedly indicated, namely that reflections of objective realities in the mind take the form of propositions which are usually, that is, for things with whatnesses composed of a whattish concept and the concept of existence. With regard to this matter, if it is supposed that for each of these two concepts there exists an objective identified aspect, that the whattish concept refers to one identified aspect and the concept of existence refers to the other identified aspect, which are joined together in the external world, or, in other words, an existence is composed of existence and whatness, and this composition is objective and identified. The meaning of this supposition would be that both whatness and existence are fundamentalist, but this supposition is not correct. For if each existent were to possess two identified aspects, each of them would be reflected in the mind in the form of a different proposition, which would include two concepts, and for each of them one would have to suppose another identified aspect, and this process would be continued without end. And the result of this would be that every simple existence should be composed of an infinite number of identified objective aspects. This is what is meant by the statement of the philosophers that the difference between existence and whatness is a mental difference. Existence is an accident of whatness in conception, and they are united in identity. That is, the predication and characterization of existence to whatness, which requires each of them to be different from the other, obtains exclusively in the realm of mental conception. Otherwise, an external identity huia they are one with each other. So, it cannot be that both whatness and existence are fundamental and considered to have identified reality. Likewise, both cannot be viewed as respectivals, for ultimately, it is that very simple proposition which denotes identified reality and which must include a concept corresponding to identified reality. So, there is a choice between whatness being fundamental and existence being respectival, or vice versa. Therefore, the problem may be posed in the form of two hypotheses based on several principles. 1. The acceptance of the concept of existence as an independent substantival concept, in technical terms, the acceptance of predicative existence. For if the concept of existence is confined to the copulative meaning and is relational in propositions, it would be impossible to suppose that it should refer to identified reality, and in the words of Sadr al-Mutalahin, that it should possess identified reality hakika ayniya, and there would be no alternative but the fundamentality of whatness. The acceptance of the analysis of contingent existence into two concepts, the concept of existence and whattish concepts. That is, if someone imagines that the concept of existence is not something other than the concept of whatness, as has been reported of some of the mutakalimin, according to whom the meaning of existence in every proposition is the same as the meaning of the whatness which makes up its subject, On this assumption, there remains no room for doubt between the fundamentality of whatness and the fundamentality of existence, and it would determine the fundamentality of whatness. But the invalidity of this supposition became clear in Lesson 22. 3. Acceptance of the fact that the combination of existence and whatness is a mental combination, that in the context of the external world there do not exist two distinct aspects, one of which corresponds to the whatish concept and the other of which to the concept of existence. That is, the hypothesis of the fundamentality of both is incorrect, as explained. 4. On the basis of these three principles, the question may be presented in this form: does entified reality principally correspond to the whatish concept, such that the concept of existence is predicated of it accidentally, or the reverse? Does entified reality principally correspond to the concept of existence, such that the whatish concept is predicated of it accidentally? In other words, is entified reality in itself an instance of whatness or existence? On the first hypothesis, knowledge of whatnesses and the principles pertaining to whatness is the same as knowledge of entified reality. But on the second hypothesis, knowledge of whatnesses means the knowledge of the framework of existence and their limits which are reflected in the mind, not knowledge of their entified contents. The benefits of the discussion. It is possible that one may imagine that the discussion about the fundamentality of existence or whatness is an academic exercise and that it has no relevance to the solution of important philosophical problems, for these problems have been solved both by the proponents of the fundamentality of existence as well as the proponents of the fundamentality of whatness. But this idea is incorrect, for, as will become clear in the course of future discussions, the solution of many of the important problems of philosophy depends on the fundamentality of existence, and the way of solving them through the fundamentality of whatness is unsatisfactory and leads to a dead end. As we have seen with regard to the problem of the individuation of whatnesses, there is no correct solution on the basis of the fundamentality of whatness. Of course, this problem, compared to more important problems whose solutions are based on the fundamentality of existence, is relatively minor. If we were to mention all such cases, our discussion would become too long. Furthermore, the explanation of the relation of these problems to the fundamentality of existence requires the presentation of these problems in reference to some sensitive points which must be explained in their appropriate place. Here we will only mention two very important problems of philosophy, each of which in its own turn may serve as a basis for solving other valuable problems. One of them is the problem of causation and the reality of the relation between cause and effect, the conclusion of which, based on the fundamentality of existence, is the dependence of the effect on the being granting cause, the lati hasty baksh, on the basis of which very important problems can be solved, including the refutation of Jabr predestination and Tafwi libertarianism and explanation of the unity of divine acts tawhid folly. Another problem is that of substantial motion, intensifying ishtidadi and evolutionary takamuli, whose interpretation depends on the acceptance of the fundamentality of existence, the elaboration of which will be presented in its proper place. Therefore, the problem of the fundamentality of existence is one of the most serious and fundamental which is worthy of study and must never be treated in a casual and offhand manner. What? Asfar Val. What? P. 49. F. Surawardis Mukoemat. p. 175, Muterat p. 361 in Henry Corbin, ed. Shehabad Yahya Suravardi, Œuvres philosophiques et mystiques, Tome 1 Tehran, Académie Impériale Iranienne de Philosophie, 1976. Lesson 27. The fundamentality of existence. Arguments for the fundamentality of existence. Our aim is to know whether entified reality is the same as that which is denoted by whatish concepts or whether whatnesses only represent limits and frameworks for objective realities. If whatnesses only represent limits of existence, that which denotes the reality itself and the contents of a conceptual framework is the concept of existence, which is considered to indicate reality itself. The mind, by means of the concept of existence, understands reality itself. In order to know whether whatness is fundamental or existence, There are various ways, of which the easiest is reflection upon these concepts themselves and their meanings. When we focus upon a whatish concept, such as the concept of man, we see that existence may be negated of it without changing its meaning, no matter how many external existence to which it applies, and of which it may be predicated, where this predication is literal, according to ordinary language, and not metaphorical. This is a matter upon which philosophers are agreed, namely, that whatness, in that it is whatness, is neither an existent nor a non-existent. It neither requires existence nor non-existence. Al-mahiyya min haythu haya laysat la haya, la mawjudatam wa la majuma, I. Whatness as such is what it is, and only that. It is neither existent nor non-existent. It is for the same reason that whatness may be both the subject for existence and for non-existence. Therefore, whatness in and of itself cannot represent objective reality, otherwise the predication non-existent to it would be considered the predication of one of a pair of contradictories to the other, such as is the case with the predication of existence to nothingness. Another reason that whatness does not represent entified reality is that in order to denote an objective reality we have no choice but to employ a proposition which includes the concept of existence, and until we predicate existence of a whatness, we will not have spoken of its real occurrence. And this very point is the best reason for claiming that it is the concept of existence which denotes entified reality. According to Baumanyar, in the book Al-Tasil, how can existence not possess entified truth when its meaning is nothing but real occurrence? Why? Some of the advocates of the fundamentality of whatness have said, it is true that whatness itself in itself lacks existence and nothingness and does not demand either of them, and in this sense can be considered respectival. But when it is related to the maker jail, it obtains objective reality. And it is with regard to this matter that it is said that whatness is fundamental. It is clear that a relation that accompanies the occurrence of whatness in reality is due to causing it to exist, that is, the granting of existence to it, and this shows that its reality is that very existence which is granted to it. Another reason for the respectiveness of whatness is that basically the analysis of entified reality into two aspects, whatness and existence, occurs only in the mind through acquired knowledge. In presentational knowledge, no trace of whatness is found. So, if whatness were fundamental, then it would have to be realized through presentational knowledge as well. For it is in knowledge by presence that entified reality itself is perceived or observed internally without the intermediary of any mental form or concept. It is possible that to this argument the objection will be raised that just as there is no trace of whatish concepts in knowledge by presence, we see no trace in it of the concept of existence. In other words, just as whatish concepts are attained by mental analysis, the concept of existence also occurs in the realm of mental analysis. Therefore, it cannot be said that existence is also fundamental. In response to this objection, it must be said that there is no doubt that the two aspects, whatness and existence, can be distinguished from one another only in the realm of the mind. Their duality is specific to the realm of mental analysis, and for the same reason the concept of existence also, insofar as it is a mental concept, is not the same as objective reality and is not fundamental. But, nevertheless, this same concept is a means for denoting that which has objective reality, from which the whatish concept is abstracted, and this is what is meant by the fundamentality of existence and its having entified reality. In addition to this, it became clear in the previous lecture that the choice between the fundamentality of existence and that of whatness is exhaustive, so that with the invalidity of the fundamentality of whatness, the fundamentality of existence is established. Another argument for the fundamentality of existence and the respectiveness of whatness is that, as was mentioned in Lesson 25, an essential aspect of whatness is that it is not an individuating aspect, while the whatish aspect of external realities is an individuating aspect and is not universal, applicable to different individuals, and no external realities as such can be subject of the attribute of universality and the lack of individuality. In other words, individuality and particularity can only be applied to a whatness when it has external existence. From this it is to be understood that whatish aspects are those conceptual and mental aspects that have the capability of being applied to countless individuals, and entified reality is specific to existence. That is, entified reality is the essential instance of existence. Another argument for the fundamentality of existence also can be raised, based on that which is accepted by the philosophers, that the sacred divine essence is free of any limitation which could be denoted by whatish concepts. That is, there is no question of its having a whatness, and he is the most fundamental of realities and is the bestower of reality to all existence. If external reality were an essential instance of whatness, then the reality of the divine essence would also have to be a whatness like other whatnesses. Of course, this argument is based on a premise which must be proved in the section on theology, but since this is accepted by the proponents of the fundamentality of whatness also, it can also be used here, and at the very least may be used in argument with them as sound dialectic. 2. Philosophical metaphor. Here it is possible that a doubt will come to mind according to which the basis of the fundamentality of existence is that entified reality is an essential instance of existence, which implies that it will accidentally be an instance of whatness. This means that the predication of a whatness, such as man, to individuals external to it will be accidental and by occurrence urad, and the characterization itisaf of this concept will be metaphorical, which can be negated. Therefore, it must be that the negation of the concept of man of its individuals in the external world is correct, and this is nothing but sophistry. The answer is that just as in the first argument for the fundamentality of existence we mention that the predication of every whatness to individuals external to it, from the ordinary viewpoint and from that of grammar, is a true predication without any figure of speech. However, precise philosophical precepts do not follow those of ordinary language and grammar with respect to the literal and the metaphorical, so the key to their understanding cannot be sought among the rules related to language. Often these rules will be employed in such a way that with respect to grammar something will be literal, while with respect to philosophy it will be metaphorical, and vice versa. For example, scholars of grammar and theoretical jurisprudence usul al-fiqh say that the literal meaning of derivatives mushtaqat is something possessing the whatness of the source of derivation ishtikak. The essential meaning of mushtaq derivative is something with an established source. For instance, alim knower means someone who has ilm knowledge, and mawjud existent means something which has wujud existence. So, if the expression mawjud existent is used for entified existence wujud itself, then, from the point of view of grammar, this would have to be a metaphorical usage, but from the point of view of philosophy, it is not. The same point applies here. From the viewpoint of ordinary usage, there is no separation between the limit and the limited, and just as a limited existent is considered to be a real thing, its limits are also construed to be real entified things, while from the point of view of philosophy this is not the case, and the limits of existence, in fact, are abstracted from matters relating to non-existence. Their being considered as real is metaphorical and respectival. In order to make this clearer to the mind, the following example is given. If we take a piece of paper and from it we cut the various shapes of a triangle, a square, etc., we will have bits of paper, each of which, in addition to being paper, will have another attribute by the name of triangle or square, etc., such that prior to cutting the paper they did not have these attributes. The ordinary construal of this case is that specific forms and attributes came into existence in the paper, and that aspects of existence were added to the paper, while nothing came into existence in the mentioned paper except for edges, which are aspects relating to non-existence. In other words, the edges which form the limits and bounds of various shapes are nothing but the ultimate ends of the surface of various bits of paper, and even the surface itself is really the ultimate end of the thickness of the paper. However, these limits and bounds, which have the nature of non-existence, are construed from the ordinary superficial perspective as existing things and entified attributes, and the negation of their existence is considered a sort of denial of what is self-evident. We should add that the same is true of the whatish concept like paper in the example in relation to entified reality. That is, it refers to specific limits of reality, of course, conceptual limits, not geometrical limits, limits which are considered as the empty molds for realities, and their contents are composed of identified reality. Whatnesses are nothing but these very conceptual molds for external reality. But since they are the means and mirrors for the knowledge of external existence and cannot be viewed independently, they are construed as external realities themselves. This is the meaning of the respectiveness of whatness. That is, whatnesses are supposed to be realities, or the concepts are considered as the external instances themselves. Thus, the mind may be compared to a mirror, the reflections appearing in which are whatish concepts by means of which we are informed of the limits of external realities and kinds of existence. In this view, wherein the mind plays the function of an instrument and mirror, we do not notice the reflections themselves independently, but rather by way of them our attention is directed to that which is reflected, that is, the identified reality. For this reason we suppose that the reflections are that which is reflected. Likewise, when one looks at one's reflection in a mirror, one supposes that one is looking at oneself, while that which is seen in the mirror is a reflection of the colors and contours of one's face. That is, a reflection of limits and not of that which is limited itself. However, from a superficial point of view we can say that that which we see in the mirror is our own faces. The predication of whatnesses to existence is of the same sort. However much from the ordinary way of looking at things it is considered to be a true predication, from the exact perspective of philosophy, it becomes clear that it is only a reflection of their molds, not of them themselves. That is why Sadr al-Mutalihin repeatedly emphasized in his books that whatness is a phantom of the mind or intellectual mold for identified reality. 3. With these explanations it has become clear that the real locus of whatnesses, insofar as they are whatnesses, is only the mind, and its identified occurrence is its individual existence. From the exact perspective of philosophy, the whatness is never in itself that which identifiedly occurs, that is, as an entity. So, the existence of mixed whatnesses, and consequently, the existence of natural universals in the external world, may also only be accepted as respectival, as was indicated at the end of Lesson 25. Hence, it may be said that to claim true existence for natural universals is the same as holding the position of the fundamentality of whatness, and to claim that the existence of natural universals is accidental and that individuals are the means of the occurrence of existence for natural universals is really the same position as the fundamentality of existence. That is, natural universals, which are the same as whatnesses, are respectival things. Their relation to existence and occurrence in the external world is accidental and a kind of philosophical metaphor. The resolution of two doubts. The proponents of the fundamentality of whatness have raised certain doubts, among which two of the most important are: first objection, if existence were basic and possessed identified reality, it would have to be predicable by the concept existent, and this would mean that existence possesses existence. So, another identified existence would have to be posited for it, which in turn would become the subject of existent. This process would continue without end. This implies that every existent possesses infinite existences. From this it is to be understood that existence is respectival, and that the repeated predication of existent to it is a product of this mental derivation. Answer: the origin of this fallacy is reliance on grammatical rules according to which the word existent majid with regard to its being a derivative mushtaq refers to an essence which is posited for the source of the derivation maba ishtikak existence, or wujud in this case. This implies the plurality of essence and source mabda. Thus, when the concept existent is predicated of identified existence, it must be supposed that it is an essence for which is established the source of derivation, which is something else, and so on and so forth. However, we have repeatedly warned that philosophical problems cannot be solved or settled on the basis of linguistic rules of grammar and syntax. The concept of existent in philosophical usage is merely an indicator of identified objective occurrence, regardless of whether the aspect of objective occurrence in the realm of mental analysis is other than an aspect of the subject of the proposition or not. For example, when this concept I existent is predicated of a whatness, there is considered to be a plurality and difference between the subject and predicate, but when it is predicated of identified existence itself, This means that objective existence is the very aspect of its being existent. In other words, the predication of a derivative mushtaq to an essence is not always an indication of plurality and difference between the essence and the source of the derivation. Rather, sometimes it indicates their unity. From this it is to be concluded that the meaning of the predication of existent to entified existence is that it itself is that very being existent, an entified reality and source of abstraction of the concept existent, not that it becomes an existent by means of some other existence. Second objection. The other fallacy is the claims that if entified reality is an essential instance of existence, this would mean that every reality exists by itself. This implies that every objective reality would be a necessary existent wajib al-wujud, while only God, the Supreme, is existent by himself. Answer: the origin of this fallacy is a confusion between two senses of essentially by al-dihat, and it's really an error of equivocation. To explain, the expression essentially by al-dihat, i.e. essentially or by itself, is sometimes used as the opposite of by another by al-ghair, meaning that it has no intermediary by which it is established, as it is said with respect to God, the Supreme, that he is existent by himself, majud by al-dihat, or necessarily existent by himself, that is, not through something else, and he is not caused by any creator. To put it differently, the predication of existent or necessary existent to him does not need any intermediary by which it would be established. The same expression, essentially by al-dihat, is sometimes also used as the opposite of accidentally by al-arad, meaning that the predication of the predicate does not need an intermediary in its occurrence urad, even if it does need an intermediary in its establishment thubat, as, in accordance with the fundamentality of existence, we say, entified reality is an essential instance of existent, but whatness is an accidental instance of it. According to the second sense, both the existence of God, the Supreme, which has no intermediary in its establishment, and according to the first sense is also essential, is an essential instance of existence, and also the existence of creatures, which is established by an intermediary, caused by the Creator. This means that being and existent is the true attribute of their existence, not the attribute of their whatness. From a philosophical point of view, existence is accidentally attributed to whatnesses. What? Death! Al-Tassel. p. 286-2. Sound dialectic, Jadal Asen, is argument based on premises that are not only accepted by both sides but are also correct. Dior, Buri, Thef, Al-Asfar, Vol. 1, p. 198. Vol. 2. p. 236. Lesson 28. Unity and Multiplicity. Remarks on some issues pertaining to whatnesses. Essential concepts are either simple or compound. Two simple what concepts naturally can have a common aspect and will be completely distinct from one another, for it is supposed that there is a common aspect between them, which would be their own simple whatness, so that there would be no other aspect by which they could be distinguished. Then they would not be numerically distinct and there would not be more than a single whatness. If it is supposed that in addition to their common aspect each of them has a distinguishing aspect, then each of them would be composed of two whattish aspects, which is contrary to the supposition that they are simple. So, two simple whattish concepts must be distinct in their entirety by tamim al-dihat. However, if one or both of them are compound, they may be supposed to have different forms. In classical logic, compound whatnesses have at least two parts, one common part called the genus, which is a vague and indeterminate concept obtained through comparison charted among several different species, and one specific part called the difference, which causes the determination of the genus to a single species. It is said that the whatness of man is composed of the concept of animal and the concept of rational, the first of which is common between the species of animals, and the second of which is the specific difference of man. The concept of genus, in turn, can also be compound, having a higher and more general genus, as the concept of body includes animal, vegetable, and mineral, but the concepts of differences are considered simple and incapable of being compound. Finally, for all compound whatnesses, 10 highest simple genera, or 10 categories, are supposed, as follows: substance jahar, quantity kamiya, quality kafiyya, relation idhafa, posture wad, spatial locus aina, temporal locus mata, possession jata, action and yafil states of gradual effects, passion and yamfil states of being affected passively and gradually. 1. Regarding the number of the categories, the highest genera, and whether they are all really whattish concepts first intelligibles, or at least whether some of them, such as relation and categories which are composed of relational concepts, are secondary intelligibles, there is controversy among the philosophers, but we shall not consider this matter further. According to the logical apparatus of genus and difference, and based upon the idea that all compound whatnesses lead to some categories, they may be distinguished in two ways. One is a distinction among them in their entirety, and that is when two whatnesses pertaining to two categories are compared, there is not even a common genus between them. For example, the concept of man and the concept of whiteness. Secondly, their distinction may be partial, in case two whatnesses are compared from a single category. For example, the concept of horse and the concept of cow, which are common in animality, corporeality, and substantiality. It may be concluded that whole whatnesses species, if simple, will be distinguished and distinct from each other in their entirety. Likewise, if they are compound and from two categories. Also differences and highest genera, which are all considered to be simple concepts, are distinguished from one another in their entireties. No genus may be supposed to include all whatnesses. Therefore, there is not even one whattish element which can be considered to be common among all whatnesses. On the other hand, the concept of existence, which is a secondary philosophical intelligible, is considered to be a simple, determinate, general and absolute concept which, when added to a whatness, individuates and limits it. The concept of existence specified and limited in this way is called a share hissa, also part, quotient of the universal concept of existence. In this way, expressions such as simplicity, composition, indeterminate, determinate, common and distinct, general and specified, absolute and limited, have appeared in the cases above, and the expression individuation tashakkas mentioned in previous chapters should be added to them. But among these there are two pivotal concepts, the concepts of unity and multiplicity. We now turn to the explanation of these two concepts. Types of unity and multiplicity. Each specific whatness differs from the others. If two whatnesses are simple, then they will not even have a single common aspect, and likewise two compound whatnesses of two categories also will not have a common aspect. In view of the fact that a whatness may be considered by itself or along with other whatnesses, two opposite concepts may be abstracted, one and many. The unity, which is related to each complete whatness, is called specific unity. The reiteration of its form in one or more minds does not damage its unity, for what is meant is conceptual unity, not the unity of its mental existence. Likewise, when we consider a common essential aspect of several compound whatnesses, another sort of unity is attributed to it, called generic unity. In contrast to these two types of unity, there is also numerical unity, which is predicated to each individual belonging to a whatness. Its criterion is the same individuation the ancient philosophers considered to be due to individuating accidents. The correct position is that this individuation and this unity are essential attributes of individual existence, accidentally attributed to whatness. The individuals of a whatness which have an essential numerical multiplicity are called one by species. Likewise, the species which are of a single genus and are essentially multiple in species are called one by genus. It is clear that these two types of unity are not true attributes of individuals and species, but are attributed to them accidentally. It is to be concluded from this that essential whattish unity is an attribute of species and genus, and is predicated accidentally to individuals and species. To the contrary, individual unity is really an attribute of individual existence and is attributed accidentally to whatness. On the other hand, individuals in the external world have numerically distinct existences to which multiplicity is essentially attributed. However, considering that they are of a single whatness, they are called one by species, and various species which essentially are in a multiplicity of species are called one by genus with respect to their unity of genus. Therefore, each existence in the external world has an individual unity. When more than one of these is taken into consideration, multiplicity is attributed to them. Each of these two attributes, which are abstracted concepts and secondary intelligibles, are abstracted according to the doctrine of the fundamentality of existence from the existence of the existence. Hence, the existence also has unity and multiplicity beyond what is unity and multiplicity. From this it may be guessed that various numbers, which are instances of multiplicity, are also secondary intelligibles, not primary intelligibles or whattish categories as most philosophers have held. Other reasons could also be mentioned in support of this, which shall not be presented here. On the other hand, according to the fundamentality of whatness, whattish multiplicity is always a sign of the multiplicity of entified objective existence, for each of them by supposition refers to a specific entified aspect, although the multiplicity of existence in the external world does not always imply whattish multiplicity, as the multiplicity of individuals of a single whatness is not incompatible with the unity of their whatness. With attention to this point, the question may be raised as to whether the multiplicity of whatnesses, in accordance with the fundamentality of existence, reveals the multiplicity of their existences, or whether it is possible that several whatnesses are abstracted from one existence, at least in different stages. In this way, other questions about existence may be raised, such as whether the existences of like complete whatnesses, especially simple whatnesses, must necessarily also be distinct, isolated, and distinguished from each other, or whether it is possible that they are governed by a kind of unity specific to existence. However, prior to beginning the discussion of this subject, an explanation is necessary about the use of the expression wadi unity with respect to existence. The unity of the concept of existence, conceptual unity, and multiplicity are not limited to whatnesses, even if the terms unity of species and unity of whatness are specific to them. Every concept, no matter whether it is a philosophical or logical secondary intelligible, is incompatible with another concept, such that unity may be attributed to each of them, and multiplicity to the collection of them. Plurality and multiplicity in equivocal concepts and conceptual unity in univocal concepts especially have many applications. The concept of existence, which is also considered as a philosophical secondary intelligible, is incompatible with other concepts. As was mentioned in Lesson 22, it is a single concept which is univocal among various instances. This concept not only is unlike compound whatnesses, which reduce to genus and difference, but because of being simple it is also devoid of any other kind of composition. On the other hand, it cannot be considered a part of any whatness as genus or difference, for it is not a whattish concept. It follows that although the concept of existence has neither unity of species nor unity of genus, nevertheless, as is required by univocity, conceptual unity may be attributed to it as with other secondary intelligibles. However, the conceptual unity of existence does not mean that it is equally and uniformly applied to all of its instances. Rather, it is a graduated concept whose predications to cases differ. In order to clarify this point, it is necessary to explain the terms graduated mushakak and uniform utawadi. The graduated and the uniform, universal concepts with regard to the quality of application to instances are divided into two groups. Uniform concepts are those whose applications to all individuals are equal, and the individuals of which have no priority or precedence or other differences in being instances of that concept. For example, the concept of body is equally predicated of all its instances. There is no body which in respect to its corporeality has any preference over other bodies, although each of the bodies has its own specific properties and some of them have advantages over the others. But with regard to the application of the concept of body, there is no difference among them. However, graduated concepts are those whose applications to individuals, their instances, are different. Some of them have preference over others with respect to being instances of such concepts, as all lines are not the same with respect to being instances of length, and the instantiation of a line of 1 meter is more than the instantiation of a line of 1 centimeter. Or, the concept of black is not predicated equally to all its instances, some of which are blacker than others. The concept of existence is of this sort, and the application of existence to things is not equal. There are priorities and precedences among them, as in the application of existence to God the Almighty, which has no kind of limitation and cannot be compared with its application to other existences. There are discussions about the mystery of the differences in the applications of graduated concepts and about whether whattish concepts are capable of being graduated in and of themselves or not, and basically, how many kinds of graduation there are. The proponents of the fundamentality of whatness have accepted several kinds of graduation, such as amount, for example, length in quantities, and graduation in weakness and intensity, for example, color in qualities. However, proponents of the fundamentality of existence consider graduation in whatness to be accidental, and the sources of these differences are presented as differences in existence. In addition to this, Sadr al-Mutalahin and the followers of his transcendent theosophy call this sort of graduation common graduation. They hold that there is another sort of graduation for the identified truth of existence, which is called special graduation, a feature of which is that two instances of existence will not be independent of each other, but one will be considered as a level of the other. Some others of a Gnostic disposition also mention another kind of graduation, which need not be explained. This list is the same as Aristotle's and that of Ibn Sina. Note that possession is usually called milk in Arabic. Here it is Jiddah. Parvez Morwaj, The Metaphysica of Al-Faisna Ibn Sina, London. Routledge and Keegan Paul, 1973. p. 187. For a more elaborate treatment of the Aristotelian categories in Islamic philosophy, cd. Gudas, Avicenna and the Aristotelian Tradition, Leiden. Brill, 1988. Lesson 29. Unity and multiplicity in identified existence. Individual unity. In the previous lesson there was the discussion of one kind of unity of identified realities, and that was the unity of each individual that is individuated from a whatness, that is, when the intellect considers an individual of a whatness and compares it with the whatness itself, and the difference is noted that whatness can be applied to individuals, but individuals do not have this feature. Individuality is subtracted from the individual. When an individual is compared with several individuals and numerosity is not seen in a single individual, unity is abstracted from it. Hence it is said, existence, individuality, and unity are equivalent, and whatever exists is individuated and a unit in this respect. Of course, it should be noted that what is meant by this unity is individual unity, not absolute unity, and it does not include specific unity or generic unity. At this point, the question will be raised of how the unity of an objective existent can be known. How can we be certain that an existent which we have imagined to be a unit is really one existent and has one existence? Philosophers often dismissively answered this question by an appeal to its clarity, but there are murky points in the environs of this question which must be explained properly. If an existent is simple and unanalyzable, such as the sacred divine essence and all immaterial things, it will naturally have a single existence. Of course, the existence of non-material things and their simplicity are proved by demonstration, and only the existence of the soul and its simplicity can be consciously discovered through presentational knowledge. In general, it may be said that every simple existent has a unitary existence. However, with respect to material and analyzable existence, it is not easy to prove their unity. Superficially, every existence which is continuous and the supposed parts of which are not separated from each other is considered to be a unitary existent having a unitary existence. But when we examine this matter closely, we are faced with two murky points. One is whether bodies which appear to be continuous and monolithic are really so, or whether we merely imagine them to be connected due to visual errors. Providing an answer to this question is the job of the natural sciences, and as far as we know, with the help of scientific instruments, it has been proven that bodies are not really continuous and are only apparently monolithic, and they are composed of very tiny particles which are separate from each other. From a philosophical point of view, we may say that since no body lacks extension, each of the particles of bodies, no matter how tiny, will ultimately be continuous and have unity of continuity. The second murky and questionable point, which is more important, is whether, supposing that the continuity of the parts of a corporeal body is established, how is it to be known that there is no other sort of multiplicity in it? It may be replied that a continuous and monolithic existent will not have actual multiplicity, however much it may be analyzable and multiple potentially. But if it is analyzed, other existents will be obtained, each of which will have its own special unity. This reply, although it may be correct for the geometrical amounts and quantities of bodies, cannot be considered a complete and comprehensive answer. For with respect to this question, the point may be raised as to whether, supposing that two different bodies are brought together so that there remains no space between them, and, by way of a rough example, if two pieces of metal are welded together, can they be considered to be a unitary existent having unitary existence, or must they be considered multiple, having several existences? It is possible that an answer will be given to this question according to which, since two pieces of metal possess two different wetnesses, and naturally each of them is a different individual from the other, therefore they cannot be considered to be a single existent. However, this answer is based on the supposition that the multiplicity of wetnesses reveals a multiplicity and identified existence, while this has not been proven. In other words, the multiplicity which has been established here is really an attribute of wetness, not of existence, while the discussion concerns unity and plurality of identified existence. On the other hand, a more precise question may be posed as to how we know that a continuous existent possessing a continuous unity does not possess two superimposed existences, such that one rides upon the other and sense is not able to differentiate their duality. To explain, just as each of our senses is able to perceive one of the features of bodies, for example, our eyes see its color, our olfactory sense smells its scent, and our gustatory sense perceives its taste without removing the unity of the body which possesses all of these senses. In the same way, it is possible that there may be a multiplicity in bodies which our senses do not have the power to perceive. In other words, the unity and multiplicity of sensory perceptions does not provide sufficient reason for the unity and multiplicity of identified existence. Hence, there remains the possibility that a body which itself has geometrically continuous unity possesses another multiplicity, as some philosophers have held with respect to different substantial forms. For example, an animal is known to possess several forms vertically: an elemental form, a mineral form, a vegetable form, and an animal form. The answer to this question is to be found in the ensuing lessons, and here we may say in summary form that the composition of bodies can be imagined to take several forms. 1. Composition of quantitative parts which do not have actual existence, but which come about as a result of analysis. This kind of composition is not at all contrary to actual unity. 2. Composition of matter and form under the supposition that the existence of matter is a potential existence. This form also does not interfere with unity, and from one view it is similar to the previous supposition. 3. Composition of matter and form under the supposition that matter also has actual existence other than the existence of the form. Also, composition among forms are each of which is vertically above the other. According to this supposition, an existent is considered a unit because of the unity of its highest form, and is related to all of them by accident, and it would be better to call them unified rather than a unit. 5. Composition among several actual existents which are on one plane horizontally, and none of which is a form higher than the others, even if some kind of continuity and connection exists among them, such as the composition of the parts of a clock and other machines, which is called mechanical composition. Under this assumption, the composed collection cannot be considered as a unit or even unified from a philosophical point of view. Rather, it must be construed as multiple existence, and as possessing a conventional idibari unity. This composition among several disjoint existents which are viewed as having a kind of unity among them, such as composition of a corps of an army of several divisions, and the composition of a division of several regiments, and the composition of a regiment of several battalions, and the composition of a battalion of several companies, and so on to a number of soldiers. Likewise, the composition of the society is into institutions, social classes, and groups, and finally the composition of these by individual human beings. From the philosophical point of view, this sort of composition is also based on convention. This sort of composition cannot be considered to have true unity. Two other sorts of objective composition may be added to the mentioned kinds: chemical composition and organic composition, such as the composition of living existence of several organic and chemical substances. But from a philosophical point of view, the truth is that these compositions are not a special kind, but according to some philosophers belong to the second type, and according to other philosophers are of the third type. Perhaps the latter view is more correct, especially with regard to living existence. In conclusion, we should recall that philosophers consider another kind of composition which includes all contingent things, and that is the composition of existence and whatness, which has been discussed. According to this terminology, simple existence is limited to the sacred divine essence, but this composition is analytical and mental rather than objective and identified. It follows that unity may be attributed to material existence in several forms, some of which are true unity, like the continuous unity of subatomic particles and the unity of form which has a simple existence. Some others are conventional unities, like mechanical unity and social unity. However, regarding the composition of matter and form, if we hold that matter does not have actual existence and that every corporeal existence has but one actual existence, which is the very existence of its form, naturally it will have a real unity. However, if we hold that matter also has an actual existence, and in other words, if we hold that prime matter is not to be accepted as a potential existent, then we must consider each of them to have a specific existence, and the collection of them would be called united rather than a unit. Also, if we believe in vertical and superimposed forms, we must consider the collection of them plural, and it is only because of the unity of the highest form that we can regard all of them as a unit by accident, as we regard the collection of the human spirit and body as one existent, while in reality its unity is due to the unity of the spirit, the unity of the world. The unity which has been established until now for each entified existent by no means negates the plurality of the collection of them. However, another unity for the whole world may be proposed which negates its plurality and multiplicity, as it is well known that philosophers consider the world as a unit. However, this opinion can be interpreted in several ways. The first interpretation is the view that the unity of the world is the continuous unity of the natural world, as philosophers have proposed in discussions of natural philosophy under the heading The Impossibility of a Vacuum, and with various explanations they have tried to prove that between two natural existences, a pure vacuum is impossible, and that in places where it is imagined that there is no existent, in reality there exist rarefied subtle bodies which are capable of being perceived by the senses. On this basis, it has been argued that if two or several natural worlds are supposed, if they were connected and attached to one another, they would have a continuous unity, and they would compose a single world. If among them a true vacuum were supposed, such that it would completely separate and isolate them from one another, this would refute the arguments against the existence of a vacuum. The second interpretation is the view that it is the unity of the system of the natural world, meaning that natural existents are always affecting and being affected by one another, acting and reacting, and no natural existence can be found which neither affects other natural existence nor is affected by them. By their own activities, contemporaneous existence prepare the ground for the appearance of later existence, and they themselves appear as a result of the activities of previous existence. Therefore, the entire natural world is ruled by these relations of material cause and effect, and hence it can be considered to have a single system. But it is clear that this unity is in reality an attribute of the system which does not have a entified existence independent of the innumerable existence of the world. On this basis, one cannot prove the true unity of the natural world. The third interpretation is the view that unity of the world is in the shadow of the unity of the form, such that all of the parts of the world are united under its umbrella, just as the parts of a plant or an animal are united under the shadow of the unity of their own substantial forms. The single form which can be supposed for the whole world, so that it also includes living existence such as man and animals, unavoidably will have another spirit which can be called the universal soul or the spirit of the world. Some philosophers have gone even further to include non-material beings and all but God, and in this way they have regarded the first intellect or the most perfect contingent existent as a form for all that is below it. Likewise, many of the Gnostics Urafa have called the world the cosmic man. However, thus far we have not encountered a proof of this matter, and particularly to call a perfectly non-material existent, such as the first intellect, the form of the world, is not devoid of loose talk. In any case, this assumption also does not mean the negation of the real multiplicity of the parts of the world, for this unity, in reality, is an attribute of that very transcendental form of the world, and is only accidentally attributed to the whole world, as was said with regard to the unity of the spirit and the body. It should not remain unsaid that the acceptance of this unity of the world requires acceptance of the third mentioned kind of composition, while the acceptance of that type of composition does not require the acceptance of such unity. Lesson 30. The levels of existence. Positions on the unity and plurality of being. We know that the individual unity of every entified existent is not contrary to the real plurality of all existence. Likewise, the continuous unity of the material world is not contrary to the plurality of material existence, a plurality which is obtained in the shadow of the multiplicity of different forms. We also know that the unity of the order of the world does not mean its real unity. However, the individual unity of the world, taken to be a living existent having a spirit, cannot be established, and on the assumption that it could be established, it would be an accidental unity. Anyway, the subject of unity in the three mentioned suppositions pertains to the natural world, or at most, to the world of contingent beings. The question now is whether or not a unity can be proven for all being, including the sacred divine essence. In this regard, 4 positions may be indicated. 1. The position of the Sufis, who consider real existence to be limited to the sacred divine essence, and they consider all other existence to have a metaphorical existence. This position is known a wadati wujud wa majud, the unity of existence and existent. This position appears to be contrary to what is obvious and given by consciousness. However, it is possible to give this position some sort of interpretation, according to which it can be taken as a form of another position, the 4th position to be mentioned below. 2. The position of Dawani, which considers unity to be demanded by the divine temperament, which is known as wadati wujud wa kafrati majud, the unity of existence and the plurality of existence. According to this position, true existence is specific to God, the exalted, while true existence also includes creatures, but in the sense of being related to true existence, not in the sense of having true existence. Likewise, some morphological respectivals also convey this meaning. For example, tamir, which is derived from tamar date, which means date seller and is related to dates, and the expression mushemas, which means something upon which the light of the sun shines, derives its meaning from shams, the sun, and the relation to the sun here is obvious. This position is also unacceptable, for despite the fact that the words tamir and mushemas may be related to date selling and sunshine, this position implies that the expression majid has 2 different meanings, involving a kind of ambiguity. However, there is no ambiguity with regard to wujud, so it is also unacceptable with regard to majid. Moreover, the position mentioned is based on the fundamentality of whatness with regard to the Creator, which is incorrect, as became clear in Lesson 27. 3. The 3rd position is related to the peripatetics and is known as the plurality of existence and of existent. According to this position, the plurality of existence is undeniable, and necessarily each of them will have its own specific existence, and since existence is a simple reality, so every existence will be completely distinct by tam med hat from every other existence. The following argument can be given for this position. One of these cases has to be true of existences, all of them are real unitary individuals, such as individuals of a single kind. Roman 2. They are of various kinds of a single genus, such as the participation of various species of animals in the genus animal. Roman 3. None of them have any essential aspect in common, and are completely distinct. This 3rd alternative corresponds to the 3rd position mentioned above, which is currently under consideration, and with the refutation of the other 2 alternatives, it would be established. However, the invalidity of the 2nd position is clear, for it implies that the reality of existence is composed of a common aspect and a distinguishing aspect that is composed of genus and difference, and it does not correspond to the simplicity of the reality of existence, and this goes back to the fact that existence is really itself that common aspect, and by the addition of something else to it, it takes various forms of species. But in the world of being, nothing can be found other than existence which could be added to it as an identified distinguishing aspect. However, the first alternative implies that existence, like natural universals, takes the form of different individuals with the addition of individuating accidents. But the question may be repeated regarding these accidents, for they are also existence, and according to our assumption all existence possess a unitary reality. So how, on the one hand, can any difference appear between accidents and that which possesses them, and among accidents themselves, on the other hand, so that with such differences there should be different individual existence? In other words, if it is supposed that there is something in common among identified existence, this will either be a complete sharing, meaning that existence has a specific whatness and has multiple individuals, or it will be a partial sharing, which implies that existence has a generic whatness and has different species. Both assumptions are invalid, hence there is no other option but to admit that identified existences are completely distinct. But this argument is not perfect, because the threefold alternative we assumed regarding the identified reality of existence were taken from the principles governing whatness. An effort was made to establish the essential distinction among existences, like the distinction among simple whatnesses, by denying that existence is composed of genus and difference, and likewise by denying that it is composed of specific nature and individuating accidents. Nevertheless, what is common among existences in the reality of existence is not a common genus or species, nor is there distinction of the sort that distinguishes simple species. It follows that such an argument is unable to refute the co-participation of identified existences in any form other than that of having a common species or genus. It will soon become clear that another kind of unity and participation can be established for identified realities. 4. The fourth position is one which Sadr al-Mutalihin has ascribed to the ancient Iranian sages, and is one which he himself has accepted and has tried to explain and establish. It has become known as unity in plurality itself. According to this view, identified realities of existence both have unity and commonness with one another and also have differences and distinctions. However, that which is held in common and that which distinguishes them is not of such a kind as to cause composition in identified existence or to make it analyzable into genus and difference. Their differences result from weakness and intensity, like the difference between intense light and weak light, where the weakness and intensity here is nothing other than the light. Intense light is nothing but light. Weak light is also nothing but light. At the same time, they differ with respect to their weakness and intensity. But this difference does not interfere with the simplicity of the reality of light which is common among all of them. In other words, identified existences have graduated differences, and that which distinguishes them results from that which they have in common. Of course, the analogy between levels of existence and levels of light is only to make it easier for the mind to understand. Otherwise, material light is not a simple reality, although most of the ancient philosophers imagined that it was a simple accident. On the other hand, existence has a special sort of gradualness, contrary to the gradualness of light, which is a more general sort of gradualness. The difference between the two was clarified in Lesson 28. However, this position may be interpreted in two ways. First, there is the difference in the level of existence between one existence and another existence, which is considered to obtain among individuals of one whatness or of several whatnesses of the same horizontal level. Second, there is the difference in levels which is considered to obtain exclusively between real causes and their effects. Since all existence are directly or indirectly the effects of God, the Exalted, it follows that the world of being is composed of an absolutely independent existence and innumerable dependent relative existences, such that each cause is relatively independent in relation to its effect, and in this respect is more complete and possesses a higher level of existence, even if effects on the same horizontal level, which have no relations of cause and effect among each other, do not have such a gradualness, and from one point of view, they are reckoned to be completely distinct by Tamamidihat. However, the first interpretation is quite far-fetched and is unacceptable, even though it is apparently indicated in some places by Sadr al-Mutalahin and his followers. Let it not remain unsaid that he interpreted the words of the Gnostics Urafa and Sufi researchers to have the same meaning, and considered what they meant by true or literal existent and existence majid wal wujudi hakiki to be the absolute, independent existent and existence, and he interpreted what they meant by figurative existent and existence majid wal wujudi majazi to be dependent and relative existent and existence. The first argument for graduated levels of existence. Arguments can be given of two sorts for the graduated levels of existence, one of which corresponds to the first interpretation mentioned above, and the other of which corresponds to the second interpretation. The first argument is that of Sadr al-Mutalahin and his followers, which has been discussed in this lesson. The second is obtained from their explanations of cause and effect. The first argument, in reality, is about the establishment of that which is antithetical in common among objective realities. This may be explained as meaning that the fourth position may be divided into two cases. One is that multiplicity is attributed to objective existences, and unavoidably these existences have distinctions among them. The other case is that that which distinguishes among them is not incompatible with that which is in common among them, and all of them, in their very multiplicity, are in possession of that which they had in common, which is neither inconsistent with their simplicity nor with their multiplicity. Since the first case is self-evident and undeniable, they have directed their efforts to proving the second case. This argument is that from all identified realities a single concept, which is that very concept of existence, may be abstracted. The abstraction of the single concept from multiple realities is reason that there is an identified reality in common among them, which is the source of the abstraction of the single concept. If there were not any unitary aspect among objective existences, such a single concept would not be abstracted. This argument is based on two premises. One is that the concept of existence is a single univocal concept. This was proven in Lesson 22. The other premise is that the abstraction of a single concept from multiple things shows that there is a single common aspect among them. The reason for this is that if a single aspect were not necessary for the abstraction of a single concept, this would imply that its abstraction would be without any criterion, and then any concept could be abstracted from anything, while the invalidity of this is clear. In this way, it is to be concluded that identified existences possess something objective in common. Then another premise is added, that identified existence is simple and has a single identified aspect. It cannot be considered to be composed of two distinct aspects. So, the distinctive aspect of identified existences will not be compatible with the common aspect of unity among them. That is, the difference among the existences will be graduated, signifying the different levels of a single reality. However, this argument appears to be controvertible, for, as was indicated in Lesson 21, the unity and multiplicity of secondary intelligibles is not a decisive reason for the unity and multiplicity of identified objective aspects. Rather, it corresponds to the unity and multiplicity of viewpoints which the intellect has in abstracting these kinds of concepts. Often the intellect abstracts numerous concepts from a single simple reality, as of the sacred divine essence, from which it abstracts the concepts of existence, knowledge, power, and life, while no kind of multiplicity or plurality of identified aspects is conceivable for that lofty station. And how often the intellect looks at different realities from a single viewpoint and abstracts from all of them a single concept, as the concept of unity is abstracted from various objective realities. The concepts of existence and existent are of the same sort as is the abstraction of the concept of accident from the 9 categories, and the abstraction of the whatish concepts, category and highest genus from all the 10 categories, although Sadr al-Mutalahin believed that they had nothing essentially in common among them. Therefore, the unity of such concepts merely shows the unity of the viewpoint the intellect has in abstracting them, not the unity of the identified aspects in common among them. If there is such an aspect, it should be proved in some other way. The second argument for graduated levels of existence. The second argument is composed of premises which are proved in the section on cause and effect, and perhaps this has prevented it from being discussed in this context pertaining to the grades of existence. However, due to its importance, we shall mention these premises as something given, while they will be proven in their own proper place. The first premise is that there is a cause and effect relation among the existents, and there is no existent which falls outside of the chain of causes and effects. Of course, only being a causalia lit. Causehood is attributed to the existent at the head of the chain, and only being an effect malulia lit. Effecthood is attributed to the existent at the end of the chain. In any case, no existent lacks both the relation neither of being a cause nor of being an effect to any other existent, such that it is neither a cause nor an effect of something. The second premise is that the identified existence of an effect is not independent of the existence of its creating cause. It is not true that each of them possesses an independent existence and that they are joined by means of a relation external to their existences. Rather, the existence of an effect has no sort of independence whatsoever from its creating cause. In other words, it is the very relation and dependence on its cause, not something independent which has a relation with its cause, as is observed in the relation between an act of will and the soul. This topic is the noblest of all philosophical topics, and it has been established by the late Sadr al-Mutalahin. By means of it he has opened a way to the solution of many philosophical perplexities. Truly, it must be considered one of the most eminent and exquisite fruits of Islamic philosophy. From the addition of these two premises, the conclusion is obtained that the existence of all effects in relation to their creating cause, and ultimately to the sacred divine being, which is the source of emanation of all existences other than itself, is that very dependence. All creatures are in reality manifestations of the divine existence. In accordance with their own levels, they possess intensity and weaknesses, priority and posteriority, and some of them are relatively independent of others, but absolute independence is reserved for the sacred divine essence. Thus, the whole of being is composed of a chain of identified existences, in which the strength qm of each link with regard to its level of existence in relation to it is more limited and weaker than that of the link above. This same weakness and limitation is the criterion for being in effect. The chain continues upward until it reaches the source of being, which is of unlimited intensity of existence and which encompasses all the levels of contingency and sustains the existence of all of them. There is no existence which is independent and without need of it in any aspect or facet, but rather they are all poor, needy and dependent on him. By this existential relation is meant a special sort of unity which negates the independence of every existent except the wholly divine existence, and the concept of which only applies to identified existence and is naturally based upon the fundamentality of existence. When one considers independent being, it will have no other instance than the infinite divine being. For this reason, independent being must be considered unitary, and this is a unity which is not susceptible to multiplicity. For this reason, it is called triunity wadati haka. When one turns one's attention to the levels of existence and its manifestations, multiplicity is attributed to them. However, at the same time, a kind of unity must be admitted among them, for since the effect is not the cause, it cannot be considered as second to it, but rather must be considered as being sustained by the cause, and an aspect from among the aspects of the cause and a manifestation among its manifestations. By their union, ittihad is meant that in the context of its own being, one has no independence in relation to the other. Although the expression union ittihad is vague and inadequate, and the proper meaning of it is not commonly discerned, and this leads to misunderstandings. It is obvious without further comment that this exposition does not negate the multiplicity of existences at the same level in some links of the chain, such as the natural universe, and this does not require that individuals of one or several whatnesses of the same degree differ in their grades of being. Rather, the differences among them are to be considered distinctions with the entirety of their simple existences. Part 4. Causality. Lesson 31. Cause and Effect. Lesson 32. The Principle of Causation. Lesson 33. The Causal Relation. Lesson 34. The Causal Relation among Material Things. Lesson 35. The Dependence of the Effect on the Cause. Lesson 36. The Relations of Cause and Effect. Lesson 37. The Principles of Cause and Effect. Lesson 38. The efficient cause, Lesson 39. The final cause, Lesson 40. The purposefulness of the cosmos. Lesson 31. Cause and effect. Introduction. With the acceptance of multiplicity of existence, the question arises as to whether or not different existents have any relation to each other, and whether or not the existence of some of them depends on the existence of others. If there is such a relation, how many kinds of dependence are there? What are the principles and characteristics of each of them? However, if someone does not accept the real multiplicity of existence, as is the apparent view of some, then there is no room for discussion about existential relations among various existents, and likewise, there would be no call for discussion of the various kinds of existence and existence. In the previous discussion, we indicated that the proof of a special gradation in existence depends upon a principle which must be established in the discussion of cause and effect. Now the time has arrived for us to pay heed to the problems of cause and effect and to establish the mentioned principles. However, before delving into these matters, some explanation must be given about the concepts of cause and effect and how the mind becomes acquainted with them. The concepts of cause and effect. In philosophical terminology, the word cause is used in a general and in a specific sense. The general concept of cause is applied to an existent upon which the realization of another existent depends, even if it is not sufficient for this realization. The specific concept is applied to an existent which is sufficient for the realization of another existent. In other words, in its general sense, a cause is an existent without which realization of another existent is impossible. In its specific sense, a cause is an existent whose existence requires the realization of another existent. It is noteworthy that the first sense is more general than the second, because it includes conditions and prerequisites and other incomplete causes, unlike the second sense. The explanation of complete and incomplete causes, as well as other kinds of causes, will follow. We should take note of the point that a dependent existent, i.e. an effect, is called an effect solely with respect to its aspect of dependence and in relation to the existent upon which it is dependent, not with respect to any other aspect nor in relation to any other existent. Likewise, something is called a cause in virtue of that very aspect in which another existent depends upon it and in relation to that very existent, not with respect to any aspect or any existent. For example, heat is an effect with respect to the aspect of its dependence on fire and in relation to its own cause, not with respect to other aspects. And fire is called a cause with respect to the aspect in which it is a source of heat and in relation to that very heat which it produces, not with respect to another aspect. Therefore, there is no incompatibility between a certain existence being a cause in relation to one thing and an effect in relation to something else. And there is even no incompatibility between heat being the effect of a specific fire and being the cause of the occurrence of another fire. Likewise, there is no incompatibility between an existence having other aspects to be explained in terms of other concepts in addition to the aspects of cause or effect. For example, in addition to the aspect of causality, fire possesses other aspects which are referred to by means of the concepts of substance, body, changeable, etc., none of which is the same as its aspect of causality. The ways in which the mind becomes acquainted with these concepts, with the explanations which has been given of cause and effect, it has become clear that these concepts are not whattish concepts or a priori intelligibles, and it is not true that in the external world we have an existent whose whatness is being a cause or effect. Likewise, the above concepts are not secondary logical intelligibles, for they become attributes of identified existence, and in technical terms, their characterization itself is external. Hence, these concepts are secondary philosophical intelligibles, and the best proof of this is that in order to abstract these concepts one must compare two existents and take into consideration the aspect of the dependence of one of them on the other. Until this is done, these concepts will not be abstracted. Thus, if one sees fire thousands of times but does not compare it with the heat it produces, and does not consider the relation between them, he will be unable to relate the concept of cause to fire and the concept of effect to heat. Now the question arises as to how our minds basically become acquainted with these concepts and discover such a relation among existence. Many Western philosophers have imagined that the concepts of cause and effect are attained by observing the regular simultaneity or succession of two phenomena, that is, When we see that fire and heat always occur together or successively, we abstract the concepts of cause and effect from them, and in truth the content of these two concepts is nothing more than the regular simultaneity or succession of the two phenomena. However, this speculation is incorrect, because in many cases two phenomena regularly occur together or successively while neither is to be counted as the cause of the other. For example, the light and heat of an electric lamp always appear together, and day and night always occur successively, but neither of them is the cause of the appearance of the other. 1. It may be said that when a phenomenon is subjected to repeated experiments, and it is seen that it does not occur without another existent, in this way the concepts of cause and effect are abstracted from them. However, we know that prior to beginning an experiment, experimenters believe that there is a causal relation among phenomena, and their purpose for performing the experiment is to discover specific causes and effects, and to find out what is the cause of the appearance of some phenomenon. So, the question arises as to how, prior to performing the experiment, they found out about the concepts of cause and effect. How did they know that such a relation exists among existents, so as to set out to discover a specific relation of cause and effect? It seems that man discovers this relation for the first time within himself through presentational knowledge. For example, mental actions, decisions, and the acquisition of concepts and mental images are considered to be cases of things one does oneself, and that their existence depends on one's own existence, while one's own existence does not depend on them. By means of such considerations, the concepts of cause and effect are abstracted and then generalized to other existents. Types of cause. The dependence of one existent upon another takes various forms. For example, the appearance of a chair, on the one hand, is dependent on the wood of which it is made, while on the other hand, it depends on the carpenter who makes it, on the knowledge and skill of the carpenter, and on his motivation for making it. Corresponding to these, various kinds of cause may be distinguished. Since the principles of all causes are not the same, it is necessary to mention the types of cause and the terminology appropriate to them before discussing the laws of causality and the principles of cause and effect, so that when we turn to related problems mistakes are not made. Cause in its general sense, that is, an existent upon which another existent is somehow dependent, may be classified in various ways, of which the following are the most important. Complete and incomplete causes. A cause may either be such that it is sufficient for the realization of the effect, or such that it is not sufficient for the realization of the effect even though that effect cannot be realized without it. The former sort of cause is called a complete cause, and the existence of its effect depends on nothing other than it. In other words, given the existence of the complete cause, the existence of its effect is necessary. The latter sort of cause is called an incomplete cause, and one or more things must be added to it before its effect becomes necessary. Simple and compound causes. From another point of view, causes can be divided into the simple and the compound. Simple causes are those such as things which are completely immaterial, such as God the Exalted, and intelligible substances whose existence must be proven at the appropriate place. Compound causes are those as material causes which have different parts. Immediate and mediate causes. From another point of view, causes can be divided into the immediate and the mediate. For example, the influence of a man on the movement of his own hand may be considered to be immediate, while his influence on the movement of the pen in his hand may be considered through one intermediary, and his influence on his writing as being through two intermediaries, and on the impressions produced in the mind of the reader as through several intermediaries. Irreplaceable and replaceable causes. Sometimes the cause of the appearance of an effect is the existence of a definite existent, and the supposed effect cannot come into existence save by means of that specific cause itself. In this case, the above-mentioned cause is called an irreplaceable cause. Sometimes an effect may be brought into existence by one of several interchangeable things, so that the existence of one of them necessitates its appearance, such as heat, which sometimes occurs as a result of the electric current in a wire, sometimes as the result of motion, and sometimes as a result of a chemical reaction, and in this case it is called a replaceable cause. Internal and external causes. Sometimes the cause is such that its effect is united with it and remains interior to the existence of the effect. such as the elements which remain interior to the existence of a plant or an animal. This is called an interior cause. Sometimes the cause will be external to the existence of its effect, such as the existence of a craftsman who is external to the existence of his handiwork. This is called an external cause. Real and preparatory causes. Sometimes the concept of cause is applied to an existent upon which the existence of an effect is really dependent, so that the separation of the effect from it is impossible, such as the causality of the self for the will and mental forms which cannot be realized or maintained apart from the self. These are called real causes. Sometimes the concept of cause is applied to an existence which prepares the way for the appearance of its effect, although the existence of the effect does not have a real and inseparable dependence on it, as in the case of the relation of a father to his son. This is called the preparatory cause or preliminary mode. Exigent causes and conditions. Sometimes the appearance of an effect as the result of a cause depends on the existence of a specific state and quality, in which case the cause itself is called an exigent and the necessary state and quality are called conditions. Sometimes a thing is called a condition when it brings about the above-mentioned state, as the non-being of an obstacle to an effect is called an absence condition shart-e adami. Conditions are also divided into two groups. One is the condition of the agency of the agent, that is, something without which the agent is unable to perform his action, and in fact, it perfects his agency, such as the influence of knowledge on the voluntary actions of man. The other is the condition of the capability of the recipient, that is, something which must be realized in matter in order to receive a new perfection from the agent, such as the need for a fetus to satisfy some conditions in order to receive a spirit. Material, formal, efficient, and final causes. Another famous categorization, which is based on induction, divides causes into four groups. One is the material or elemental cause, which is the ground for the appearance of the effect and remains interior to it, such as the elements composing a plant. The second is the formal cause, which means the form and activity which appears in the matter and which becomes the source of the new effects in it, such as the vegetative form. These two types of cause are internal causes, and together they compose the existence of the effect. The third type is the efficient cause or active cause, by means of which the effect is brought about, such as someone who creates a form in matter. The fourth type of cause is the final cause, which is the motivation of the agent for the performance of the action, such as the aim which a person takes into consideration for his own voluntary actions and performs the action for the purpose of achieving that aim. These two last types of cause are considered external causes. It is obvious that the material cause and the formal cause are particular to material effects composed of matter and form, and it is fundamentally problematic to apply the concept of cause to them. And another is the divine agent, which is to be discussed under theology. What is meant by it is an existent which brings the effect into existence and gives it being. The only example of it is to be found among non-material objects, because natural functions are only the source of motion and change in things, and there is no natural existent which brings another existent from nothingness into being. Among the divine creative agents, there is an agent which itself is in no need of a creator, which is called the true agent Fa'ali Hak, and the example of it is confined to the sacred divine essence. Another point which must be mentioned at the end of this lesson is that all of the divisions of cause, with the exception of the last, are rational akli and yield mutually exclusive pairs of terms, one positive and one negative. All of them may be stated as mutually exclusive disjunctions. However, the exigent and condition are really two special types of incomplete cause and should not be considered as independent types of cause. In this regard, there will be a further explanation in lesson 35-2. AQ a letter 1E0 DIYYAH hakikia literally. A verity proposition is to be contrasted with a Q, a letter 1E0 DIYYAH Karagia, an external proposition. The latter depends for its truth on the existence of the referent of its subject in the external world, while the former does not so depend. A Q, a letter 1E0 DIYYAH Munfasila is a disjunctive proposition, So a letter 1E0 DIYYAH munfasil hakikiya is a disjunctive proposition whose truth is independent of conditions in the external world, so that it becomes necessary that one or the other of its disjuncts be true. Lesson 32. The Principle of Causation. The importance of the principle of causation, as was explained earlier, 1. The discovery of causal relations among phenomena forms the axis of all scientific efforts, and the principle of causality, as a universal and general principle, is a pillar of all sciences which deal with the laws of real objects. On the other hand, every scientific law owes its universality and definiteness to the rational and philosophical laws of causation, and without them no universal and definite law of any science could be established. This is one of the most important ways in which science is in need of philosophy. Some of those who deny rationalism and rational principles independent of experience, or who basically do not believe that philosophical and metaphysical problems have any scientific or definitive value, try to prove the validity of the principle of causality by way of experience. However, as has been repeatedly indicated, these sorts of efforts are useless and sterile. In order to establish the real existence of an identified thing outside the self, one must rely upon the principle of causation, and without it there is no way to establish identified realities, and there will always exist room for doubt as to whether there exist realities beyond perceptions and mental images which are subjected to experience. Furthermore, the establishment of a correspondence between perceptions and external things after accepting them requires subsidiary laws of causation, and as long as these laws have not been established, there will be room for doubt as to whether our mental phenomena and perceptions correspond to things in the external world, so that we may come to know of external realities by means of these laws. Finally, if there is doubt about the laws of causation, then one cannot establish the universality and definiteness of the results of experience, and the attempt to establish the laws of causation by means of experience involves circular reasoning. That is, the universality of the results of experience is based on the laws of causation, and this presupposes that we wish to establish these laws by means of generalization upon the results of experience and their universality. In other words, the use of experience is possible only in case the existence of things as subjects of experience is established and the results of experience are also definitely known, and both of these are dependent upon the acceptance of the principle of causality before setting out to experiment. For if an experimenter does not believe in the principle of causality, and he seeks to establish this by means of an experiment, he will not be able to ascertain the real existence of things experimented, for it is in the light of this principle that we ascertain the existence of a cause, an external thing, by means of the existence of its effect, a perceptual phenomenon, as was explained in Lesson 23. Furthermore, unless it is established with the help of the laws of causation that the causes of various changing perceptual phenomena indicating different dimensions and shapes correspond to material things, one will not be able to know definitely and certainly the attributes and characteristics of the objects of experience, so that one may be able to make judgments about the results of experiences related to them. Moreover, the utmost that can be ascertained through sense experience are merely simultaneity or the regular succession of two phenomena in the realm of experience. However, we know that simultaneity or the succession of phenomena is more general than causality, and by means of them the causal relation cannot be established. Finally, the problem remains that no matter how many times a sense experience is repeated, it cannot refute the possibility of an uncaused effect. That is, there will always remain the possibility that in the case of something not yet experienced, the effect will occur without the cause, or while the cause exists, its effect does not occur, i.e. sense experience isn't sufficient to establish the universal and exigent relation between two phenomena, let alone establish the universal laws of causality regarding all causes and effects. Hence, someone like Hume, who considers causality to amount to the simultaneity or succession of two phenomena, will be unable to escape from such doubts and misgivings, and for this reason this sort of philosophical problem has been declared to be unsolvable. Likewise, Those who have inclinations toward positivism and who restrict themselves to the input of the senses cannot establish any universal and definite laws in any of the sciences. Therefore, it is necessary to provide further explanation of the purport of the principle of causality, its value and its validity. The purport of the principle of causation. By the principle of causation is meant those propositions which denote the need of the effect for a cause, and they imply that an effect will not occur without a cause. This matter can be expounded as a verity proposition kadhiya hakikiya in the following form. Every effect needs a cause. The purport of this is that whenever an effect occurs in the external world, it will be in need of a cause, and there is no existent which can be characterized as an effect and which has come into existence without a cause. So, the existence of an effect indicates that it has been brought into existence by a cause. This is an analytic proposition, and the concept of its predicate is obtained from the concept of its subject, for the concept of being an effect, as has been explained, consists in being an existent whose existence is dependent upon another existent of which it is in need. Hence, the concept of the subject effect includes the meaning of need and dependency on a cause which constitutes the predicate of the above-mentioned proposition. Thus, it is one of the primary self-evident propositions badihiyat awliya and has no need for any sort of reason or proof, and merely imagining the subject and predicate is sufficient for affirming this proposition. However, this proposition does not denote the existence of an effect in the external world, and on the basis of it one cannot establish that in the world of being there exists an existent which is in need of a cause, for a verity proposition kadhiya hakikiya is considered to be a conditional proposition, and by itself it is not capable of establishing the existence of its subject in the external world, and it denotes no more than that if an existence with the characteristic of being an effect occurs, then it cannot but have a cause. This principle can be presented in another way, such that it denotes the existence of an instance of the subject in the external world, as in the following form: effects which exist in the external world are in need of causes. This can also be considered to be a self-evident proposition, for it may be analyzed into two propositions, the first of which is the same as that mentioned above, and which is a primary self-evident proposition, and another proposition, which denotes the existence of an effect in the external world and which can be obtained by means of presentational knowledge of internal effects, that is to say, it is a self-evident proposition acquired through consciousness. However, this proposition is unable to determine which are the instances of being an effect, and it merely denotes that there are existents in the external world which are termed effects and that they are in need of causes. But which of the existents in the external world are to be termed and qualified this way is not to be obtained from this proposition. In any case, the recognition of instances of causes and effects is not self-evident except for those comprehended through knowledge by presence. The others require proof. First, the characteristics of cause and effect should be determined, and with the application of these two existents in the external world the instances of cause and effect may be recognized. Some of the Western philosophers who have not properly understood the purport of the principle of causation have imagined that its purport is that every existent is in need of a cause. Thus, according to their own speculations, they have objected to the proof of the existence of God, the Exalted, based on the principle of causality. They have objected that according to the above-mentioned principle, God should also have a creator. They have overlooked the fact that the subject of the principle of causation is not simply existent, but is an existent effect, and since God, the Exalted, is not an effect, he is in no need of a cause or creator. The criterion of the need for a cause. Islamic philosophers have expounded a topic under the rubric the criterion of the need for a cause, the conclusion of which is the determination of the subject of the principle of causality, the outcome of which is as follows. If the subject of this proposition were simply existent, this would mean that an existent insofar as it is an existent is in need of a cause, and this would imply that every existent needs a cause. However, not only is this not self-evident, but there is no reason for it, and moreover, we have a proof against it, for the proofs for the existence of God, the Exalted, signify that there also exists an existent which is not in need of a cause. So, the subject of the above-mentioned proposition must be qualified. Now we must see what this qualification is. The Mutakalim Muslim scholastic theologians had imagined that the qualification is hudith, the property of having come into existence, that is, every existent which is hadith, and which at one time did not exist and afterward came into existence, will be in need of a cause. So, being Kadam eternal is considered to be confined to God, the Exalted. They argued that if an existent had existed from eternity azali and had no previous condition of nothingness, then it would not be in need of another existent to bring it into existence. Contrary to them, the philosophers believe that the qualification for the subject of the noted proposition is contingency imkan, that is, every existent which essentially has the possibility of non-being, such that the supposition of its non-being is not impossible, is in need of a cause. The shortness of length of its life will not make it needless of a cause. Rather, the longer its life, the more it will be in need of a cause, and if it is supposed that its life is infinite, then its need for a cause will also be infinite. Thus, it is not intellectually impossible for an existent which is in effect to be eternal. However, it is to be noted that the contingency which serves to qualify the subject and is the criterion for needing a cause is the attribute of a whatness. According to the philosophers, it is the whatness which in and of itself requires no relation to existence or nothingness. In other words, its relation to existence and nothingness is equal, and there must be something else to bring it out of the state of equilibrium. This thing is the cause. For this reason, the criterion for the need for a cause is regarded to be essential contingency. However, this position is homogeneous with the fundamentality of whatness, and one who accepts the fundamentality of existence would do better to rest his philosophical discussions on existence. This is why Sadr al-Mutala and Mullah Sadr claimed that the criterion of the need of an effect for a cause is the mode of its existence. In other words, the criterion for the need of some existence for a self-sufficient and needless existence is their ontological poverty and innate dependence. So, the subject of the above-mentioned proposition will be impoverished existent majadi fakir or dependent existent. When we take into consideration the levels of gradation of existence, in which each weaker level is dependent on a stronger level, we may take the subject of the proposition to be the weak existent and the criterion of the need for a cause to be the weakness of the level of existence. By attending to the exposition of Sadr al-Mutalihin, it is found, firstly, that the causal relation is to be sought in either the existence of the cause or the existence of the effect rather than in their whatnesses. This is a corollary of the position of the fundamentality of existence. This is contrary to the position of one who imagines that the cause brings about the whatness of the effect, or that the cause attributes existence to the whatness of the effect, or in technical terms, the making jal is related to whatness or to the attribution of whatness to existence. Both of these positions are based on the fundamentality of whatness, and with the invalidity of this position, there is no place for such views. Secondly, being an effect and the dependency of an effect are essential to its existence. The dependent existence will never be independent and without need of a cause. In other words, the existence of the effect is itself the very dependence on and relation to the cause which provides being. On this basis, entified existence may be divided into two parts: the independent and the relational. This is the exquisite subject which we mentioned previously, and it is one of the most valuable fruits of the transcendent philosophy of Mullah Sadr. This requires further explanation. What? See Lesson 9. Lesson 33. The causal relation. The reality of the causal relation. When it is said that the cause provides the effect with existence, the mind associates this with someone who gives something to another who receives it. In this process, there are three essences and two actions fail. In other words, five existents are assumed. One is the essence of the cause, which is the provider of existence. Another essence is the effect, which is the receiver of the existence. The third is that very existence which is obtained by the effect from the cause. The fourth is the action of giving, which is related to the cause, and the fifth is the action of receiving, which is ascribed to the effect. In truth, in the external world there is nothing but the entity of the cause and the entity of the effect. Moreover, to be precise, it cannot be said that the cause provides existence for the whatness, for whatnesses are respectively and prior to the occurrence of the effect. Its whatness does not have existence even in a figurative or accidental sense. Likewise, the concepts of giving and receiving are nothing more than mental images, and if giving existence, or creating, were a real entified thing, then it would be yet another effect, and it would depend on another causal relation between the action and its agent, and another giving of existence would be established, and so on infinitely. Also, in the case of an effect which has not yet occurred, there is no receiver to receive anything, and after its occurrence, its receiving of existence from a cause would also be meaningless. Hence, in the case of the creation of an effect, there is no real entified existence other than the existence of the cause and the existence of the effect. Now, the following question may be posed. What form does the causal relation take between the existence of the cause and the existence of the effect? After the occurrence of the effect, or simultaneous with it, is there something else by the name of the cause-effect relation? Or does such a thing exist prior to its occurrence? Or is it fundamentally a mere mental concept which never has an instance in the external world? Someone who imagines that the reality of causation consists in the succession or simultaneity of two phenomena will consider causality to be a mental concept. He will hold that there are no instances of causality except for the relation idhafa of simultaneity or immediate succession, a relation which is considered to be one of the 9 categories of accidents. However, there are problems with the interpretation of causality in terms of the relation of simultaneity or succession, some of which have been indicated, and to these we should add the following. No relation ever has any entified reality, and therefore, the interpretation of causality as a kind of relation is really a denial of causality as an entified objective relation, such as ventured by Hume and his followers. Assuming that relations generally, or that this particular relation is entified and based on its 2 terms, there is still no instance of it prior to the existence of the effect. For something which depends on 2 terms and is parasitic on them cannot occur without the 2 terms mentioned above. If it is supposed that the relation comes into existence after or simultaneous with the occurrence of the effect, this implies that the effect in its essence has no relation with the cause and is connected with it merely by means of an external relation, as if the above-mentioned relation were a rope binding them together. Furthermore, if this relation were an entified thing, this thing would inevitably be an effect, and the question about the quality of its relation to its cause would be repeated, and there would have to be an infinitude of causal relations. Hence, none of the mentioned assumptions is correct. In truth, the existence of the effect is irradiated by the existence of the cause, as well as the relation itself and its very dependence, and the concept of possession or relation is abstracted from its essence, and in technical terms it is said that the existence of the effect is an illuminative relation idhafa of the existence of the cause, not a relation to be considered as belonging to one of the categories abstracted by recurring relations between 2 things. In this way, existence may be divided into 2 parts, one relational and one independent. Every effect in relation to its creating cause is relational and dependent. Every cause in relation to the effect it creates is independent, however much it may itself be the effect of another existent, and in relation to that, it will be relational and dependent. The absolutely independent is a cause which is not the effect of the existence of anything. This is the same topic which was used to establish the specific graduation of existence. Knowledge of the causal relation. The causal relation, as analyzed and studied here, is specific to the creating cause and its effect, and does not include preparatory or material causes. At this point, 2 questions may be raised. One about how one can know the above-mentioned relation between creative agents and their effects, and the other about how one can prove causal relations among physical things which are preparatory causes and effects. Earlier it was indicated that man discovers some of the instances of cause and effect within himself by means of knowledge by presence, and when he considers the direct actions of the self, and compares such things as willing and the acquiring of mental concepts with his self, and he finds them to be dependent on the self, he abstracts the concept of cause and applies it to the self, and he abstracts the concept of effect and applies this to the actions of the self. So, he observes, for example, that his willing to do some deed depends upon specific cases of conceptual tasawwuri and propositional Taqi knowledge, and until such cognitions are realized, the act of willing is not produced by the self. By observing this sort of dependency which exists between knowledge and willing, the concepts of cause and effect may be further expanded so that the concept of effect may be applied to everything which has some sort of dependence upon another. Likewise, the concept of cause is generalized to everything on which something else depends in some manner. In this way, the general concepts of cause and effect take shape. In other words, the finding of instances of cause and effect disposes the self to abstract universal concepts from them so as to include similar individuals, which is characteristic of universal concepts, as was explained in the discussion of epistemology. For example, the concept of cause which is abstracted from the self is not in respect of its specific existence, and not in respect of its being itself, but because another existent depends upon it. So, any existent which is like this will be an instance of the concept of cause, whether it is material or immaterial, contingent or necessary. Likewise, the concept of effect, which is abstracted from willing or any other phenomenon, is not so because it possesses a specific existence or whatness, but rather because it is dependent upon another existent. Hence it is applied to any other thing which has some sort of dependence, whether it is material or immaterial, substance or accident. Therefore, cognition of one or more instances is sufficient for abstracting a universal concept. But the cognition of a universal concept is not sufficient for recognizing its instances. Hence, in order to know the instances which are not known by means of knowledge by presence, standards and criteria must be found. Furthermore, the causal relation pertaining to the creating cause which is abstracted from the essence of its effect, and the existence of the effect which is considered to be identical with the illuminative relation idhaf-ishrakiya must be established beyond the self by means of an argument. That is, the question may be raised about how the existence of the self is relational and dependent in relation to another existent. How is it that the existences of the entire world emerge from another existent, and how do we know that it is not independent in itself? Such questions may be repeated regarding preparatory relations. First, how is it to be established that among material existence there are causal relations? Second, how can one establish a relation of dependence between one material phenomenon and another, considering the fact that creating causes cannot be found among material things? The knowledge of such causes and such causal relations beyond the realm of presentational knowledge will only be possible by intellectual methods. Empirical methods provide no way toward metaphysics. One cannot expect to be able to know creative causes by means of experimentation, the alteration of conditions, and controlling variables, since, moreover, it is not possible to exclude immaterial existence, so that their effects could be known by means of their elimination and inclusion and changing conditions. The only way for the establishment of the rational properties of such causes and effects is through pure rational proofs, and by means of them to determine the instances of each of them. This is contrary to the case of material causes and effects, which can be known to some extent by empirical methods. In conclusion, there are, on the whole, three ways to knowledge of causal relations. First, through presentational knowledge for cases in the realm of the self and psychological phenomena. Second, through pure rational proofs for cases of supernatural causes. And third, rational proofs based on empirical premises for cases of material causes and effects. Distinguishing features of cause and effect. The ancient philosophers did not discuss the character of knowledge of cause and effect as an independent subject. The only thing which we have obtained from their expositions is that the first cause, a cause which is not also an effect, has no whatness, contrary to objects which do have whatnesses. Since a whatness in and of itself has no relation to existence and nothingness, it naturally will need a cause to bring it out of its state of equilibrium. In other words, every existent which has a whatness and from which a whattish concept may be abstracted will be contingent and in need of a cause. However, this exposition, in addition to being appropriate only for the fundamentality of whatness, is ineffective and fails to resolve our difficulties. For it is only able to establish whether contingents are effects, and it fails to present any standard for the recognition of the causation of some things with respect to others. However, on the basis of the principles established by Sadr al-Mutalahin, one can obtain a very clear standard for the recognition of the creative cause and its effect. These principles are the fundamentality of existence, the relativity of the effect in relation to the creative cause, and the gradation of the planes of existence. On the basis of these threefold principles, each of which has been established in the appropriate place, it follows that every effect is at a weaker level than its creative cause, and its cause, in turn, is at a weaker level than a more perfect existent which is its creative cause, until we reach an existent which has no weakness, failure, deficiency, or limitations, and it will be infinitely perfect, so that it will no longer be the effect of something. Hence, the distinguishing feature of being in effect is the weakness of the level of existence in relation to another existent, and conversely, the distinguishing feature of being a cause is the strength and intensity of the level of existence in relation to an effect, in accordance with which the distinguishing feature of the absolute cause is the infinite intensity and perfection of existence. Even if we cannot recognize creative causes and effects individually, we can understand that every creative cause is more perfect than its effect, and in relation to its creative cause it is more deficient. And wherever there is weakness and existential limitation, the being of an effect will be established. Since in the natural world there does not exist any infinite existence, all corporeal existence will be effects of the supernatural. It may be said that what has been obtained from the mentioned principles is that everywhere we have two existence, one of which is the emanation of the other and is considered to be a stage of the emanating existence, it will be its effect. But the question is, how can we establish that there is an existent more perfect than material existence, such that these existents are to be considered a weaker level of the more perfect existence, so that they would be effects of it? The answer to this question is to be obtained from the principle indicated earlier, according to which being in effect is essential to the existence of the effect and is inviolable. So, it is not the case that two assumptions are involved in the realization of an existent. One that it is the effect of a more perfect existent, and the other that it is independent and without need of a cause for its occurrence. But if something has the possibility of being an effect, it is certain to be an effect. And whenever there is an existence such that a more perfect existent that can be imagined, it will have the possibility of being an effect, and hence it is certain to be an effect, and it will no longer have the possibility of not being an effect. For if the possibility of not being an effect were also supposed, this would mean that essentially it does not require being or not being an effect. That is, if it were an effect, its being an effect would not be essential, while in the previous discussion it became clear that being an effect is essential to the existence of the effect. Thus, something which is capable of being an effect, that is, for which one can suppose a more perfect existent, will have to be an effect. At the end of this lesson we should note that the weakness of the level of existence has some indicators by means of which one can recognize that an existent is an effect, and among these are limitations in time and place, limitations in a thing's effects, changeability, movability, and destructibility. Lesson 34. The causal relation among material things. The cause of belief in the causal relation among material things. Sometimes it is said that the knowledge of the causal relation among all existence, including material existence, is an innate fitry knowledge with which the human intellect has been fashioned, and on the basis of which specific causes and effects are determined. However, as has been discussed in the lessons on epistemology, no acquired knowledge can be proven to be innate, and assuming that it occurs, there would be no guarantee of its correspondence with reality. However, as has been mentioned in Lesson 23, some knowledge is near to being self-evident by Dahat, and in a sense can be considered to be innate, such as knowledge of the existence of material realities, which really has its source in a hidden or semi-conscious reasoning. The knowledge of the existence of the causal relation and the dependence of some material existence on others is also of this sort. The closer we get to the beginning of infancy, the more unconscious reasoning becomes, until it becomes similar to the instinctive perceptions of animals. To the extent that man's consciousness develops, reasoning becomes more manifestly conscious until it takes the form of logical reasoning. For example, when a child hears a sound simultaneously with the collision of two objects, he vaguely understands the dependence of the appearance of the noise on the collision. When he witnesses the lighting of a lamp along with the flipping of a switch, he understands there to be another dependence of the same sort. In brief, his soul becomes thus disposed to understand the existence of the causal relation among material phenomena. However, he is not able to understand this relation in the form of a logical proposition or to express it in exact terms. Eventually, he develops sufficient powers of mental analysis to understand this subject in the form of a logical proposition, and to expound the hidden foundational reasoning in the form of a logical proof. Of course, it is possible that at the beginning of this process, one will use a concept which is not sufficiently precise, or one will present an argument which from a logical point of view is fallacious. For example, one might speculate that everything depends upon something else, or that every existent appears in a specific time and place. However, these unfortunate generalizations and other inadequacies in the interpretation of precepts and reasonings are effects of the weakness of the analytic powers of the mind, and to the extent that one develops and strengthens the above-mentioned powers by means of logical exercises and philosophical analysis, one will make fewer such mistakes. In any case, as we have explained repeatedly, the firmest foundation for belief in the existence of the causal relation is knowledge by presence. The discovery of instances of causes and effects within the self is considered to be the sturdiest basis for the abstraction of the universal concepts of cause and effect, and prepares the ground for the conscious understanding of the principle of causation as a self-evident Bedehi proposition. However, since material instances of cause and effect cannot be known through knowledge by presence, and on the other hand, as mentioned above, since it is unacceptable to consider the belief in the causal relation among material things to be innate, there is no alternative but to consider the source of such beliefs to lie in a kind of reasoning which, at its inception, was semi-conscious and spontaneous, and gradually takes the form of clear logical reasoning. Since this belief is close to being self-evident, it may be called, in a sense, innate. In order to evaluate this belief, one must first state this proposition in an exact form, and then give a logical explanation of it. An evaluation of the above-mentioned belief, the causal relation among material things, may be stated in several forms. One is, material existence are dependent upon one another. This proposition, which is called unquantified mumala in logic, does not indicate the universality or particularity of this relation. That is, it does not mean that all material things have this relation with one another, or that only some of them have such a relation. It is certain that there exists a causal relation among some of them, and really, it is evaluated as a particular affirmative proposition, the contradictory of a universal negative proposition, the absolute negation of causation among material things, which view is associated with the Ash'arites. The second form is, all material existents have a causal relation with another material existent. This means that no material existent is to be found which is neither a cause nor an effect of another material existent. This leaves open the possibility that one or more material existents are merely causes for some phenomena, and that they themselves are not the effects of other material existents, although they may be the effects of supernatural causes. The possibility also is left open that they are merely effects of material causes, and that they themselves are not causes of other material phenomena. The third form is, every material existent has a material cause, and the fourth form is, every material existent is the cause of another material existent and is the effect of another material existent. An implication of the third proposition is a backward-stretching infinite regress of material causes. An implication of the fourth proposition is an infinite regress in both directions. Among these propositions, the first is certain and close to being self-evident, and it is the one which may be called innate. However, regarding the other propositions, They have been more or less in dispute and subject to differences of opinion which are presented in detailed philosophical texts under various topics. Just as the principle of the existence of material things is not self-evident and needs to be proven, the existence of the causal relation among material things is also not self-evident. The warrant for this belief is not at the same level as the belief in a universal principle of causation, in the form of a verity proposition kadya hakikiya, nor is it on the level of the belief in the existence of the causal relation for the totality of existence, some of whose instances are known through knowledge by presence. Rather, its logical warrant is at the level of speculative certainties nazariyat yakini, which on the one hand are based on the self-evident principle of causality, and on the other hand are based on empirical premises. That is, after the real existence of material existence is established, and idealistic doubts are refuted, then with the help of experiences which establish that some material phenomena do not occur without some others, it may be concluded that the causal relation in its general sense, that is absolute dependency, not a dependency that is absolute, holds among material existence, and that the material existent, in addition to having a need for a creative cause at the core of its being, is also such that its changes and alterations depend on the fulfillment of various conditions which are provided by other material existence, conditions which, in reality, serve to prepare matter for the acquisition of new existential perfections, even if the previous perfection must then be abandoned. The way to the knowledge of material causes, as was indicated, there are many ways with regard to the absolute knowledge of causes and effects, but the way to the knowledge of material causes and effects is limited to empirical proof, that is, proof in which empirical premises have also been employed. It is sometimes imagined that the repeated observation of two successive phenomena is reason for the first phenomenon to be the cause of the second. That is, empirical premises are used for the establishment of the causation of one material existent for another, in the form, this phenomenon repeatedly comes into existence following another phenomenon. Then another premise must be added. For every two existents which occur in this form, the first is the cause of the second. The conclusion attained is that in the case experienced, the first phenomenon is the cause of the second phenomenon. However, as has been shown time and time again, succession or simultaneity are more general than causation and cannot be considered to be decisive reasons for causation. That is, the major premise of this syllogism is not certain, and therefore neither can its conclusion be certain. Logicians, when discussing the validity of empirical propositions, have said that the mutual implication talisman of two phenomena, either constantly or in most cases, indicates the causal relation between them. For persistent or nearly persistent simultaneity cannot be accidental. Regarding this statement, it must be said that, first of all, this proposition implies that something accidental cannot be persistent or nearly persistent, or in technical terms, that compulsion causor which occurs persistently or nearly persistently is impossible. Secondly, it is nearly impossible to establish the persistent or nearly persistent mutual implication of two phenomena, and no experimenter can claim that he has subjected most occurrences of two phenomena to experiment. Likewise, another principle is sometimes employed to complement this proof, that two similar things will have similar effects. Judgment regarding similar cases of what is permissible or impermissible is one. Therefore, regarding cases of experimentation, if one observes the occurrence of a phenomenon under certain conditions, one will know that in other conditions which are exactly the same, the above phenomenon will also occur. In this way, the causal relation between the conditions and the phenomenon is discovered. However, this principle is not of very much practical efficiency, for the establishment of the complete similarity of two circumstances is no easy task. It thus seems that the only way to utilize experience in order to establish definitively the causal relation between two given phenomena is to control the conditions for the occurrence of one phenomenon and to observe which of the controlled elements and conditions when changed alters this phenomenon, and with the existence of which conditions the phenomenon remains the same. For example, if in the controlled environment of the laboratory one observes that only with the connection of two given wires a light bulb is lit, and that it goes out when they are disconnected, one may conclude that the above connection is the condition for the appearance of light in the bulb, transforming the electrical energy into light. If the conditions are precisely controlled, the performance of an experiment a single time will be sufficient. However, since the precise control of the conditions is no easy task, in order to be sure, the experiment is often performed repeatedly. However, at the same time, it is extremely difficult to establish that the effective cause of the appearance of a phenomenon is the very factors identified in the experimental environment, and that no other unidentified and unperceived factor exists. Even more difficult than this is to establish that it is the only factor and is irreplaceable, for there is always the possibility that under other conditions the given phenomenon will occur by means of other factors. Newer and newer discoveries in physics and chemistry confirm this possibility. This is why empirical conclusions will never have the value of the self-evident, and basically cannot produce redoubled certainties, certain beliefs whose contrary is impossible. Hence, the achievements of the empirical sciences will never have the value of the conclusions of pure rational proofs. We should note that the existence of the mentioned possibilities which prevent the acquisition of redoubled certainty in relation to the principles of the empirical sciences is of no harm for the certainty of the causal relation among material existence. For with simple experiments it can be established that by excluding one phenomenon, another phenomenon will be eliminated. This shows that the first phenomenon is a kind of incomplete cause of the second. For example, with the setting of the sun, the sky becomes dark, and with the absence of water, trees become dry. Thousands of other examples can be observed repeatedly in the daily lives of men. What is difficult is to determine precisely all the factors and conditions which have an effect on the occurrence of a material phenomenon. If one were able to precisely determine all of them, this would not imply a denial of the influence of a supernatural agent, for the performance of an experiment in the case of such an agent is not possible. The existence or non-existence of a supernatural agent can only be established with pure rational proof. Lesson 35. The dependence of the effect on the cause. The mutual implication of cause and effect. In consideration of the definitions of cause and effect, it is easy to see that not only is the occurrence of the effect impossible without its internal causes, the parts that compose it, but it is impossible without the occurrence of any of the parts of the complete cause. For it is assumed that the existence of the effect is in need of all the parts of the complete cause, and to suppose that it could occur without one of them would mean that it was not in need of it. Of course, in cases where the cause is replaceable, the existence of any of its alternates would suffice, but the assumption of the existence of the effect without any of them is impossible. In cases in which it is imagined that an effect comes into existence without a cause, as in cases of miracles, what really happens is that an unusual, unknown cause replaces the usual and known cause. On the other hand, in cases in which there is a complete cause, the existence of its effect will be necessitated, for the meaning of complete cause is that everything needed for the effect is satisfied, and the supposition that the effect does not occur would mean that its existence is in need of something else, which is contrary to the original supposition. The assumption that something prevents the occurrence of the effect signifies the absence of the completeness of the cause, for the absence of an impediment is also a condition for the occurrence of the effect, and the assumption of the completeness of the cause includes this negative condition. That is, when we say that the complete cause of something has occurred, this means that in addition to the occurrence of the positive existing causes and conditions, and impediments to the occurrence of the effect does not exist. Some scholastic theologians have imagined that this principle applies specifically to involuntary causes which do not act out of the will, and that in cases of free agents, however, after the occurrence of all the parts of the cause, there is still room for the volition and choice of the agent. They fail to observe the fact that rational principles cannot be thus restricted, and that in cases of voluntary action, the will of the agent is one of the parts of the complete cause, and as long as there is no will to carry out the voluntary action, the complete cause is not realized, even if all the other conditions of existence and non-existence should obtain. The conclusion is that every cause, complete or incomplete, has relative necessity wujub bil qiyas in relation to its effect, and similarly every effect has relative necessity in relation to its complete cause, and these 2 points may be together referred to as the rule of mutual implication of cause and effect. The simultaneity of cause and effect. From the principle of the mutual implication of cause and effect, other principles may be derived, among which is the principle of the simultaneity of cause and effect, which may be described as follows. Whenever an effect is a temporal existent and at least one of the parts of its complete cause is also temporal, the cause and effect will occur simultaneously, and the occurrence of the complete cause will have no temporal distance from the effect. For if it is supposed that some time, no matter how short, elapses after the occurrence of all the parts of the complete cause and the effect occurs after that, this would imply that the existence of the effect is not necessary at that very supposed time, while the implication of the relative necessity of the effect in relation to the complete cause is that the existence of the effect becomes necessary as soon as the cause is complete. However, this principle does not apply to incomplete causes, for the existence of the effect will not be necessary with the existence of any of them. Rather, even if just one of the parts of the complete cause is absent, the existence of the effect will be impossible, for otherwise the effect would not need the said part. However, if the cause and effect are immaterial, and neither of them is temporal, in that case their temporal simultaneity would be meaningless. The same goes for the case in which the effect is temporal but the cause is completely immaterial. For the meaning of temporal simultaneity is that 2 existents occur at the same time, while something completely immaterial does not occur in the temporal realm, and has no temporal relation to any existent. However, such an existent is existentially encompassing in relation to its own effect in present, and the absence of the effect from this cause would be impossible. This subject will become clearer by taking into account the relational character of the effect with regard to its creative cause. On the other hand, the temporal priority of the effect to any cause, whether complete or incomplete, is impossible, for this would imply that the effect would not be in need of the above-mentioned cause at the moment it takes place, and that the existence of the cause in relation to the effect is not necessary. It is obvious that this principle is specific to temporal existence. By taking this principle into account, it becomes completely clear that the interpretation of the causal relation as the succession of 2 phenomena is incorrect. For an implication of succession is the temporal priority of the cause to the effect. Not only does this have no meaning for immaterial things and creative causes, but it is also impossible for complete causes that include non-temporal elements. The only case to which the principle of succession applies is that of incomplete temporal causes, for which their temporal priority to their effects is possible, such as the occurrence of a person prior to the performance of a task. On the other hand, it has already been said that the regular succession of 2 phenomena is not specific to cause and effect, and many phenomena come into existence one after the other without there being any causal relation between them, such as day and night. So the relation between cases of causation and cases of succession is referred to in technical terms as one of generality and specificity in some respects. Let it not be left unsaid that the simultaneity of 2 existents is not confined to causes and their effects. There are many phenomena that occur simultaneously without any causal relation between them. It is even possible for 2 phenomena to be persistently simultaneous without any of them being the cause of the other. For example, if a cause brings about 2 effects, the given effects always come into existence together, while neither of them is the cause of the other. So, the relation between cases of causation and cases of simultaneity is also one of generality and specificity in some respects. That is, in some cases, there is both simultaneity and causation, such as the complete temporal cause and its effect, while in some other cases causality exists but simultaneity does not, such as immaterial causes and incomplete causes that exist before the occurrence of their effects. In some cases there is simultaneity without causality, such as the simultaneous appearance of light and heat in an electric lamp. Therefore, the correct interpretation of causation is neither in terms of the succession of 2 phenomena nor in terms of the simultaneity of 2 phenomena. Succession and simultaneity cannot even be considered to be implications of cause and effect, Nor can the interpretation of causation in terms of them be considered a kind of specific necessity, for neither of them is specific to cause and effect. Likewise, one cannot consider the interpretation of causation in terms of them to be a kind of general necessity, for neither of them is true of all cases of cause and effect. Furthermore, it is basically incorrect to define something in terms of something more general, for such a definition in no way specifies the object defined. The persistence of the effect is also a need of a cause. Another principle which can be derived from the mutual implication of cause and effect is that the complete cause must persist for the duration of the effect. For if the effect persists after the destruction of the complete cause, or even after the destruction of one of the parts of the complete cause, this would imply that the existence of the effect would not be in need of its cause during its persistence, while this need is an essential requirement of the existence of the effect of which it can never be divested. This principle has long been a topic of discussion among philosophers and theologians. The philosophers have always emphasized that the persistence of an effect is also in need of a cause. They have reasoned that the criterion of the need for a cause by an effect is the effect's whattish contingency, and the whatness of the effect can never be divested of this property. Therefore, it will always be in need of a cause. The theologians, who for the most part consider the criterion of the need for a cause to be coming into existence hudith, or contingency, and coming into existence jointly, do not consider the persistence of an effect to be in need of a cause, and it is even reported that some of them held that if it were also possible for God, the exalted, to perish, this would be of no harm to the existence of the world. In order to support their position, they have resorted to cases of the persistence of effects after the destruction of their causes, such as the remaining alive of a child after the death of its father, or the remaining of a building after the death of its builder. In response to them, the philosophers say that the only criterion of the need for a cause by an effect is contingency, not coming into existence, and not a combination of contingency and coming into existence. In order to establish this point, they set forth the following rational analysis. Coming into existence is an attribute of the existence of the effect, and from a rationally analytic point of view, this is posterior to its existence. Existence is subordinate to creation, and creation ijad is posterior to necessity wujub, and being made necessary ijab. Being made necessary pertains to a thing which lacks existence, that is, which has contingent existence. This contingency is the very attribution which is abstracted from the whatness itself, for it is whatness which is equal with respect to existence and non-existence, and does not have preponderance for either of them. Hence, the only thing which can be the criterion for the need for a cause is this essential contingency itself, which is inseparable from whatness. For this reason, the need of an effect will also be persistent, and the effect will never be without need for a cause. However, this position, as was indicated earlier, is in conformity with the fundamentality of whatness, and with regard to the fundamentality of existence, the criterion for the need for a cause must be sought in the existential characteristics of the effect. That is, as was stated by Sadr al-Mutalahin, the criterion for the need of an effect for a cause is essential poverty, fakri, dadi, and dependence. In other words, the weakness of its existential level which is inseparable from it. With regard to the cases which the theologians used as evidence for the persisting of an effect after the destruction of its cause, it should be said that that which is destroyed or whose effects are terminated is not a real cause hakiki, but merely a preparatory cause which in reality is merely an accidental cause for the mentioned effects. This may be further explained as follows. The building which persists after the death of its builder has a set of real causes, including the existence-giving cause, internal causes matter and form, conditions for the existence of the building, such as the arrangement of the building materials in a specific shape and configuration, and a lack of impediments which could result in the separation of these materials. As long as this set of causes persists, the building will also persist. However, if the divine will is not in accord with the persistence of the building, or if the building materials, due to external factors, should decay, or if the conditions which are necessary for the maintenance of the shape of the building should change, then, without a doubt, the building will be ruined. The builder who puts together the building materials is really the preparatory cause for the appearance of this particular situation regarding the building materials. That which is a condition for the existence and persistence of the building is this very particular situation, and not the person who by the movement of his hands causes the transference of the building materials and the appearance of the above-mentioned situation. The agency which is superficially related to the building is merely an accidental agency, and the builder's real agency is with respect to the movement of his own hands, which obey his will. In the absence of the will, the movement would come to a standstill, and naturally, with his own destruction, there would be no possibility of its continuation. Likewise, the existence of the child is an effect of its own real causes, which besides the existence-giving cause include specific organic materials with special qualities which make the body disposed to possess a spirit, and as long as the necessary conditions for the possession of a spirit by the body persist, its life will continue. The father and mother have no role in the persistence of these causes, factors, and conditions. Even their agency in relation to the transference of the sperm and its establishment in the womb is also an accidental agency. Likewise, the movement of a body, in reality, is the effect of some specific energy which comes into existence in it, and as long as this agent persists, the motion will also continue. Relating the movement of the body to an external mover is like relating an effect to its preparatory agent, which plays no other role than transferring the energy to the body. Moreover, it has become clear that preparatory agents of this kind, which are really accidental agents, are not considered to be parts of the complete cause, and the complete cause is composed of the existence-giving agent, internal causes, and conditions of existence and non-existence. Lesson 36. The relations of cause and effect. The homogeneity of cause and effect. Undoubtedly, not just any effect comes into existence with any cause. Even among successive or simultaneous phenomena, there is not always a causal relation. Causation is rather a specific relation among certain existents. In other words, between the cause and effect there must exist a specific relation, which can be termed the homogeneity of cause and effect. This principle is also an intuitive proposition which is close to being self-evident, which may be demonstrated by the simplest of internal and external experiences. However, there is a difference between homogeneity and the relation which is necessary between cause and effect in cases of existence-giving causes on the one hand and material and preparatory causes on the other. In the first case, the characteristics of this homogeneity can be established by rational proof, and its demonstration is as follows. Since the existence of the effect is emanated by the existence-giving cause, which can be put roughly by saying that it gives existence to its own effect, it itself must have that existence which it can then give to its effect. If it did not possess that, it could not grant or emanate it. One who gives something cannot lack it. Knowing that granting existence to an effect does not diminish the grantor of anything, it becomes clear that it possesses the above-mentioned existence in a more complete form, such that the existence of the effect can be considered its radiance and luminescence. So, the homogeneity between the existence-giving cause and its effect means that this cause has the perfection of the effect in a more perfect form. If a cause in its own essence did not possess a kind of existential perfection, it would never be able to grant this perfection to its effect. In other words, every effect is produced by its cause which has the perfection of its effect in a more perfect form. This subject becomes clearer with regard to the relational nature of the effect with respect to its existence-giving cause and the special gradation between them which were established in the previous chapters. Homogeneity does not exist between material or preparatory causes and their effects, for such causes do not grant or emanate existence. Their influence is limited to alterations in the existence of their effects. With regard to the fact that not just anything can bring about any kind of change, it is summarily obtained that some sort of relation and homogeneity is also necessary between such causes and effects. However, the characteristics of this sort of homogeneity cannot be established by rational proof. Rather, It is only through experience that one can discern what sort of things can be the source of what changes and under what conditions and with the aid of what things these changes are produced. For example, reason, by means of conceptual analysis, would never be able to discover whether water is simple or is composed of other elements, and if the latter, of what and how many elements it is composed. What conditions are necessary for such a composition? Are these supposed conditions replaceable or not? Hence, it is only by means of experience that it is possible to establish that water is composed in a special way of two elements, oxygen and hydrogen, that this composition requires a certain temperature and pressure, and that an electrical current can speed the process of composition. The removal of a doubt, we have stated that it follows from a rational proof that every existence-giving cause must possess the perfection of its effect, for it is absurd to suppose that the grantor lacks that which it grants to another. With regard to this topic, the following problem may be raised: that an implication of this principle is that existence-giving agents have material existences and their perfections, while an existence-giving agent can only be an immaterial existent which does not have matter or the specific attributes of matter. So how can something emanate that which it itself does not possess? The answer to this problem is that what is meant by possessing the perfection of an effect is having a more perfect and higher level than the existence of the effect, such that the existence of the effect is considered to be the radiance of the cause, not that the limits of the existence of the effect are exactly preserved in the cause, and not that the cause has the same whatness as the effect. It is clear that the greater perfection of the existence of the cause than the level of the existence of the effect is not compatible with their whattish unity. One can never abstract a single whatness from two existents which have specific gradation, one of which is considered a plane of the existence of the other in its radiance, because what it means for two existents to have a single whatness is that their existential limits correspond to one another. This is impossible in the case of two levels of existence, one of which is more perfect than the other, having fewer limitations and imperfections. However, lacking the whatness of the effect and the limits of its existence does not mean lacking its existential perfection. That which is necessary in the case of the existence-giving cause is having the existential perfections of the effect in a more perfect and higher form, not possessing its imperfections and limitations. If the concept of a body and its implications, such as being spatial and temporal, being capable of movement and change, are not true of God, the exalted and completely immaterial things, this is because the above-mentioned concepts imply the imperfections and limitations of material existence rather than their perfections. It should be noted that the solution to this problem became possible by virtue of the fundamentality of existence, and that on the basis of the fundamentality of whatness there would be no correct solution for it, because an implication of the fundamentality of whatness is that that which is in fact emanated from the cause is the external whatness of the effect, and according to this principle the cause must be in possession of this whatness. It cannot be said that the cause has the whatness of the effect in a more perfect form, for such graduation, especially the specific graduation among whatnesses, is meaningless. As was mentioned in Lesson 28, all immaterial whatnesses, especially simple whatnesses, are disparate from one another. Furthermore, the supposition of a whatness in the case of God, the exalted, is incorrect. Unity of an effect for unity of a cause. According to a well-known philosophical principle, from a single cause nothing can be produced by a single effect. The one produces nothing other than the one. However, there are disagreements about the purport of this principle and the cases to which it applies. Among these disagreements is whether by unity of cause is meant individual unity or unity of kind, and whether by unity of cause is meant complete simplicity. For example, there is the meaning chosen by Sadr al-Mutalahan in his Journey of the Soul in the Asfar, on the basis of which the above-mentioned principle is considered to be specific to the sacred divine essence, in the existence of whose essence there is not even analytic complexity, such that the immediate effect of it can only be one existent, and other creatures must be produced by means of one or several intermediaries from this first effect. Other philosophers have understood this principle to cover other cases more or less as well. Likewise, regarding the concept of production suure, there are also differences, such as whether it is true of all causal relations, even conditions and preparatory causes, or whether it is restricted to efficient causes, or whether it is limited to existence-giving causes. In other words, can it be said on the basis of the principle that a preparatory agent cannot have more than one effect, that one condition will have no more than one consequence, and that one natural agent will have no more than one action? In order to determine the cases to which this principle applies, one should examine carefully the reasons in support of it to discover why it is required. Philosophers have given different kinds of reasons for this principle, but the most clear and at the same time firmest of these is a reason which originates in the principle of homogeneity between cause and effect, which may be expressed as follows. According to the principle of the homogeneity of cause and effect, the cause must possess that which it gives to the effect in a more perfect form. Now, if it is supposed that the cause possesses just one single root of existential perfection, i.e. a homogeneity-making factor between cause and effect, naturally its effect will possess a lower level of that perfection, not another perfection. If we suppose that two different effects are produced from one such cause, then, according to the mentioned principle, the cause must possess two roots of perfection, while it was assumed that it only possesses one root of existential perfections. Several conclusions may be derived from a careful study of this argument. 1. This principle is specific to existence-giving causes, since, as was mentioned, this feature, that the cause must possess the perfection of its effect, is specific to existence-giving causes. Therefore, on the basis of this principle, one cannot establish that natural agents, that is, the reasons for changes and alterations in material things, each have a single effect, or that, for example, there is only one thing which is the condition for the effect of an agent, or that there is only one thing which is the preparatory condition for a capability. For example, heat is a condition for various chemical actions and reactions, and heat itself comes into existence by means of various natural factors. This principle is not limited to a single individual, for the above reason also includes unity of kind. And if we suppose that one kind of existence-giving cause has several individuals and that they all possess one root of existential perfection, then naturally, their effects will all be of one kind. 3. This principle is limited to causes which possess only one root of perfection. However, if an existent has several kinds of existential perfection, or all existential perfections in a simple form, that is, if its existence possesses the above perfections with that same unity and simplicity, then this argument will not cover it. Therefore, the above-mentioned principle does not establish anything more than the principle of the homogeneity between an existence-giving cause and its effect. The unity of the first thing produced cannot be established merely on the basis of this principle, although there is another way to establish this, which will be presented at the appropriate point. Unity of cause for unity of effect. Another well-known principle is that a single effect cannot be produced by more than a single cause. The one is not produced by other than the one. Regarding this principle, despite differences, all philosophers agree that a single effect can be produced from a compound cause. So, what is meant by the unity of the cause in the above principle is not simplicity and lack of composition. Furthermore, the production of an effect by several vertical causes, such that each of them is the cause of another, is undeniable. In other words, neither the multiplicity of mediated effects, each of which is the effect of another, nor the multiplicity of mediated causes is contrary to the above principle. On the other hand, all philosophers agree that an individual effect will have no more than one complete cause. In technical terms, the conjunction of several complete causes for a single effect is impossible. For if all these causes were effective, then necessarily numerous effects would be brought into existence by them, so the effect would not be one. If some of these causes were not effective, this would be contrary to the principle of the mutual implication of cause and effect, or the relative necessity wujubilkiyas of the effect with respect to its complete cause. That over which differences arise regarding this principle is whether one kind of effect must always be produced by one kind of cause, or whether it is possible that some individual cases of a kind of effect may be produced by one kind of cause, while other individual cases of the same kind of effect are produced by another kind of cause. It is here that most people who consider this principle to include unities of kind as well as individual unities explicitly state that several kinds of causes may affect the appearance of a single type of effect, such as heat, which is sometimes the effect of the radiance of the sun, sometimes of the burning of fire, and sometimes the effect of motion and friction. However, with regard to what was said about the principle of homogeneity, the existence of the effect may be produced only by a cause which possesses that same sync root and existential perfection at a higher level than that exhibited by the effect. An effect will never be produced by an existence-giving cause which lacks the sync root, which is the perfection of the effect. Therefore, in the case of an existence-giving cause and its effect, it must be said that not only is it impossible for an individual effect to be produced by two or more individual existence-giving causes, but a single type of effect also cannot be brought into existence by two or more types of existence-giving causes. But in the case of material or preparatory causes, since there is no rational proof for the quality of their homogeneity with their effects, it cannot be established that one kind of effect must have one kind of cause. It is rationally possible that several kinds of material or preparatory causes should have a single kind of effect, as the number of conditions and their determinations cannot be established by rational proof, and all of them depend on experience. Lesson 37. The principles of cause and effect. Some points regarding cause and effect. A correct conception of the meaning of cause and effect is sufficient for knowing that no existent can be the cause of its own existence. For the meaning of causality rests upon the fact that an existent depends upon the existence of another, so that with regard to the dependence of one upon the other, the concepts of cause and effect are abstracted from them. That is, this is a primary self-evident proposition, and needs no argument. Sometimes among the discussions of the philosophers one encounters statements which may lead to such misconceptions as that an existent may be the cause of its own existence. For example, regarding God, the exalted, it has been said, the existence of the necessary existent is required by its own essence. Even regarding the expression the necessary existent by itself, which is used in comparison to the necessary existent by another, it is possible that this may be misconstrued in such a way that just as in the case of the necessary existent by another, the other is the cause, so too, in the case of the necessary existent by itself, it itself is the cause. The truth is that this kind of discussion is the result of the limits of language, and the intent is never to establish a causal relation between the sacred divine essence and its own existence, but rather what is meant is to deny the ascription of being any sort of effect to that exalted being. In order to make this more comprehensible, an example from ordinary Farsi language may be mentioned. If someone is asked, "With whose permission did you do this deed?" and he replies, "I did it with my own permission." Here it is not meant that he actually gave himself permission, but that it did not require anyone's permission. The expression by itself and a requirement of essence is really used by the speaker in order to deny causality, not for proving the causality of the essence. Another point at which confusion arises is that at which philosophers consider matter and form to be causes for compound bodies, while there is really no difference or multiplicity between them. That is, a body is nothing but the conjunction of matter and form, and this implies the unity of cause and effect. This problem is presented in philosophical texts, and it is answered in the following way. That to which causation is attributed are matter and form themselves, and that to which being and effect is attributed is the conjunction of them, under the condition that they are joined and have a compound structure. That is, if matter and form are viewed apart from being conjoined and being compounded, each of them may be considered a cause of the whole. Whenever they are considered under the condition of being joined, compounded, and in the form of a whole, we call it the effect of its parts, for the existence of the whole depends on the existence of its parts. This answer returns us to the point that the difference between cause and effect is relative to our perspective and respect itibar, while the causal relation is a matter of fact and is independent of respects, although in another sense in regard to whatish concepts, It is called respectively. The truth is that the application of the concept of cause to matter and form, and the application of the concept of effect to the conjunction of them is not free from imprecision, as was previously indicated, and if a body which is apt to take a new form is allowably called the material cause for the succeeding existent, this is because it prepares the grounds for the latter's appearance. Another point may be made with regard to the fundamentality of existence. Since the causal relation really holds between two existences, it is clear that the whatness of something cannot be considered the cause of its existence, for whatness in itself has no reality such that it could really be the cause of something. Likewise, a whatness cannot be considered the cause of another whatness. It is possible that it will be said that philosophers have divided causes into two types: causes of whatnesses and causes of existence. An example of the first type is the causation of line and surface for the whatness of a triangle, and the causation of matter and form for the whatness of body. An example of the second type is the causation of the existence of fire for the existence of heat. Thus it is known that in their view there exists a kind of causal relation among whatnesses. But this kind of discussion must be considered to be due to a looseness of the language, that is, just as, with regard to objective existence and the external world, the causal relation holds between existence, and the external existence of the effect depends upon the external existence of the cause. Such a relation can also be imagined in the mental world, in the case that the conception of a whatness depends upon the conception of something else, as the conception of a triangle depends on the conception of line and surface. An implication of this looseness of language is that one cannot establish that the principles of real and identified causes and effects also apply to them. A similar looseness also can be found in the case of secondary philosophical intelligibles, as one possibility is considered to be the cause of need for a cause, while neither possibility nor need are identified things, and between them it is meaningless to suppose that there is a real causal relation or influence in the external world. One of these cannot be considered the cause and the other the effect. What is meant here is that by attending to the possibility of a whatness, the intellect is led to the recognition of this whatness's need for a cause, not that possibility, which is interpreted as the lack of necessity for existence or non-existence, has a reality by means of which something else comes into existence called the need for a cause. We can conclude from this that the discussion of cause and effect, which is presented as being one of the most basic philosophical discussions, in which specific principles for cause and effect are propounded, must be restricted to causes and effects in the external world, and real relationships between them. If in other cases the expression causation is employed, this is due to imprecision or looseness of language. The impossibility of a causal circle. One of the topics which is presented pertaining to the causal relation is that it is impossible for any existent, with regard to the aspect in which it is the cause and influence of the appearance of another existent, should be, in that very aspect, the effect and in need of that other existence. In other words, no cause can be the effect of its own effect. From another perspective, a cause cannot be the cause of its own cause. This may be put in yet another way by saying that it is impossible for an existent to be both cause and effect of another existent. This is the proposition of the impossibility of a circle of causes which can be considered to be self-evident, or at least close to being self-evident. If the subject and predicate of this proposition are properly understood, there will be no room for doubt about it. For the implication of being a cause is being without need, and the implication of being an effect is being in need, and the conjunction of being without need and being in need in one aspect is a contradiction. It is possible that in this field doubts may arise which result from lack of precision regarding the meaning of the subject and predicate, as is the case for many self-evident propositions. For example, one may imagine that if a man's own food is obtained only through farming, that if it were not for the products of his own farming, he would die of hunger. In this way, the above-mentioned products on the one hand would be the effects of farming, and on the other hand would be the cause of it. Hence the supposed farmer would be the cause of himself, and also the effect of himself. However, not only is the farmer not the real cause of the products of farming, and is merely a preparatory cause for them, and not only are the products of farming also not the cause of the existence of the farmer, but rather these products are only elements upon which the continuity of his life is dependent. In other words, the existence of the farmer during the times of sowing and reaping is a cause and not an effect, and later, it is an effect and not a cause. Likewise, the farm products at the time of their growing are effects and not causes, but at the times of feeding the farmer, they are causes and not effects. Hence, being a cause and being an effect are not with regard to the same aspect. The only thing that can be said in this regard is that an existent at one time may be the preparatory cause for something which it will need in the future. What is meant by an impossible circle is not this sort of relation. Rather, what is meant is that an existent which in the same aspect in which it is the cause of the appearance of something else cannot be, in that same aspect of its being an effect, the effect of it and in need of it. In other words, it gives something to an effect which it needs from it in order to possess that same thing, and which must be obtained from this effect. Another problem is that we see that heat causes the appearance of fire, while fire is also the cause of the heat. Hence, heat is the cause of itself. The solution to this problem is also clear, for the heat which is the cause of the fire is other than the heat which comes into existence as an effect of the fire. Although these two heats may be one in kind, they are multiple with regard to their existence in the external world. What is meant by unity pertaining to this principle of the impossibility of a circle of causes is individual unity, not conceptual unity. In reality, this problem is a result of confusion between conceptual unity and the unity of instances, or is a result of confusion between two meanings of unity. Other inconsequential problems have been presented by some materialists and Marxists, which need not be mentioned if attention is paid to the concepts of the principle of the impossibility of a circle of causes and the answers to the problems mentioned above. The impossibility of an infinite regress. The literal meaning of regressed has also is cases following one another in a chain, whether the links in this chain are finite or infinite, and whether or not there is a causal relation among them. However, the technical meaning is restricted to cases in which one or both directions of the chain are infinite. Philosophers consider an infinite regress to be impossible under two conditions. First is that among the links of the chain there should be a real ordering, such that each link should follow another in reality, not conventionally. The other is that all of the links should exist at the same time, not such that when one is destroyed another comes into existence following it. For this reason, an infinite sequence of events in time is not considered to be essentially impossible. At the same time, in the common parlance of philosophy, an infinite regress is not restricted to causal regresses, and many reasons which are given for the impossibility of a regress include regresses in which there is no causal relation among the links, such as the proofs advanced against actual infinity Bahani Musamata, Bahani Tapik, and Bahani Salami, which are mentioned in the detailed books of philosophy. In these proofs, some mathematical premises are employed, although there is dispute about them. However, some proofs are specific to causal regresses, such as the proof given by Farabi known as Bahan Iyasad Aksara, the firmest and most concise proof, and it may be stated as follows. If it is supposed that each link in a chain of existence is dependent upon another, such that if a prior link does not exist, the dependent link would also fail to occur, this implies that this regress as a whole is dependent on another existent, for it is supposed that all of its links have this feature of being dependent on another, and there is no alternative but to suppose that there is an existent at the head of the chain which is not itself dependent on something else. Until that existent occurs, the links of the chain will not come into existence in succession. Hence, such a chain cannot be infinite in the direction of its beginning. In other words, an infinite regress of causes is impossible. Similar to this is a proof which is founded on the basis of the principles established by Sadr al-Mutalahin in his Transcendent Philosophy for the impossibility of a regress of existence giving causes. It may be presented as follows. According to the fundamentality of existence and the relatedness of the existence of the effect to the existence-giving cause, every effect in relation to its creative cause is just that relation and dependence itself. It has no independence of its own. If a given cause is an effect in relation to a prior cause, it will have that same state of dependence to the prior cause. Thus, if a chain of causes and effects is assumed, each of whose causes is the effect of another cause, it will be a chain of relations and dependencies. It is self-evident that dependent existence cannot occur without the occurrence of an independent existence upon which the former depends. Thus, inevitably, there must be an independent existence beyond this chain of relations and dependencies in the light of which all of them occur. Therefore, this series cannot be considered to be without a beginning and without an absolutely independent member. The difference between these two proofs lies in the fact that the first proof covers all real causes which must necessarily exist with their effects, while the second proof is restricted to existence-giving causes, and which also covers complete causes, as they include existence-giving causes. Lesson 38. The efficient cause. Introduction. One of the most famous classifications of cause is perhaps stated for the first time by Aristotle is that of efficient causes, final causes, material causes, and formal causes, of which the first two types are called external causes and the latter two are called internal causes or causes of subsistence iliquam, and from one perspective are called causes of whatness. From the previous lessons it has become clear that the application of the concept of cause to the latter two types involves some imprecision. At the end of lesson 31 it was indicated that the material and formal causes are the very matter and form of the bodies, which are called material and formal causes in relation to compound bodies and are called matter and form in relation to each other, and which are naturally specific to material things. Since we will discuss matter and form later on here, discussion of them may be postponed. The section on causality will be concluded with a discussion of efficient causes and final causes. The efficient cause and its types. By the efficient cause is meant an existent by which another existent the effect is brought about, and in its general sense it also includes natural agents which have an effect on the movements and changes of bodies. Ancient philosophers recognized two kinds of actions and influences in the world. One is willful action, filirati, which is performed willfully by living existents which possess consciousness, actions such as movement and other properties which accord with the will of the agent, such as the voluntary ikhtiyari actions of man which occur in various forms. And the other kind is that of action done by existence without consciousness and without will, which are monotonous and without variation. The ancient philosophers held that there was a specific nature for each kind of corporeal existence which essentially had special requirements. For instance, each of the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire, was considered to have a propensity for its own natural location and specific natural qualities, such that, for example, if their locations were changed by means of some external factor, their natural tendency would be to move toward their original locations. In this way, they justified the falling of stones, the pouring of rain, and the rising of the flames of fire. They thought of nature as the source of motion. Later, in view of the fact that occasionally motions and influences of things occur contrary to their natural propensities, a third kind of action was established called constrained action fil kasri. For example, due to the blowing of the wind, dust may rise toward the sky. That was related to constrained nature of dust, and it was believed that dust, which is a kind of earth, rises toward the sky by constrained motion, and that it returns to the ground by natural motion. In such cases, they believed that the motion would not persist. The constrained is not persistent. On the other hand, in view of the fact that it is possible for a willful agent to be forced to move contrary to his own because of the domination of a more powerful agent, another kind of agent would post by name of course of agent fail jabri, which is to a willful agent as constrained action is to a natural agent. Islamic philosophers deeply pondered the issue of willful agents and at first divided them into two types. One is the intentional agent fail bil cast and the other is the providential agent fail bil inaya. The basis of this division was observation of the difference between willful agents which sometimes need motivation additional to their own whatnesses, such as man, who must be motivated in order to move of his own will from place to place. This kind is called the intentional agent. Sometimes a willful agent does not require any motivation and is called a providential agent. The agency of God, the Exalted, was considered to be of the second kind. Later, the Illuminationists with greater precision established another kind of agent, the knowledgeable Elmi and voluntary ikhtiyari agent, whose detailed knowledge of his action is the action as self, such as the detailed tafsili knowledge of a man of his own mental forms is identical with those very forms themselves, and prior to their occurrence the agent has no detailed knowledge of them, but merely has a summary amali knowledge which is identical with the essence of the agent. It is not the case that in order to imagine something one needs to imagine previously what one imagines, and this agency faliya is called agency by agreement faliya bil ridha, and they consider divine agency to be of this kind. Finally, Sadr al-Mutalian, under the inspiration of Quranic revelation and the sayings of the Gnostics, established that there is another kind of knowledgeable agent. In this kind of agency, the agent has detailed knowledge of the action at the station of his essence, and has that very knowledge as concise knowledge ilm amali of his own essence. This is called the agent by self-disclosure fa'al bil tajalli. The agency of God is considered to be of this kind. In order to establish this sort of agency, he took advantage of the principles of his transcendent philosophy, especially of the special gradation and the possession by an existence-giving cause of the perfections of its own effects. Likewise, noting that sometimes two agents along with one another are effective in the performance of an action, and the more remote agent performs the deed by means of the more proximate agent, Islamic philosophers established another kind of agency called subordinative agency thaliya bil taskir, which may be conjoined with other kinds of agency. For example, the digestion of food, which is performed by means of bodily capacities, but which is under the dominion and direction of the soul, is called a subordinative action. Then, on the basis of the principles of transcendent philosophy and in view of the fact that every cause with relation to its own existence-giving cause is pure relation, an even clearer instance of the subordinative agent is established, and an even firmer philosophical interpretation may be given of the relation of an action to numerous vertical agents, including the relation of the voluntary actions of man to man himself, and in turn to the higher sources mabadi aliyah, and to God, the Exalted. In this way, as stated by Hakim Sabzavari, agents can be classified into 8 types: natural agents fa'al bil tab, constrain agents fa'al bil kasr, intentional agents fa'al bil cast, compelled agents fa'al bil jabr, subordinate agents fa'al bil taskir, providential agent fa'al bil inaya, agent by agreement fa'al bil widha, and the agent by self-disclosure fa'al bil tajalli. Points regarding the types of agent. That which was said by the ancient philosophers regarding the natural and constrained agents depended upon the established principles of ancient physics, including the theory of the 4 elements and their propensities in relation to their natural loci and qualities, wet, dry, heat, and cold, which we now know to be invalid. But in any case, there is no doubt that corporeal existence influence one another, and that the appearance of material phenomena depends upon the obtaining of specific grounds and conditions. Therefore, the existence of material conditions and means for the realization of corporeal effects has been and will forever continue to be valid as a philosophical principle. It is not the job of philosophy to determine the specific means and natural agents for each phenomenon. These must be established by empirical methods in the various natural sciences. By way of example, on the basis of modern scientific theory, spatial movement can be considered an essential requisite of light, and the forces of attraction and repulsion may be construed as agents of the compulsory movement of bodies. In this way, it is more appropriate to relate action to the compulsory force and to consider the compelled bodies as merely passive, despite the fact that according to grammar they may be considered agents, and we know that the principles of philosophy do not follow the dictates of grammar. The expression determination jabr, which is used as the opposite of freedom ikhtiyar, is sometimes seen as the antithesis of freedom, and in a sense it is also applied to natural and constrained agents. But sometimes it is restricted to cases which have the capability for freedom. The term determined is used only for a voluntary agent which loses its own freedom in certain conditions under the influence of powerful external factors. The meaning of compelled agent fa'al bil jabr is this latter meaning. It is to be noted that losing freedom has various levels. For example, the action of someone who is coerced to do something under threat may be construed as compelled. Likewise, someone who in certain conditions has no alternative but to carry and to survive is also considered to perform a compelled action. But in cases of compulsion and emergency, freedom is not entirely negated, but the scope of the freedom of the agent is limited in relation to ordinary circumstances. Apparently, the sense of the term compelled agent used by the philosophers does not cover these cases, but they mean cases in which the freedom of the agent is totally negated. Thus it may be said that such an action is really produced by the one who forces, and its relation to the forced individual is passive, as was mentioned with regard to the case of constrained action. 3. Before the Islamic philosophers established various kinds of voluntary agents, including providential agent fail bil inaya, agent by agreement fail bil ridha, and the agent by self-disclosure fail bil tajalli. It was imagined that voluntary agency was limited to intentional agents. Therefore, some of the mutakallimin have thought of the agency of God, the Exalted, as being intentional, even after the Islamic philosophers came to view the divine realm as being free of agency of this kind, which implies deficiency and attributes of contingency. Some of the mutakallimin condemned them as deniers of the freedom of the Lord. The truth is that the highest level of freedom is restricted to the sacred divine essence, and its lowest level exists in intentional agents. In order to clarify this subject, it is necessary to explain something about will and freedom. Will and freedom, the expressions will and freedom has various applications which are more or less related to one another, but neglect of these differences is occasion for confusion and mistake. For this reason, we will first indicate the cases in which each of them is used. Then we will compare them with the types of agents. The expression will irada has a general meaning which is roughly synonymous with desiring and favoring, and with this meaning it is also used with respect to God, the Exalted. As in the case of man, it is recognized as a spiritual quality, the opposite of repugnance. In this respect, it is similar to knowledge ilm, which on the one hand includes the essential knowledge of the divinity, and on the other hand includes the acquired knowledge of man, which is considered to be a spiritual quality. God willing, in the section on theology, a further explanation of this will be given. It is to be noted that the expression God's revealed will irada tashri, which is applied to the voluntary actions of another agent, also is an instance of will in its general meaning. The second meaning of will is that of deciding to perform some deed, and this depends upon the idea tasawwur of the deed and affirmation tastic of some benefit including pleasure, and it is considered to be a real differential fasil al-hakiki of animal that which moves by will, and it is also considered a characteristic of the intentional agent. There have been discussions of the true significance hakikat of will, and many philosophers have considered it to be a kind of spiritual quality and the opposite of repugnance. However, it seems that will in this sense is an action of the soul, and has no opposite, although with a certain amount of fudging the opposite of it can be considered to be a state of wonder or vacillation. A more specific sense of will is restricted to rational existence, and it means a decision which results from rational preference, and in this sense it is not used for animals. According to this meaning, a willful action is synonymous with a planned action, and is the opposite of an instinctive action or one done for pure enjoyment. Freedom. The term freedom also has a general meaning which is the opposite of pure determinism, and it means that an intelligent agent performs a deed on the basis of his own desire without being forced by another agent. The second meaning of freedom is that an agent has two opposite inclinations and prefers one over the other, and in this meaning, it is equivalent to selection and choice, and it is a criterion for duty, reward, and punishment. The third meaning is the choice of a deed on the basis of the agent's internal inclination, and another person can never exert any influence on its performance. It is the opposite of compulsory action, which is performed under pressure or under the threat of another. The fourth meaning is the choice of a deed which is not influenced by the limitations of one's possibilities or the straits in which the agent finds himself. It is the opposite of an urgent deed which is performed under the influence of such limitations. According to this meaning, someone who in time of famine has no choice but to eat carrion in order to survive does not act freely, even though he may be called free in some other sense. Now, in view of the various meanings of will and freedom, we will review the types of cognitive agents. The intentional agent fail Bilcast can be considered an agent possessing all the three meanings of will. For his deed is favored, is decided upon, and the decision is made on the basis of rational preference. Only a group of intentional actions which are done for pure enjoyment will not be willful. The intentional agent can also have freedom in all the four senses, although there are some types of intentional deeds which cannot be considered free in the second, third, or fourth senses. However, all of them will be free in the first sense. For example, breathing, which man has no inclination to abandon, is not free in the second sense. A forced deed will not be free in the third sense. Eating carrion in time of famine is not free in the fourth sense. Nevertheless, all of these actions are free in the first sense, for it is not the case that the freedom of the agent is totally negated. With regard to the providential agent fail bil inaya, the agent by agreement fail bil ridha, and the agent by self-disclosure fail bil tajalli, these will be considered willful only in the first sense, for these agents do not need to think or decide. Likewise, they are considered to be free in the first, third, and fourth senses because they do not perform their deeds under compulsion, the pressure of external factors or conditions. It is only in the second sense that these agents cannot be considered free, for it is not necessary for them to choose between opposing motivations. Thus, it has become clear that will, in the first sense, and freedom, in the first sense, are always equivalent in extension, but will in the second and third senses is more specific than freedom in the first, third, and fourth senses, for it does not apply to the providential agent fail bil inaya, the agent by agreement fail bil ridha, and the agent by self-disclosure fail bil tajalli, and the opposite of freedom in the mentioned meanings can be applied to all these cases. In this way, it becomes clear that the denial of will in the second and third senses with regard to God, the exalted, or completely immaterial things does not mean the denial of the freedom of such agents. It has also become clear that will, in the sense of decision to perform a deed, can be considered a free action, although it is not a kind of intentional action, and is not based on the will and decision of another. Perhaps the soul in relation to the will may be considered an agent by self-disclosure fail bil tajalli. Finally, the conclusion is obtained that the highest levels of freedom are restricted to God, the exalted, for he is not only free from the influence of external factors, but is also free of opposing internal inclinations. Then, completely immaterial things have degrees of freedom, for they are only under the subordination of the divine will, but there is no sort of pressure exerted upon them, and they are not subject to internal conflicts, and they are not subject to the domination of one inclination over others. However, the souls attached to matter, such as man, have the lowest level of freedom, and their wills can be shaped more or less under the influence of external factors. At the same time, all of their free actions are not of the same level, and, for example, man's freedom in the creation of mental forms, which is a sort of action by agreement, is much more free and perfect than his freedom to perform physical deeds which are intentional actions, for the latter deeds are in need of non-voluntary conditions. What? In Lesson 46. Lesson 39. The final cause. An analysis regarding free actions. No free and willful deed in the general senses of these terms is performed without the consciousness and knowledge of the agent, regardless of whether this knowledge is the very essence of the agent, as in the case of the agent by self-disclosure fail bil tajalli, or whether this knowledge is the very action itself, as in the case of the agent by agreement fail bil ridha, or whether this knowledge is an implication of knowledge of the essence, as is believed in the case of the providential agent, or whether this knowledge is a separable accident of the essence, as in the case of the intentional agent. Likewise, there is no free and willful deed in relation to which the agent does not have some sort of affection, mahabba, satisfaction, inclination, and attraction, such that it is done with complete unwillingness, aversion, and disgust. Even in the case of someone who takes bad-tasting medicine with repugnance, or someone who decides to undergo surgery allowing a part of his body to be cut, the person who does these things does them because he has an interest in his own health, and his health is not to be obtained except through taking bitter medicines or cutting the infected part of the body. In this respect, the taking of the medicine and the losing of one's hand are desired. This desire conquers the aversion to the bad taste and the discomfort of the loss of a limb. The affection for and desire of a deed differ with the kinds of agents, and there are various concepts which are applied to them. Sometimes only the concept of affection is applicable, an affection which is the very essence of the agent, such as with the agent by self-disclosure. Sometimes the concept of satisfaction ridha is applicable, such as with the agent by agreement fal bil ridha. Sometimes the affection is an implication of the essence, as with the providential agent, and sometimes it is a kind of spiritual quality and is a separable accident of the essence, such as yearning shock, as with the intentional agent. The most inclusive concept which includes all the cases is the concept of affection in the general sense. Its criterion is the perception of agreeability and the perfection of the beloved, and it may be termed desirability. Therefore, it may be said that a voluntary action depends on the agent's considering the action to be agreeable with his own essence, and for this reason he desires it and likes it. At last, sometimes a voluntary agent possesses all of its own perfections, and his affection pertains to an action in so far as it is an effect of his own perfection, as in the case of completely immaterial things. Sometimes its affection pertains to a perfection it lacks, and the action is performed in order to obtain and reach that perfection, as with animal and human souls whose own voluntary actions are for the sake of reaching a state which is agreeable with their essences, and they obtain pleasure and benefit from it. The difference between these two sorts is that in the first case the affection for the existing perfection kamli majid is the source of the performance of the action. However, in the second case, the affection for the absent perfection kamli mafquid and yearning to obtain it is the source of the activity. Also, in the first case, the existing perfection is the cause of the performance of the action, and by no means may it be considered an effect. But in the second case, the absent perfection is obtained by means of the action, and it may be considered a kind of effect of it. However, in both cases, the desire and affection for perfection is fundamental, and the desire and affection for the deed is subordinate. Perfection and goodness. A point to be noted is that what is meant by perfection here is an ontological attribute which is agreeable with the essence of the agent, which is sometimes the source of the performance of a voluntary action, and sometimes it comes into existence as an effect of the action. A perfection which is obtained as an effect of a willful action is sometimes the ultimate perfection of the agent or a preliminary for reaching it. In this respect, it is called real goodness kari hakiki in philosophical terms. Sometimes it is merely agreeable with one of the faculties and powers of the agent, however much it may interfere with other perfections in its ultimate perfection, and, on balance, harm the agent, and in this case it is called imagine goodness kari mazman. For example, a natural result of eating food is perfection for the vegetative faculty, which is common to man, animals, and plants. The pleasure which is obtained through it is perfection for the faculty which perceives it, and it is common between man and animals. Moreover, if the eating of food is for a righteous intention, and in order to obtain power for the performance of one's divine duty, this will bring about a human perfection. In this case, it will be a means of obtaining real goodness as well. However, if it is merely for animal pleasure, especially if prohibited foods are used, this will merely cause the perfection of some of a person's faculties and will do harm to his ultimate perfection. In conclusion, it will not yield the real perfection of man. Hence, it is called fancied goodness or imagined goodness. Furthermore, the situations appropriate to the use of the expressions freedom ikhtiyar and goodness kar have also become clear, for every voluntary agent performs only those deeds which are appropriate to his own perfection, and among the voluntary agents, intentional agents perform deeds which are means for achieving their own perfection and could, whether real or fancied, even if the supposed good is pleasure or escaping from pain and suffering. It is possible that difficulties may be raised regarding the universality of this principle, for there may be people who are uninterested in worldly pleasures that at least perform some voluntary deeds for the good of others and pay no heed to their own good, and sometimes they even sacrifice their own lives for others. So it cannot be said that generally, every intentional agent performs his deeds for his own good and to reach perfection. The answer is that these sorts of deeds, whether they are performed due to the influence of the arousing of emotions or for the sake of achieving an eternal reward or the pleasure of God, ultimately lead to the good of the agent himself. That is, as a result of such self-sacrifice, he either satisfies his emotions or he attains to spiritual and heavenly stations and divine pleasure. So, the fundamental motivation of the agent is the attainment of his own perfection, and goodness and service to others is really a means for obtaining perfection. At the utmost, sometimes man's motivations are effective in a conscious form, sometimes semi-consciously, and sometimes unconsciously. For example, in cases where the emotions are aroused, the attention of man is drawn to the interests and benefits of others, and he no longer pays conscious attention to his own good and perfection. But this does not mean that it has no relevance at all. The reason is that if he is asked why you perform such an act of self-sacrifice, he will answer, "Because I care," or because this deed is virtuous and humane, or because it will bring a spiritual reward or will lead to divine pleasure. So, the fundamental motivation will be the satisfaction of one's emotions, or taking pleasure in service to others, or to attain human virtue and perfection, or to achieve a heavenly reward and divine pleasure and nearness to God, even if the agent pays no conscious attention to this inner motivation when performing his deed. The end and the final cause. From the explanation given regarding voluntary actions, it has become clear that such deeds, in addition to being in need of an agent, their efficient cause being the essence of the agent, also depend on his knowledge and will. In the case of intentional agents, imagining such results of the intended deed as pleasure, benefit, goodness, and perfection inspires his yearning to perform it. So, the decision to perform a deed depends on yearning pertaining primarily to the results of the deed, and secondarily to the deed itself, and the obtaining of this yearning is conditioned on the imagination of the deed and its results, and the affirmation of the desirability of the results. Since the result of the deed is primarily desired as opposed to the deed itself, which is secondarily desired, it is called the end Gaia, and knowledge of and affection for it are called the final cause, Elati. On this basis, a kind of cause called the final cause is established for the performance of a voluntary action. It is necessary here to mention several important points. 1. The establishment of the final cause for every voluntary action does not mean that there necessarily occur in the essence of the free agent such things as knowledge, yearning, and decision. In other words, it is not necessary that the final cause be other than the efficient cause and supplementary to it. Rather, this difference is specific to intentional agents, the source of whose knowledge and yearning is additional to their essences. However, for some voluntary agents it is possible that either summary or detailed knowledge of the deed and its end, and also the primary affection for the end, as well as the secondary and subordinate affection for the action, be the very essence of the agent, or implications of it. That which is necessary for all voluntary agents is knowledge and will in their general senses, whether they are identical with the essence or additional to it, and whether the knowledge is presentational knowledge or acquired knowledge, and whether the will is the same as love of the essence, and consequently the same as the essence, or an action or a quality additional to the essence, and whether it is an implication of the essence, or a separable accident of it. Hence, the absence of a knowledge and will additional to the essence in some types of voluntary agents does not mean a negation of a final cause. Rather, it means the unity of the efficient cause and the final cause, as in complete immaterial existence, whose knowledge, affection, and other attributes of perfection are identical with their essence and are not other than the essence. The identity of these attributes with the essence does not amount to a negation of knowledge, affection, power, life, and similar attributes. 2. Usually, philosophers consider knowledge of the desired result or knowledge of the goodness of a deed to be its final cause, and sometimes they put this by saying that the imagination of the end or its mental existence is the final cause, and sometimes they also say that the whatness of the end which occurs with a mental existence before performing the deed is the final cause. Likewise, They consider knowledge as the cause of the appearance of yearning and say that knowledge brings about yearning. However, it seems that these expressions are not free of carelessness, and it is best to call the final cause affection in its broadest sense, which in some cases appears in the form of agreeability and yearning, for it is the affection for goodness and perfection which drives the voluntary agent toward the performance of a deed, and knowledge is really a condition for its occurrence, not the creative cause of it. It is clear that considering the whatness of the end as the final cause is not compatible with the fundamentality of existence, although this kind of expression can be found among the peripatetics, who believe in the fundamentality of existence. The requirement of the agent's knowledge of and affection for the result of a voluntary deed does not mean that the agent must have detailed awareness of the deed and its result. Nor does it mean that the result of the deed must really be the true desire and the real perfection and goodness of the agent. Rather, a summary attention would suffice, and an error in determining what is good does not take away from the fact that the action is voluntary, nor does it deprive it of a final cause. Therefore, for one who becomes accustomed to performing a deed, it is not necessary to pay detailed attention to the deed, the manner of performing it, or its results. Rather, actions performed by habit also enjoy a kind of knowledge of desirability, and this amount of knowledge suffices for them to be voluntary. Likewise, the origin of actions which are performed on the assumption of achieving some desired result is in reality affection for goodness, even if the goodness is merely imaginary, or if due to the influence of obstacles the desired conclusion is not obtained. In reality, the final cause for such sorts of deeds is the wish for a kind of pleasure and goodness and the hope of achieving them. Though the expression end has another meaning which is applied to the final destination of motion, and equivocation may lead to possible errors, especially since in cases in which deeds are performed gradually and with motion, the desired result is obtained when the motion comes to an end. Among the mistakes which it is possible to make by confusing these two terms is that one may imagine that the essential end of motion is the primary desired goal of the agent itself and the very point at which motion comes to an end. Since this is the final destination of motion, it should be the primary desired goal of the agent, while it is possible that something which is simultaneous with motion's coming to an end, which may be considered the accidental end in relation to motion, is the real primary goal of the agent, and the agent's first intention pertains to that very thing. For example, someone who moves in order to meet a friend has as his primary destination the meeting with his friend, or rather, his basic aim is pleasure which he derives from seeing his friend, whereas the essential end of the motion is that very point at which motion comes to an end, and the end of the moving thing as such is also reaching the same point, and meeting his friend at that location is considered to be the accidental end of the motion, not to mention the pleasure or benefit he obtains by it. In view of the causal relation, in its general sense, among phenomena of the world, it is possible that the end of an action may be a means to achieve something else. This may also be a means to achieve yet a third thing. For example, it is possible that in order to acquire knowledge a person may set out for a center of learning, and he takes the obtaining of knowledge to be a preliminary for the performance of his divine duties, and takes the performance of his divine duties as a means for obtaining nearness to God, the exalted, which is the final perfection of man. Such a person from the beginning has set the direction of his motion toward God, the exalted, and his final cause is that same nearness to God, however many intermediate ends he may also have, each of which in its own turn is a means to a higher end. However, it is possible that a person's motivation for acquiring knowledge is merely to satisfy his instinct for curiosity. In this case, the final cause will be that same motivation. It is possible that his primary intention is to reach wealth or worldly status through the employment of knowledge. Hence, the final end for each person is that very thing which is taken into consideration from the outset, and he performs the deed in order to achieve it. If his deed leads to some other result to which he paid no attention at all, or attention to which had no effect on the performance of the deed, then this will not be the final cause of his deed. From this discussion, several conclusions may be obtained, the most important of which are as follows. For an action, it is possible that there be several aims in series, and the closer aim will be a means to the following, and so on to the final aim. But whether the result of an action is the aim does not depend solely on the causal relation between the action and its result. Rather, it also depends upon the intention of the agent. From this, the importance of the role of intention in evaluating actions becomes clear. It is not possible for the various aims of an action to be infinite, for the intermediate aims depend on the final aim in order for them to be aims at all, and their desirability takes shape in the shadow of its desirability. Until the agent pays attention to a final desire, he cannot take other things to be means for reaching it, for it is assumed that their desirability depends on the desirability of the final end. If we suppose that each aim is a means for another aim, all of them will be dependent, and the supposition of dependent things without something on which to depend is self-contradictory and impossible. So, there is no alternative but that something must be primarily desired, in order for other things to become desirable due to it. In the case of human actions, the case is clear. For all humans within themselves find with knowledge by presence that every deed they perform is for a specific final end. Moreover, man does not have the power for imagination of an attention to infinite cases, so as to be able to possess an infinite chain of aims. Another kind of multiplicity can be conceived regarding final causes, and that is that several motivations altogether may be effective in the performance of the deed, and it is even possible that each of them would suffice for performing the deed even if the other motivations were not present. In other words, it is possible for an agent to perform a deed for several parallel aims, or as the saying goes, to kill two birds with one stone. Therefore, the conjunction of two final causes for the performance of one action is not impossible, unlike the conjunction of two parallel complete efficient causes. The literal Persian is to hit two targets with one stone. Lesson 40. The purposefulness of the cosmos. Introduction. The final cause, in the sense which has been explained, is specific to voluntary actions, but according to that which has been reported from Aristotle, it seems that he held that natural actions also have final causes, and those who followed the Peripatetics also accepted this, and they considered the denial of final causes for natural actions to be equal to regarding them as being accidental. Contrary to the assertion that natural events are accidental, according to a view which has been attributed in various forms to Democritus, Empedocles, and Epicurus, there is a final cause for all phenomena. We shall first state the reported position of Aristotle and its criticism, then we will explain something about chance and accident, and finally we will state the correct meaning of the purposefulness of the cosmos. Aristotle's view regarding the final cause. In the first book of the Metaphysics, after mentioning the views of the ancient philosophers regarding the cause of the appearance of phenomena, Aristotle asserts that none of them have precisely taken into consideration the final cause. Then, with the analysis of motion and change of material existence, he concludes that every moving or changing existent is traveling toward an end which is its perfection, and the motion itself, which is a prelude for reaching the above-mentioned end, is considered to be its first perfection. Hence, motion is defined as the first perfection of a potential existent qua potential. He adds that every existent has its own specific perfection, and for this reason, every moving thing has a determinate end which it wants to reach. This perfection is sometimes the same form which it wants to take, such as the form of the oak tree for the acorn while it is in the process of germinating and growing. Sometimes it is one of its accidents, such as a stone which is moving from the sky to the ground, in which case coming to rest on the ground is one of its accidents and perfections. In conclusion, every natural existent has a specific natural inclination toward a determinate end, which causes motion in the direction of that end and destination, and this is the same as the final cause for the occurrence of motion and the determination of its direction. Aristotle considered the whole cosmos to be a single existent, whose nature includes all particular natures such as mineral, vegetable, and animal, and since its reaching its own perfection is due to a specific proportion between particular natures and specific qualities and quantities in the individuals of each of them, The natural inclination of the cosmos toward its own perfection causes the establishment of a special order and arrangement among its phenomena, each of which is considered to be one of its parts or members. Criticism. It seems that this position confuses two meanings of n which were indicated in the previous lesson, and in any case, it is disputable in various respects. But, assuming that this position is correct, it can establish only the final cause of the motion and change of corporeal existence, not that of all effects whether material or immaterial, moving or at rest. In view of the fact that natural agents are agents by nature built have and lack consciousness and will, relating natural inclination to them will be no more than metaphorical. Just as chemists consider some elements to have a tendency to form compounds. The assumption of the denial of consciousness and will to agents by nature and the establishment of true desire and inclination which implies some sense of consciousness for them is a self-contradictory assumption. However, if natural inclination is interpreted as direction of motion, a direction required by the nature of the moving existent, and is considered to be an expression based on simile and metaphor. In this case, a fact by the name of final cause will not have been established, and at the most the conclusion which can be obtained is that every motion which is required by the nature of the moving object also has its direction determined by the requirements of its nature. 3. As will be stated in future sections, the fact that the end of motion is a perfection for all moving objects cannot be established in the sense that moving objects always become more perfect with their movement, so that one can interpret motion in the light of this as the first perfection. For many motions and changes are declinings and decreasings, such as the shrinking motion of plants and animals, the declining process to which toward dryness and death begin after their having reached the end of their growth. Likewise, the coming to rest of a stone on the ground and the like cannot be considered to be perfections of minerals. Therefore, on the assumption that a correct meaning may be considered for the natural inclination of every existent towards its own perfection, declining motions and those which are not toward perfection will still lack final causes. Though it is extremely difficult to establish the real unity of the natural cosmos and likewise to establish its natural desire for perfection and to explain the cause of the design and harmony of the part of the cosmos in terms of such desire. Similarly, the assumption of the existence of a universal soul for the cosmos and the existence of its spiritual yearning toward perfection is at the very least an ungrounded assumption, and thus far we have not found any proof to establish it. If a soul and spiritual yearning are to be established for the natural cosmos, then its motion must be understood as intentional rather than natural, and thus the existence of a final cause for its actions will not be a kind of final cause for natural actions. The solution to several problems. Here, it is possible that several problems will come to mind. One is that if natural actions do not have final causes, then phenomena will be accidental, while belief in accidentality and chance is invalid. Another is that with the denial of the final cause for natural phenomena, an intellectual explanation cannot be given for the arrangement of the wonderful order and harmony which governs the cosmos. The third is that if among natural actions and their ends there existed no necessary relation, then no natural phenomenon would be predictable. For example, it would be rational to expect that from an acorn an olive tree may grow. In order to answer the first problem, it is first necessary to explain something about chance and accident and their several meanings. When it is said that a certain event occurred by chance or by accident, it is possible that one may intend any of the following 6 meanings. 1. The supposed event has no efficient cause. It is self-evident that chance in this sense is impossible, but this has no relation to the problem under discussion. It is not expected that the action should have been performed by such an agent, as it is said, such and such a virtuous person accidentally committed a great sin. This sort of chance is not impossible, and the truth of the matter is that such good dominated him, and in reality, his avoidance of sin is conditional upon the absence of such abnormal and rare states. In any case, in this sense as well, chance has no relation to the subject in question. 3. The willful agent performs the action without purpose, and an intentional deed takes place without a final cause. This supposition is also erroneous, for, as was explained in the previous lesson, the final cause does not always influence the agent consciously. In those cases in which it is imagined that an intentional action has been performed without a purpose, in reality there was a purpose but it was not completely conscious. Though a willful agent has performed a deed for a specific objective, but it has a result which was not intended, as someone who digs a well in order to reach water, but by chance discovers a treasure. Such chance is not impossible, but this does not imply that an intentional action occurs without a final cause, because the final cause is that for which there is hope in the soul of the agent. However, the external fulfillment of that hope does not have any causal relation to the action, but rather is an effect which results under certain conditions. A phenomenon which is absolutely not intended by anyone. This is the same opinion advanced by materialists in relation to the appearance of this cosmos. But in the view of the theists, all the phenomena of the cosmos occur and will occur on the basis of divine will. This will be explained in the appropriate place. A phenomenon which does not occur by the intention of the proximate natural agent. This is the subject at issue. This sort of chance, if one can call it chance at all, not only is not impossible, but, in view of the meaning of natural agent and the acceptance of its existence, will be necessary. Considering the various meanings of chance, it has become clear that the denial of intention and purpose for natural agents does not mean the acceptance of chance in an erroneous sense. Moreover, the answer to the second problem has now become clear as well, for the denial of intention and purpose for the universal nature of the cosmos, supposing that such a nature exists or for particular natures in Aristotelian terms, does not imply the denial of the purposefulness of the cosmos. According to theists, all the agents of the cosmos, whether immaterial or material, are under the dominion of the divine will, and divine agency presides over all agencies, and thus there is no motion or rest in the cosmos which is not in conformity to the ontological will iradi taqini, as opposed to iradi tashri, the revealed will of God, as will be explained in the section on theology, and in this way the design and harmony of the phenomena of the cosmos will be more clearly explained. As to the third problem, it must be said that a constant or frequent occurrence of specific predictable results is due to the homogeneity between cause and effect. That is, acorns are homogeneous only with oak trees, not with other phenomena. Admission of the homogeneity between them does not mean the acceptance of something called natural inclination in the acorn, which we should consider as the final cause of the oak tree. The purposefulness of the cosmos, as was indicated, materialist philosophers consider all the phenomena of the cosmos except for those which are brought about by means of man and animals to be accidental and without purpose in the fifth sense of chance mentioned above. However, theistic philosophers deem natural phenomena to be purposeful as well, but they explain the purposefulness of the cosmos in various different ways, among which the main ways are as follows. 1. Aristotelians hold that for every nature there is specific inclination toward a determinate end which causes motion towards it, and likewise for the entire cosmos, they believe it has a nature whose inclination towards its own perfection causes the proportion, harmony and coherence of its particular kinds of phenomena. We have already criticized this theory and have recounted its difficulties. A group of the Neoplatonists, followers of the school of Alexandria, and Europhomistics or Gnostics held that for every existent there is a kind of consciousness and will, no matter how weak and faint. In this way, they responded to some of the difficulties which were raised regarding the Aristotelian theory. According to this theory, all the agents of the cosmos will be intentional agents. Any agent by nature and by compulsion must be omitted from among the kinds of agents, for the conjunction of the acceptance of the agent by nature and the establishment of consciousness and will for each agent, as is implied by their words, implies a contradiction. Likewise, the establishment of consciousness for natural agents is not compatible with the necessity for the knower to be immaterial, as will be explained in the appropriate place. In any case, the least of the difficulties of this position is that this matter cannot be established by proof. 3. The third way is that natural agents are subordinated agents, and beyond their agency there is an agency of a higher source, and ultimately the agency of God. the exalted. In this way, all events have a purpose and final cause, not within nature but in the essences of the supernatural agents, and that which occurs in the natural cosmos is the destination of motion, not final causes. Basically, according to the theory of the fundamentality of existence, it must be said that natures in the sense of whatnesses are respectival and have no implications bearing upon ontological matters. Specific existents, which are considered to be individuals with unconscious natures, have no will or intention for their own perfection or for the perfection of the cosmos, nor do they have any intention for the lack of it. Causal relations connect them with each other to such an extent that it has brought about this wonderful design, and in this sense, each of them has a share in the establishment of this design, but not in the sense of having an intention or will in relation to it, and not in the sense that the design is imposed on them by compulsion or force jabbery. There are more precise discussions regarding the attribution of will and purpose to God, the exalted, which, God willing, will be treated in the discussions of theology. This definition will be explained in Lesson 55, Part 5, the material and the immaterial. Lesson 41, the material and the immaterial. Lesson 42, what is location? Lesson 43, what is time? Lesson 44, kinds of substances. Lesson 45, continuation of the discussion of the kinds of substance. Lesson 46, matter and form. Lesson 47, accidents. Lesson 48, quality. Lesson 49, the reality of knowledge. Lesson 50, the union of the knower and the known. Lesson 41, the material and the immaterial. Introduction. Philosophers have propounded preliminary divisions for all existence, among which is the distinction between necessary existence and contingent existence. Considering the fact that this distinction is made with regard to the relation between whatness and existence, necessity and contingency are obtained from the matter of the proposition in the form of a simple question. For example, of the form X exists, it is more compatible with the doctrine of the fundamentality of whatness. On the basis of the fundamentality of existence, all existence may be divided into the independent and the relational radat, or the self-sufficient Ghani, literally rich, and the poor fakir. That is, if an existence has absolutely no need of another and, in technical terms, is an existent by itself majud by nasi, it is self-sufficient and independent, and otherwise it is poor and relational. It is clear that what is meant by self-sufficiency and independence are absolute self-sufficiency and absolute independence. Otherwise, every cause possesses a relative self-sufficiency and independence in relation to its own effect. It is self-evident that there are poor and relational existence, or contingent existence, which are concomitant with being effects, but that there is a self-sufficient and absolutely independent existent or a necessary existence in itself by al-dihat which is concomitant with the first cause is established by proof, a proof which was indicated in the discussions on cause and effect. And in the discussions of theology there will be further explanation of this. Likewise, philosophers have divided the whatnesses of contingent existence into two groups, substance and accident. They have called a whatness that is not in need of a subject in order to become an existent is substance, and that which needs a subject, or in other words, a state or attribute for another existent, is called an accident. It was previously indicated that it is well known among philosophers that accidental whatnesses, according to induction, possess 9 higher genera, and with the addition of substance, this makes 10 categories. It seems that the concepts of substance and accident are secondary philosophical intelligibles which are obtained by comparing existence with each other. For example, when one compares the existence of the states of one's soul, not their whatnesses, with the existence of the soul not with its whatness, he sees that the occurrence of passive qualities, such as fear, hope, happiness, and sadness, etc., depends on the existence of the soul, so that on the assumption of the absence of the existence of the soul, no room remains for their existence. This is opposed to the existence of the soul, which does not need them and can also occur without them. In view of this comparison, existents are divided into two groups. The first group is called accident, and the second group is called substance. If one equates the concept of substance with non-accident, one can divide all existence into substances and accidents so that the necessary existent, blessed and exalted, may also be considered an instance of substance, as with some Western philosophers. In this way, the above-mentioned division will be a primary division. But the Islamic philosophers divide contingent existence into substance and accident. For this reason, they do not consider the application of substance to the necessary existent in itself to be correct. On the other hand, some Western philosophers have expressed some doubts about the existence of substance. For example, Berkeley denied the existence of corporeal substance, and Hume had doubts about the substance of the soul as well. However, those who accept the existence of objective accidents and have denied the existence of their substances have unwittingly accepted the existence of many sorts of substance in place of one sort of substance. For example, in case the phenomena of the soul are not considered accidents of the soul, they will not need any subject, and in this case each of them will be a particular substance. Likewise, if the attributes of bodies are not considered accidents in need of a subject, inevitably they themselves will become corporeal substances. For what is meant by being as substance is nothing more than that the existence of a contingent existence does not need a subject. Along with these divisions, one can consider another general and primary division for all existence, and that is the division between the immaterial mujarrad and the material. That is, entified existence is either corporeal and possessing corporeal attributes, in which case it is called material, or it is not of this class and is called immaterial. This classification is not specific to contingent existence, for one of its classes, the immaterial, includes the necessary existent. Likewise, it is not specific to substance or accident, for both the immaterial and the material can be substance or accident. For example, souls and completely immaterial things are non-material substances, and bodies are in the class of material substances, and qualities of the soul are immaterial accidents while sensible qualities are material accidents. In this part, we are considering this very classification, and after explaining the concepts of its categories, we will state their general characteristics, and then we will set out to explain their subcategories and the principles of these. In addition, we will also take up the discussion of substance and accident, the meaning of immaterial and material. The term mujarrad immaterial is the passive participle of tajrid, meaning to be stripped, and this meaning brings to mind the idea that something which has clothing or a skin is peeled and made naked. But in philosophical terminology, this term is used as the opposite of material, and what is meant is an existence which does not have the characteristics of material things, and there is no intention here to indicate that something was previously material and that it was stripped of this state or of anything else, and it actually means immaterial. Hence, in order to understand its exact meaning, the meaning of the term material must first be clarified. Considering that this term is related to matter, we must explain the meaning of the term matter. The meaning of matter is etymologically helper meded conande and extender intided dehande, and as a scientific term is employed in several senses. What logicians call the quality of the relation between the subjects and predicate of a proposition with regard to reality, necessity, contingency, impossibility, the matter mode of the proposition. 2. Also, the propositions which constitute a syllogism, disregarding their form and structure, are called the matter of the syllogism. 3. In physics, matter is used for an existent which possesses specific attributes such as mass, attraction and repulsion, friction, etc., and it is used as the opposite of force or energy. 4. In philosophy, matter is used for an existent which is the ground for the appearance of another existent, as soil is the ground for the appearance of plants and animals. Hence, the philosophical meaning of this term comprises the meaning of relation, and it is close to the meaning of maize stuff in Farsi. Philosophers call the first stuff of all corporeal existence the matter of matters, or hayla prime matter 1, and there are differences of opinion about its reality. Aristotelians hold that prime matter has no actuality of its own, and its reality is nothing more than potentiality and capacity for corporeal actualities. A discussion of this will come later. In conclusion, the term material in the terminology of philosophy is used for things related to the matter of the cosmos, and for them to be existence requires a prior matter or stuff, and sometimes it is used in a general sense which includes matter itself. With regard to usage, it is approximately equivalent to corporeal jismani. The word mujarrad means immaterial and incorporeal. That is, a thing that is neither a body nor an attribute or characteristic of a body. Characteristics of corporeal and immaterial beings. Body is defined in various ways, the most famous of which are the following. What? Body is a substance possessing 3 dimensions: length, width, and depth. More precisely, it may be said that it is a substance in which 3 intersecting lines may be supposed such that the angles formed by the intersection of the 3 lines are right angles. The expression supposed is added in order to include things like the sphere, for although there are actually no such lines in the sphere, such lines can be supposed in it, as one can bring about such lines by cutting this sphere. It is narrated that the theologians Mutakallimin define body as a substance which occupies space. In technical terms, Shagil Hay is occupier of a domain. In defining it, Sheikh al-Ishraq Suhrawardi says, it is a substance which can be the object of sensible ostension. There have been discussions about these definitions and whether any of them is a logically complete definition had tam mantiki, but it is not necessary to mention them. In any case, the clearest characteristic of body is its extension in 3 dimensions, and this characteristic has various implications, including that bodies are, mentally, infinitely divisible in 3 directions. Another is that bodies have locations, but not in the sense of spaces independent of bodies by which they are filled, but in the sense that will be explained in the discussion of location. Third is that such existents are naturally capable of being objects of sensible ostension, for sensible ostension is performed with regard to location, and whatever has a location can be the object of sensible ostension. Finally, corporeal existents possess a 4th dimension which is called time, and the discussion of the reality of time will also be forthcoming. Corporeality and materiality, in the specific meaning which does not include body and matter themselves, are subordinate to the existence of bodies. In other words, they are things which do not occur independently of bodies. Their most important characteristic is that they, as subjects to body, are divisible. Therefore, the soul belonging to the body, which in one sense is united with it, is not corporeal, for even though it is subject to the body, it is not divisible. On the contrary, attributes and accidents of bodies such as color and shape, which are subject to the body, are divisible. Hence, they are considered corporeal things. With regard to the characteristics of bodies and corporeality, their opposites can be delineated as the characteristics of immaterial things. That is, immaterial entities cannot be divided, and they have no location in space or time. There is only one sort of immaterial entity to which a spatial or temporal location may be related by accident, and that is the spirit belonging to a body. That is, one can say, the spirit is in the place where the body is, and the time that the body is existent is the same time when its spirit is existent. However, this possession of a location and possession of a time are really attributes of the body, and as a result of the association and union of the spirit with the body, loosely speaking and metaphorically, one also may relate these to the spirit. It is to be noted that the Gnostics, Urafa, and Illuminationist philosophers also proved that there is a 3rd kind of existence, which is an intermediary and barzakh too between perfectly immaterial entities and purely material ones. They are called imaginal existence 3, and in the terminology of Sadr al-Mutalahin and his followers, they are called imaginal and barzakhi immaterial entities, and likewise the term imaginal bodies is sometimes applied to them. Further explanation of this will be given. What? The Arabic hayla is derived from the Greek term for matter, Hayal. In the Islamic eschatology, the barzakh, literally isthmus, is the phase between death and resurrection. The term is also used for the imaginal world that stands as an isthmus between the physical and the transcendent domains. 3. The term mithal is also used for the Platonic ideals or forms. Suhrawardi uses the same term, which literally means example or similitude, for that which is seen in visions or dreams. Lesson 42. What is location? Introduction. The discussion of time and space is among the most important problems of philosophy, which has always attracted the attention of thinkers and philosophers, and it has always retained its freshness and vivacity and has never become stale or faded. It has not yet been filed away. Although geniuses in Eastern and Western philosophy have thought and spoken at length about time and space, and among them the great Eastern philosopher Ibn Sina has spilled much ink over the details of this subject in the Physics of his Shifa, yet there remains room for profound thinking, research, and inquiries in its interstices. The opinions of philosophers and authorities concerning time and space are so opposed and contrary to one another and include weird ideas to such an extent that few philosophical problems can be compared to it. For example, on the one hand, time and space are considered to be immaterial substances, while on the other hand, they have been degraded to such an extent that they are considered illusory and imaginary. Kant, the famous German philosopher, considered them to be mental, or in his own terms, forms of sensibilities. Most philosophers, however, have considered them to be objective accidents. In this regard, the great Islamic philosopher, Sadr al-Mutalihin Shirazi, has won the race against all of them and has presented a very important and firm view which can be considered the last word on the subject. This view may also be considered a basis for establishing substantial motion, the philosophical explanation of which at the very least is one of the major original innovations of this great philosopher, as will be made clear in future chapters. In view of the fact that in the previous lesson the occupation of space and time has been discussed as properties of material things, we have seen fit here to present an explanation pertaining to space and time. The problem of space and time. In all languages there are expressions for space and time, and all people believe that material things are related to space and time, which relations can be stated in various ways. The sun is in the sky, the sea is where fish live, the book is on the table, and so forth. Likewise, it is said, the Honorable Prophet of Islam, may the peace and blessings of Allah be with him and with his progeny, was born in the 6th century. During his time, wars took place between Muslims and infidels. Yesterday, school was closed, and so on. In general, the common understanding is that all bodies occupy space. Rather, most people generalize this judgment and imagine that there is no existence without a place, as the simple-minded imagine that God the Almighty also has a place in the heavens or beyond them, which, of course, is not correct, and this will be discussed further at the appropriate place. The very same line of thought is also applied to time and its relations to things and phenomena. Naturally, the philosopher who would know and make known the realities of things also must answer this question: what is the reality of space and time? Especially since one encounters these concepts in many of the problems of philosophy, such as in the previous lesson where space and time were introduced as properties of material things, and in the discussions of theology we deny that God the Exalted occupies space or time. The first difficulty which exists with regard to the explanation of the reality of space and time, and turns this explanation into a formidable problem, is that space and time cannot be experienced by the senses, and they never fall into the traps of our sensory organs. They are not seen by the eye, nor touched, nor are they perceived by any other sense, although sensible things are related to them such that they are considered to be of the sensible material world. It is because of precisely this aspect that Kant presented them as mental channels for knowledge of identified phenomena, and not as objective identified things themselves, and another group of thinkers considered them to be illusory and imaginary. On the other hand, a group of philosophers who could not deny their objective existence, and who also could not believe them to be material existence, held that they are immaterial things. Finally, most philosophers have considered them to be material accidents whose existences are established through the joint effort of the senses and reason. Naturally, each group advanced a reason or reasons for its own view and criticized the reasons of the others. Sadr al-Mutalihin affirms the view about space which is attributed to Plato, that is, space is immaterial, although there is room for doubt about the veracity of this attribution to Plato and it needs to be researched further. It is obvious that this work is no place for a review of all the positions and a criticism of all the relevant reasons. Therefore, we will confine ourselves to a mention of the most famous positions and an explanation of the view we affirm. The difference between space and spatial location and between time and temporal location. Before discussing the reality of place and time, It is necessary to bear in mind this point, that philosophers differentiate between space or place Makan and spatial location or Wherein, and likewise between concepts of time Zaman and temporal location or Wenmata. The concepts of awareness and whenness are considered to be relative, obtained by relating a thing to a place and time. In the Aristotelian table of categories, they are placed among the 7 relative accidental categories, although it seems that basically these kinds of concepts must not be considered whattish concepts or categories. The reason for this becomes clear with regard to the characteristics of the kinds of concepts explained in Lesson 15. In any case, the Aristotelians believed that both the concept of aware and when are independent whattish concepts and specific categories and have no relation to the whatness of time and space. Others have also had no doubt that though these kinds of concepts are brought about in relation to time and space, they are different from the concepts of space and time. For this reason, one should be careful not to confuse discussions about space and time with those about these relational concepts. The reality of space. Regarding the whatness of space, a few positions have been reported which are quite weak and not worth discussing, and no famous philosophers has held them. For example, there is the position that space consists of the prime matter of bodies or their forms or actualities, or that it is an independent corporeal area in which the cosmos is contained. Among the positions, 2 are quite famous. One, which is attributed to Plato, has been affirmed by some Islamic sages, such as Sadr al-Mutalhin, while the other is attributed to Aristotle, and it has been accepted by the majority of Islamic sages, including Farabi and Ibn Sina. The view attributed to Plato is that space is a substantival immaterial dimension which is identical to the volume of the cosmos. This position seems strange because an immaterial existent, even if an imaginal form which is Barzaki, has no relation to material existence and cannot be considered a locus for them. However, there is a strong possibility that a mistake has been made in the narration or translation of this position, or that what is meant here by the term immaterial mujarrad is not the technical sense. This view is supported by the fact that Mir Damat has denied that Plato held this position. One, according to this conjecture, one may interpret the position to claim that space is the volume of the cosmos considered separately from it, and in this sense is abstracted from the cosmos. As for the view reported to have been held by Aristotle, it is held that space is the inner surface of a body which makes contact with the outer surface of another body, like the inner surface of glass which makes contact with the outer surface of the water contained in it. There is a difficulty with this position. If we suppose that a fish is standing in a flowing river, without a doubt, the surface of water in contact with the surface of its body is always changing, and so, according to the position mentioned above, we must say that its space is constantly changing, although we assumed that it was standing still in its own place and that there has been no change in its space. Another precise point which must be taken into consideration is that the above-mentioned definition is composed of 2 basic concepts. One is the inner surface of a containing body, and the other is contact with the outer surface of the contained body. However, surface is a kind of amount and thus belongs to the category of quantity, while contact, according to the Aristotelians, is of the category of relation, and by combining these 2 categories a third category cannot be brought about. In addition, contact is an accidental state for the mentioned surface, and for this reason cannot be the difference by which its essence is defined. In this way, it would have to be considered a special kind of category of continuous quantity. In any case, the question of the category to which space belongs remains unanswered. It seems that the concept of space is not a non-relational concept mafhimi nafsi such as man, animal, color and shape, but rather it is an accidental concept which includes a sense of relation to a thing which has a space. In order to obtain this concept, 2 things must be compared to each other from a specific point of view so that one may be considered the space of the other. This shows that space is not a kind of whattish concept included in the categories, but rather is a respectival concept. Secondly, in order to consider something as the space of another, it is not necessary to take into account its particular whatness or substance. For example, when we consider a glass as the space of some water, it is not because its body is made of crystal, and when we call water the space of a fish, it is not because it is a liquid composed of oxygen and hydrogen, but because it has the capacity to contain a thing which is a space, and that which in reality is taken into account as its being a container, not its substance. Regarding these 2 points, one may say that when some of the volume of the cosmos is considered separately, and it is compared with a body contained in it, the mentioned volume will be its space. It must be noted that sometimes space is applied to a quantity of volume which is greater than the capacity of the thing related to it, as when a house or a city is said to be the space of a person. Giving heed to this point, philosophers have said that these are not true spaces. It is to be concluded that the true space of everything is the amount of volume of the cosmos which is equivalent to the volume of the body related to a space insofar as it contains it. Among the conclusions obtained from this philosophical analysis is that space is subordinate to the cosmos, and space does not exist prior to the appearance of or with the annihilation of the latter. Hence, one cannot consider the volume and surface of a thing to be independent existence which must have been created independently. Rather, basically such concepts as volume and surface are representatives of aspects of corporeal existence which the mind separates from bodies. For this reason, one can consider these kinds of cases, which are accidents, as aspects of the existence of material substances. Careful study of this subject makes clear why space is specific to bodies and may be considered a property of material existence, for the source of their abstraction is nothing but the volume of bodies. What? Theth? Kabasat? P. 164. Lesson 43. What is time? Discussion about the reality of time. Strange positions have also been reported regarding the reality of time, to which Ibn Sina has referred in the Physics of his Shifa. However, it seems that the solution of the problem of time was easier for Muslim philosophers than the problem of space, for they are almost entirely in agreement that time is a kind of continuous quantity characterized by instability and which by means of motion becomes an accident of bodies. In this way, the position of time in the Aristotelian table of categories becomes perfectly clear. Sadr al-Mutalihin has also presented this explanation in numerous places, but in the final analysis of the problem of motion, he states a new view which is especially important. No matter how clear the explanation of time given by the philosophers is, if one is precise about it, one will encounter ambiguous and questionable points which require deep thought. Perhaps it is these which attracted the fine and insightful attention of Sadr al-Mutalihin, and led him to present a new theory of time. In order to explain these points, something must be mentioned about the principles of the philosophers related to this question. Even though this is not really the place to discuss and research them, philosophers normally introduce motion as an accident, but do not explain this any further. Only some of them have regarded it as of the category of that which acts or that which is acted upon. Sheikh al-Ishraq considered it to be an independent category alongside substance, quantity, quality, and relation. In this way, he limited the number of categories to 5, and he considered the others as types of relation. Perhaps one may infer from the words of other philosophers that they have not considered motion itself to be among the categories. Another principle is that motion is confined to 4 categories: quantity, quality, position, and place, and they consider transferal to be a motion in the category of place. They imagined that motion in the other categories, including substance, was impossible. Therefore,